And she can't be the whiskey whether she knows whiskey. Mono. Hello, Purry Shale. Good to see you.
Ho ho. Ho ho ho.
Green Giant.
Damn right. Let's get it started in this bitch.
Bang, 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 bang.
What up, Jonathan? Detractor Alley, new format coming soon. Nothing to do with bowling. The Detractor Alley has been reformatted. I'd much rather be a DSP detractor than a bowling detractor. DSP would never come after me in a million years. That guy bowling so bored, he fucking went and called lawyers and shit. And spent 40 on videos and weird shit. I mean, deep down, oh, I know. He lives right by him. I just always call him Cam. I never even call him Cam Moron. Me and that dude got along real good. That was my fucking dude, Cameron. I mean, the reality is, who's this?
What up?
How you doing?
Not much. Just hanging out. What you playing?
I just went live. I'm not even playing anything at the moment.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I have a game on, but it was just a game that was already on my computer from when
Oh, okay.
I've been working all day.
Oh, man. Oh, how's it been?
It's cars today. It wasn't nothing to do with Uber.
Oh, you didn't go to the auction?
It's Wednesday. I did go.
Oh, shit, it is Wednesday. Damn.
You could go Wednesday and Thursday. We actually did go today, but that is a very rarity. Very
I
rarity.
thought it was. I don't know
But
why I
it's
thought
no
it was
longer at
Thursday.
night anymore. The guy cut off 4:30. It's got to go before 4:30, and it's got to be before Wednesday. So I'll never be, like taking a stream off because of the thing anymore. Because it'll already be over by the time I start streaming.
No.
I'm thinking about selling the car that I'm in that I do Uber. It's worth too much money. I don't like driving around cars that are worth a lot of money like that, especially if the value is going down. They're saying that my car's worth like 12 grand. I bought it for like fucking 6-7 grand. I should list that bitch for 10,000. I'll get my 7,000 back and 3 grand.
Yeah. What you gonna do Uber in?
I mean, I'm a car dealer. We'll figure it out. I mean, I go to an auction every week where there's hundreds of cars. I know 50, 60 car dealers if I really wanted to go get a car. My thing is, I'm not. When I buy cars, yeah, remember, I'm 42 years old. Since the minute I moved out of my house at like 15, whatever it was, I mean, my dad eventually got me back and had me go to broadcasting college. But when I first moved out, like 15, 16, anything I ever got, is literally for sale. If I can make money on it, whether it's gold, silver, weed. Obviously, weed was the big thing and other drugs when I was younger.
Yeah.
But when you started to make the money from the drugs, that got you into other shit like cars and all that other shit. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be in the car game if I would have never been in the weed game because I would have never had money to buy the cars. We buy all of our own shit. Even though the guy I work with pays for all the cars up front out of himself, I still had to have money to be able to throw down. If I didn't have money to throw down, I wouldn't be involved. Do I have to give him the money? No. He just knows I have it. So that's the same thing as if he needed to call me and go, hey, I need $5,000. I got to be able to give him $5,000. My job is pretty simple, though. I sell all the cars that he buys. Normally, I pick them out. Half the cars that are in my driveway are all cars that I drove, bidded on myself, and are here. A couple of them I think I made mistakes on because they're still here and they haven't sold. A couple of them are stick shift, and there's a couple I got to get repaired. But when we go to the car,
Yeah, a lot going on.
The car auction, we're like just as big as any of those other dealers. They just do buy here, pay here. We never wanted to do that. People go, why'd you always get the cheaper cars? Well, it wasn't about getting the cheaper cars. We knew if we were going to be in the buy here, pay here game, we were going to pay prices for cars that we didn't want to pay. And you're going to have to wait for money a lot of times. I mean, that's what it is. Do those guys make a shitload of money? Yeah, but a lot of those car dealers have floor plans, meaning they were approved by a bank or grandfathered into something where a bank will give them literally anywhere from 50 to 100 grand. And they will say, here's money for cars. Now, I don't know if they're allowed to spend that money elsewhere. I don't know how the bank determines if you spend that money on cars. But a lot of those big guys got floor plans. I'm not saying a lot of those guys couldn't buy a lot of the cars themselves. They got money. I'm not going to act like they don't. But a lot of those guys have floor plans. We do not do that shit. We buy everything we ever own cash. Two guys I work with, I've known them for almost my whole life. I've been fucking hustling with them since I was 18 years old. They just have a shitload of more money than I have, and they've never been to prison. And they don't really break the law either.
Mm-hmm.
They're just around hustlers, and when you're around hustlers, you find a way to make money around hustlers, even if you're not a crime breaker. It was like the guy earlier that I sold the Honda to. He said, oh, I could smell out a hustler from a mile away. And I go, well, buddy, I'm selling used cars. What do you want?
Yeah. Well, that's good, though. Let me go buy you another little 2015 or higher vehicle. And
I already had a backup plan. Let's
Do
say
it
the
all.
Genesis sold tomorrow. I know somebody who's got a Mazda CX. I could buy for $3,500. I don't like having all that money in that Genesis, spending $7,000 on a car. I usually drive around cars that are $1,000 to $2,000. Anything that I buy that's nice, I put it for sale and I put it to the side. We only drive the nice ones if we have to. Like that car I sold Roman's mother, I would have never, even as nice as that car was, I would have never drove that because we don't drive our nice shit. Two guys I work with, they own their own. They bought nice cars for themselves because they sell homes and shit on top of selling cars. So they have to be in a nice car when you're selling a home to a motherfucker. You can't pull up in a beater when you're selling homes for
oh,
McDonald's.
yeah, no.
Yeah, so they had, my partner bought a $19,000. It was either $19,000 or $17,000. They were shocked the car I got because normally the guy wants an arm and a leg, and like he said, he wanted $9,000. I said, write $7,000 down for shits and giggles, and we'll pray that he gives it to us, and he did. But then I see how many miles you put on the shit for Uber. I'm like, fuck this.
Yeah.
This car's too nice to fucking. I mean, that car I got is real nice. Like, people come around that bitch. It's the rare body style, meaning they don't even do that body style anymore. I've had people ask me if it was a Bentley before.
Yeah. No, I mean, hey, you got, you go buy you something, go make a profit off of it and buy you something else. You just got to, you just got to put in your new car make whenever you do Uber, right?
David Barkley said, my buddy is selling a white 2002 Escalade, only wants $5,000. Has 100,000 miles.
$5,000 seems like too much for a damn 25-year-old Escalade.
I'll tell him right now. I'll tell you right now. This is without me driving it. I don't ever put a bid on a car I don't drive, but let's just pretend it drove well. First, it's a 2002 Escalade. Let me tell you something real quick about a 2002 Escalade. Now, my dad told me this once upon a time, because my first ever car was a Cadillac. Let's keep this in mind. First ever car at 16 years old was a 1989 Cadillac Seville. We're talking real nice car. My dad drove an Eldorado. Now, I bought my Seville. He paid for half. I paid for the other half. But this is what he told me about Cadillacs. Cadillac is a grown man's car. Meaning, when it comes time to handle shit on that car, it's going to cost a couple bucks. And not only is it going to cost a couple bucks, you got to have the right guy for the job. Now, obviously, you could go to Cadillac and get raped. And if you're cool with that and you got baller bucks like that, then go ahead and do it. But no one's buying a 2002 and getting their shit worked on a Cadillac for starters. The problem with the 2002 Escalade is everything that commonly breaks on those or goes is super expensive. So if you're ready to put the money in that and you got it like that, it's fine. It's awful on gas. Not saying any of them are, but they have gotten better. And it's right before the Escalade made the metal is just a little bit different on those ones than on the newer ones. And what I mean by that is the bodies tend to go on the 2002. The 2002 Cadillac Escalade was almost made so similar to a Chevy Suburban that Cadillac knew they had to change the style. Because when those two cars get older, they look a lot the same. Meaning when they break, they all have the same problems. They're made by GM. But if I were to bid on a 2002 Escalade, and it didn't have rust on it, hopefully and there wouldn't be any rust in California. There's only one option for that car. 100,000 miles. I'm just telling you what I would bid on it. Well, it didn't even come up on my shit. He said custom stereo. What the hell do you mean by custom stereo? Does that mean he put speakers in it and he's going to keep those in it?
Custom stereo.
24-inch wheels. I think they come with 24-inch wheels.
I would imagine.
No, that's a little bit high. I'm joking about that.
You know,
they don't come with 24s, but they come with like standard 20s and 21s.
I was gonna say they definitely come with 20s as tall as them damn things are. Most SUVs come with at least fucking 18s, right? Wouldn't
It's crazy that my phone doesn't pick them up anymore.
You know, I think like, what do you think? Like, I'm thinking like mid to late 90s. You know, Cadillac. You talk about like you know, I had a fucking 95 Fleetwood, you know, whenever I was in my early 20s. And that was that was like the best car I ever had, man. That was like a fucking, it had the bench seat and it was so damn comfortable. And like it just, you know, you could literally just drive that damn thing, you know, 8 damn hours and your legs wouldn't be asleep or nothing. It was so comfortable, man. Like they made those cars to last and now it's like fucking,
What
you
color
know,
is it? He said he put it in the thing. He said lowered
I don't know.
suspension. To a car dealer, just so you know, Barkley, a car dealer that's buying it to sell doesn't care about lowered suspension. We just care if the
Lowered
suspension's good or not. He said lowered suspension.
lowered suspension on 24s?
I actually did bid on an Escalade just like this recently, not the one that you put in the PWO thing. Where did he put it?
I don't know. I might have looked.
As a reseller,
Cadillac
I
makes
wouldn't be at 5, but I would give him, as long as that inside looks like the outside, I mean, I'd give him anywhere from,
Where did he put it?
I don't know, like 3 to 35? I mean, you got to remember, I just paid $7,000 for a 2018 Genesis. So if I paid $7,000 for a 2018, we're talking a car from 2002, Cadillac, and those are the ones that doesn't even look like a 2002. That actually looks newer, and it's only because of those rims. But if you look at the back of the car, they look like the Suburban. GM literally used, when they created the Escalade, they didn't have like, I guess they had somewhat of an idea. But like now if you look at the Cadillac Escalade parts, they're a lot like Cadillac and parts that go to Cadillac Escalade sometimes only. Yeah, there are some universal parts that'll go on anything.
What? Why do I not see it? Where is it? Where did he put it at?
But if I paid $7 for the Genesis, I'm only going to give like $32 for that.
I see his purse that he got.
But it's California, so it's double. So I'm saying 32 Ohio. Probably in my 32 is $5,000 out there, but I wouldn't give him 5 for that. If you're really looking to spend $5,000, Barkley, on a Cadillac, I'll find you something. For real. And you'll save a lot for $5,000. If you said, I want to spend 5. Oh shit, I'll bring you a fucking nice ass Cadillac for $5,000. I'm gonna have to make a couple bucks on it. But I'll let you know how much I need to make, and I'll even let you know what I paid. But yeah, I'd give him like 32, 35. Probably sell that up here for about $6,000. 65,
what up,
maybe?
BC? So I was thinking if you guys were down for it, because I don't have to go to work tomorrow. I was going to
What up,
see if
Bice?
y'all wanted to play some Rocket since I ain't played it in damn forever, and I'm gonna be terrible at it.
Okay.
I figure it'd be fun.
All right, I'll set it up. Why is this?
BC, fire up Rocket. Pizza Mike, you out there? I know you are.
Thank you, Schmidt.
Coward. Oh, and they got Chaos. They got chaos. You hear that, BC? Chaos. Hell.
I don't really care for Chevy or GM stuff, Billy. I'm more of a foreign guy. I wonder if is Hyundai made by the Americans or is that foreign? I don't even know what country makes my car.
Yeah.
Who makes Hyundai?
If I had to guess, maybe it doesn't. Isn't Nissan like with Hyundai or no?
No.
I know Nissan's Japanese.
Nissan's Japanese?
I think so.
Damn, I never knew that. We don't buy much Nissan. Fuck Nissan. Those things are garbage. I'm not. I mean, I had a Juke recently. I'm not gonna say I haven't had any. I mean, I'll buy anything, but we rarely go. Oh, let's get the keys for the Nissan. Let's look at all the cars I drove today. Cars I drove today was pretty simple: Honda, Lexus. You know what I mean? Relax,
Yeah,
Brad. You don't
Nissan's
got to talk to
Japanese.
Schmidt like that. Brad already came in fucking on drinking.
Yeah.
Hyundai is Korean. Korea has their own shit.
Yeah,
Is it really
Hyundai
Korean?
is South Korean. Yeah, it's a South Korean company. I mean, you would think that doesn't sound like a damn American name, Hyundai.
So if Hyundai makes Genesis, then my car's made by the Koreans?
Yeah, not the
Okay.
North one's the South one.
No, it don't matter to me. I'm glad it's not an American car. I'll tell you this though, Hyundai's ain't Hondas or Lexus or Toyota. I'm sorry. Like the one thing I have learned, because I drive cars at the end of their life, meaning usually the ones that are over 150, some have 200,000, some have 300. And what you learn at those auctions are, there's not a million Cadillacs in the auction that got over 200,000. There are a bunch of Hondas. And you'd be like, damn, isn't that crazy? You look at a Cadillac, right? A luxury car. And you look at a Honda, which is just a basic fucking, like a Lego car. That's how quick they're making them out there, some of those Hondas and shit. They're just strapping them together. But them things are going forever. I've never jumped in a foreign car that had over 200,000 unless it was like an Audi or like a Jaguar. That's where you got to be very careful, because Jaguar and shit made by the Germans, they have certain parts on their car that can't be universal, and there's so much fucking money. Like Audi, there's parts on the Audi that are ridiculous, that are like game changers from you buying it or not. And when they break, you always need a real smart. I've been lucky, but you need a smart motherfucker to fix Audi. And I'm not talking about brakes. I'm talking about when the real shit starts to go on those things.
Yeah, they're pricey cars.
I mean, I think about all the cars I've driven that we don't even win. That's the crazy thing. I've driven thousands of cars that we never even won. But if that fucking bid guy calls your phone and says you got to come get these cars, and you don't have the money for just one of them, he'll remember that. He might not kick you out of there, but you'll lose a lot of pull if you get that phone call and you don't have that money. You will be frowned upon. That guy does not fuck around. I remember when I won that Genesis, I got that phone call that morning. Dude said, make sure you got that money right away. Not the guy who bought the car from, but the guy I work with said, get that money to Maurice ASAP.
What up, boys?
Iceman said my father was a mechanic.
Yeah. I started, I learned how to start working on engines when I was growing up driving go-karts.
Oh, that's why. Honda is made by Chinese, right? Or is that Japanese too?
Japanese, brother. Honda's Japanese.
I wonder what they did with Nissan. Nissan is not as good as the car as Toyota. Not even close.
Nissan is also Japanese, but you know what's interesting is
I think they sent Nissans to the bad part of Japan then.
earlier this year, Honda and Nissan, if you can believe it, were actually in talks to merge. And Nissan, as part of the merger, wanted Honda to prioritize the Nissan brand equally as the Honda brand. So the Honda board of directors said, well, that's fine, then we don't need to merge. See ya.
Well, I'll tell you something, BC, and this is only because I haven't had many Beamers, but we've had a select few because we usually get the stick shift ones. There are BMWs. I get what you mean by unreliable, but dude, you'd be surprised. People line up to buy those things. They line up. Certain models.
My very first car was a 1986 325 ES 5-speed. Had the big lip on the front, basically a rally car. That car, one of the biggest mistakes I ever made. When I basically back in 2007 or 8, I think I sold it for like $5,000, $6,000. Today, if I had that car, it'd be worth closer to $30,000. Those old BMWs, very, very popular amongst the millennials.
Yeah, I had to buy my first car. I mean, my dad threw some of it on there, but...
Nah, my dad bought me my first car. I didn't buy it. I'm not going to front and pretend like I paid for it.
I had to throw half down. And what was funny is the car I really wanted... See, my dad only thought I had a certain amount of money. He didn't know I was selling weed. So I had to be very...
Discreet.
Well, yeah, because that was the only thing that... when I was that young, that was the only thing that I was scared of was him catching me with drugs. Because I know I'd be fucked.
My first car was a '88 Buick LeSabre. Fucker was amazing. I had to buy it myself. So,
Buick LeSabre, man. Pesci had one of those like last year, bro.
Could
have had a million of those.
They'll run forever, man. They built those cars to last, right? But
have you seen their new commercials? They're trying to like rebrand the company because Buicks have a reputation for being for like.
You remember a while back? That's what I said. Sometimes people don't realize how many cars I've driven or repaired or bought and shit. Remember a long time ago when I was first getting my dump truck fixed and Bossman's like, "Yeah, you could get that job done for $500." You know what's funny is this. I guarantee if I were to go to California, if the job was 3 up here, I could only imagine.
Yeah. He's
I can only imagine. And listen, this wasn't a repair that, hey, I'll take, when a buddy goes, I'll put that on for you. No, the engine had to be lifted 1/4 centimeter, which means you got to have something that lifts the motor. And there's no way around that. There's no California trick. There's no one doing that for $500 unless it was somebody's father doing it for their daughter.
Or if you own the shop.
Shop.
Even then, I don't think a shop owner would do it for free. I mean, he might charge your friends and family, but it's not going to be free.
It's a favor. That person, whoever would do that.
You better be giving him some Niners tickets or something. Shit.
The problem is, El Boss also says Bossman can find a Mexican that do it for $500.
Nah, no, he can't.
The problem would be this. I believe he would find somebody that would do the job for that, but they got to be able to lift the motor. The key to that job was being able to lift the motor. Not everybody has a motor lift.
Yeah, it's exactly what it's
At a
called.
quarter centimeter, too. That's how
No, like
stupid those fucking 450s are. So here's the funny thing about my dump truck engine. If I were to just take the motor out of it, I could sell that motor for like 10 grand. They said easy.
that's a
But
diesel,
nobody
right?
likes to work on that motor. It's a
Oh.
motor that the mechanics hate, not because it's bad, but when that phone call comes, it's a bitch repair. That's why I had to search around town, because everyone was giving, they knew how hard the job was, and people were like, well, we only do dump trucks that are not more than 10 years old.
Man,
Meaning
you
they
should
want
be,
ones that aren't rusted underneath.
next winter, you need to remember, see if you can lease that thing to Michigan Mike or something so he can plow with it, make some money. You lease it out for a season, pay me X
I don't
dollars a
want
month.
anybody driving it. When people
Oh,
when people drive somebody else's shit, they don't treat it like their own. Like when I drive that thing, I paid the fucking 19 out of my own pocket. That's why I treat that thing like I would go
feel
do
like-
the job. So if he had to
feel-
work, I would
I feel
drive.
like I feel like Michigan Mike would probably take pretty good care of your stuff, but
Maybe
never
if
can-
it wouldn't be him though. The chances
Can
of
never-
it being Michigan Mike would be slim to none. He probably has a truck, a job, a boss, and they're driving probably nice and new shit. I bought my shit thinking I was gonna have like that job I did for Shim. I thought I was
Yeah.
gonna have that weekly. Now think about that. If the job I did for Shim paid $1,500 for 3 days, can you imagine if 6 days out of the week I got paid $3,000 and I did that job twice? That was the whole reason I bought that truck, because I knew those jobs exist. The problem is finding somebody that wants to use someone they don't know and use me. And, you know, I'm not some like expert at shit. I'm just a guy that'll pull up, you got to load it, and I'll get rid of it.
you'd be making dark side film money.
Without a doubt. It'd be more. That's more than he makes. 1,500 every 3 days. That's all. I only worked 3 days, and they weren't even full days. Shim goes, 15. Next time he's in there, ask him what he paid me. He goes, is 15 good? He can't use me every day because he has his own dump trailer that's bigger than my dump truck. They were on such a huge job. Like I told you, he's for a real baller. They were on such a real job. They needed 2 dump trucks. And I was the guy who luckily was able to get the call. And it wasn't even his job. It was the job he was a part of. But the dump truck thing, he relayed me to someone else. He said if my truck would have been a little bit bigger, he would have paid me fucking, I think it was like $75 an hour. I got paid a little bit less than that, but if my shit was bigger, he would have gave me the whole 75. And that shit was easy. Pull up, the Amish guy would load it, go right to this fucking dump truck or dump place that wasn't a shithole. Meaning there's dump places I pulled up where they got you walking through shit where you're
Hold on,
like,
wait a minute. Did you say Amish guy?
yeah, they had an Amish guy that a lot of the Jews do deals with the Amish.
That's hilarious.
Well, I'm saying, like the Amish guy I talked to, I said, how'd you get way up here? Because they're so far from Amish company. And he basically told me, he goes, man, the Jews deal with the Amish. That's pretty much what he said. Because he wasn't Jewish, but the guy that was running the job was. Both of them, Shim and the other guy, were both full Jews. The one guy pulled up in a shit car. I was surprised. I was like, damn, $50,000 job. He's pulling up in a van. I'm selling at my car lot. Shim was the only one who pulls up in the real shit. But yeah, that Amish guy was loading my shit up. And he says a lot of the Jewish people sub a lot of work to the Amish because of the speed. And it's usually big-ass jobs like that.
We don't have any Amish people in California, unfortunately.
And
Christ,
Amish don't
all
fuck
out.
around. They're like, you know how they say the Mexicans work.
Yeah,
Well, here's the difference between that, the Mexicans, and the Amish. The Amish have every tool possible ready to go. Backhoes, blah, blah, blah. They just make a phone call. The Mexicans got to go rent, hopefully know a guy. Hopefully they
well, they don't
speak
make
English.
a phone call, right? Because they don't use electricity.
Well, exactly. That's why I said the Amish guys already have I should have even said it like that. They don't even make a phone call. They just walk next door and go, look, Everything's done. They're policed. That's what the guy was telling me about. Remember, he's like, yeah, we do our own law up there. I mean, yeah, the police can be called, but they'll punish people. Like if someone, let's say, gets caught stealing, they don't call the police right away. They would call the police on a non-Amish guy, they said, because they go, motherfuckers that ain't Amish, there's not, they don't follow our shit. We got to call the police. But I've met some crooked Amish guys, the guys that sold me Pablo, they were Amish. That's why the craziest story was originally when I went out there, I didn't even want to buy those dogs from them because I saw what they were doing. Because I remember I pulled up to a farm and I'm like, hold on here. So I'm pulling up to a farm, right? I didn't even see cows, but my thing was, there's no dogs running around. Like I'm trying to picture my spot down here. Whenever I had dogs or I had 4 or 5 dogs, there's dogs running around the fenced-in area. There was no dogs running around. And when they're like, yeah, we got to go get the dog, it was like they went into a goddamn fortress. You would have thought if these guys weren't dressed like Amish people, you would have thought I was like dealing with the mafia and they were about to kill me. They literally had me walk downstairs where you'd be like, damn, I remember I walked down the steps. I made the one guy laugh. I'm like, the fuck's down here? Tractors? You know what I mean? Because it was coming down here. It was like steps. It was like really like you couldn't see shit. And then all of a sudden this guy, because no electricity, obviously, this guy lit a fucking lantern. And these 2 fucking Dobermans came out. And they're like, they're brothers. They get along fine. What's funny was the dogs wouldn't have fought there because they were just so surprised at being out. And it wasn't like they fought all the time. But the problem was Pablo was already old enough to where he was becoming territorial, and I think that's why they were unable to get rid of him. He had a couple screws loose. The other dog did too, but he wasn't as mean as Pablo. That's why I had to get rid of him. Because I said I wasn't doing the dog separation thing again, because I had another Doberman, Ringo, and Taz, my Cane Corso, and I had to separate them by gait. Because Ringo got along with Taz, but when Ringo got bigger from being a puppy, Taz was so old he was attacking male dogs. So he would have killed Pablo in time. So I had to separate them. And then when Sarah eventually left and took Ringo from me, unfortunately, and I was able to keep Cheech and all the other dogs, I eventually got Pablo and Gustavo, but I had to give Gustavo away. You in the lobby, Rev?
I'm there.
I sent you an invite.
When I was when I worked FedEx for God, I remember there's an Amish community over here called what the fuck is it called?
Iceman says, was Pablo trained? Not when I got him. Hell no. He went after, listen, he was only a couple months old. Pablo went after the other dog when I first brought him here, night 1, and I jumped in front of the other dog, and I felt Pablo went to bite him. And since I jumped in front of him, I took the bite on my lower leg. And I remember I, kind of went, ah! And the fucking dog was only not even 6 months old. And I'm like, if that fucking bite is hurting like that at this young age? And eventually I trained Pablo, but Pablo never got over not liking other dogs. He was like, he would see another dog, and he wanted to kill them. He got along with Daisy and Cheech because they were both smaller than him. And he even went after Cheech a couple times. He was a Chihuahua. I thought I was going to have to kill Pablo. He fucking put his teeth up, and he fucking did that thing where he was, bulking up.
Smiling? You smiling at him,
No,
Pablo?
he never... The smiling was never... What people don't realize is when he did that smile thing, that wasn't something he did out of, I'm coming after you. When Pablo went after someone, he barked, and he didn't do that smile thing. He only did with me. I used to tell people, I'll give you $100, $300 if you could make him smile if I go outside. Roman used to sleep here at times. He couldn't get Pablo to do it. That was something that he did with me and me only. And when I read up on it, it was a thing that was done by Dobermans. And when Pablo started doing it when he was younger, I encouraged it to where It was a trained thing. But if you were to come in my house, I would hand you a treat, and I'd say, go give it to Pablo. He would take the treat as if he was stealing from you. He would see you at the treat. No, he would. I ask anybody. He would see you at the treat.
Your ass.
Well, he would see you at the treat, and he was a smart enough dog. He wasn't like Taz. When Taz would get cool eventually, but he was a smart enough dog that he would see you weren't a threat to him, so he would make himself scary around you to give you the bone. Like he'd come up to you and go, woof, and like, you know, he would bully you. That's what Pablo would do. He would bully people. If you're like, Pablo, let me see your smile, he would fully bark. I have videos of people trying to get him to do it because they're like, he does that for everybody. And I'd say, do it with me, not in a room. If I was in the room and I would start talking, he would smile no matter what. That's just how that dog was. Jacob Waters says, yeah, dog dynamics are wild. Most owners don't understand. Yeah. And Pablo was different. I knew he was going to be, but he wasn't dangerous. Like, shit, say what they want about Pablo. Taz, when he got in his old age, was dangerous. Meaning you had to come to my back door and there had to be a gate up. I was able to let people around Pablo. Pablo just knew how to ignore you. If you came through my front door and I wasn't holding Taz, he would go after you, especially if you went in the front door. That was how I found out I got him. Because remember when he attacked Graz and I called my buddy, I'm like, dude, he went after Graz and Graz thought I sicked. My buddy thought I sicked Taz on him. He thought it was a setup because I opened the door and this 300-pound dog ran after him. And Taz was normally cool. Literally, he was like, they didn't tell me that they gave me a dog that was starting to turn. And when you mean by turn was eventually his eyes were getting so bad that when the original owner would come say hello, it took Taz a minute to realize who's the old owner. I remember he barked and like shut the door, like pushed the door with his paws when the old owner was coming in. And my buddy was like, what'd you do to my dog? I'm like, what do you mean, what the fuck did I do to your dog? You gave him to me. This is what this thing became. He was a fucking killer. 275. He was more than me. No, wait, 275. What am I thinking? 175.
King Corso, right?
He weighed 40 more pounds than me when I got out of prison. Yeah, and he wasn't my dog like I bought him from Thing. My buddy called me and goes, you're moving down to Cleveland, right? And I go, yeah. And he goes, you're going to need a dog down there. And I go, all right. And then when he showed me what Taz looked like, I'm like, bring him down. Because here's what was funny about Taz. And anybody that lived on that street knows this. I would leave my front door open, and as a joke, and this is when Cleveland, before they did the build-up, meaning the places were still fucked up when I first moved to 58. Yeah, my lawyer lived down there, but he was smart enough to know all that shit was coming on the rise, and he bought a building above a loft that he ended up tripling his money on. So he was smart, but he sold me that house when it was still suspect. The house I'm in now was quadruple suspect when I lived on 58. But I would be able to walk outside, leave my door open, and say, door's open, feel free to go in. My wallet is in there with money. If you were to go inside, unless you were to kill Taz, he would fucking destroy you. This dog didn't have, like, Pablo would let off. I've seen Pablo, when he attacked those guys that broke into my yard that one time, he let off after he saw they were defenseless. Taz, not defenseless. Those dogs are known as manhunters, and if they start to turn, meaning Taz got older and he just got cuckoo. It's like your grandma when she gets older. I never had a dog like that. I just got out of prison. They were telling me I'm going to go live in a dangerous neighborhood. That's why I was able to live down here for so long, and I never even thought twice. Because I had Taz, and then when Taz was gone, I had Ringo for a while, and then eventually I had Pablo. I just have had too many dogs. I can't keep doing it anymore. Like the girl down the street, she's got and it's one of my favorite dogs that I never owned, because I bought Daisy thinking she was a purebred miniature Doberman. She's not. She was a mutt with miniature Doberman in her, but I wouldn't have been able to tell that when she was a puppy. It was when she got older, I realized she had Beagle in her. That's why she likes hunting. That's why she kills the rats and the mice, because she's a hunter. Normal
Yeah.
dog. Pablo never fucked with the mice. Daisy will hunt them like a cat. She will go in a corner and she'll pretend like she's dead and wait for them to
That's
come
hilarious.
out. And then
That's
that's why I'd always
hilarious.
say, Daisy, get that mouse. Because the
Yeah.
mouse would be running and she would have her head down like she was playing dead. She's a
Yeah,
beagle.
that's why I have a cat. I have a Mauser.
Now, that rat thing ended. Like I said, I took care of them. I called Green X, cut about a 7-minute promo. I like when they're like, your call is recorded for whatever. And I'm like, thank God. And if you guys don't mind, can you send me a copy of the tape? And they're like, excuse me? And then I cut the promo on them. I should have taped it. But I was so angry. Because they're like, why are you canceling the service? And I'm like, buddy, I'm going to ask you 2 questions right now. Do you really want to know the answer to that question? He goes, yeah, why not? I'm like, you sure? Because I'm not leaving on good terms. And if I got to say why I'm canceling, I guarantee he'll remember me the next day. And I literally went off to where what was funny was the guy was laughing at some of the shit I was saying because I was doing it in a comical way. I was like, hey, bro, imagine you called the rat people, right? And before you know it, you're the one hunting them with your dog. You're reloading your traps. I was reloading your... I thought... I told the guy, and he was laughing his ass off. I was like, I thought I called Scooby-Doo or, like, Spoof or something. You guys were setting traps to where the guy that originally bought this house, my guy I work with, he's not afraid of that shit. He went downstairs when I was saying, yeah, they're setting the traps off. They're not catching anything. He grabbed all 4 of those traps, and he goes, yeah, they're not using the right bait. He went down there, caught a couple. Daisy caught a couple, and then my poison got the rest. I could prove that because I had to fucking take floorboards off to find the dead ones that were smelling. But I took them all out, and I haven't seen them since. And I got rid of the main problem they were always going after was Daisy's food. I stopped feeding her like that. I only feed her, I give her the food, and then if she doesn't eat it all, I get rid of it. No more food down in Cleveland. It doesn't matter what kind of house you had. I remember my fucking lawyer, he was cleaner than a whistle. And it wasn't even his lawyer, it was the guy he worked with, Dub, who lived above me. What's funny was I was living under his partner. I remember they would get drunk, wasted, and my lawyer would always tell his partner, he always go, don't forget whose house you live in, motherfucker. Those lawyers, when they get into drunk arguments, you would see some fucking crazy-ass shit. We'd always play chess for money, and these guys would get into fucking serious arguments over $50, and they were almost millionaires at that point. Like knives out and shit. But they would be drunk. The guy that was my attorney, he got banned from the casino downtown, and that's almost impossible when you spend the money he did on blackjack because they accused him of counting cards, and they did it one night when he's a drunk. And the problem with my lawyer, if he drinks, he's not the greatest guy to be around because he blacks out and he's a real asshole. Like the nicest guy all the way up until he's blacked out. When he's blacked out, you're almost like, all right, Brandon, let's close it up. You know, shit like that. When I first started the podcast, I wasn't making enough money, but he offered, I'm like, it's not that big. When I was doing it with Bolin, he offered me to do it in an office of his building. He's like, yeah, just throw me a few $100 a month. I'm like, I don't want to leave my house to do it. I'll just do it in my house. I wasn't going to be able to blow trees and shit in the lawyer office and just fucking make it smell. Thank you, Ann. I sent you an invite, Rev. I don't know what you're waiting on.
You did? I did. Oh, shit. You did. My bad.
So he already fell asleep before even the first game got in.
I haven't fell.
Jacob Waters says, my old boss had a Napoleon Mastiff. Took some time for him to be cool with me. Yeah, that's how they are. Now, Taz was capable of being cool with you. But I always said, when I'd have people over, even when I knew he was starting to get to know the voice, like I didn't even have Roman around. Roman didn't come over during those times. When I visited Roman, it was away from the house. That dog was scary. And I didn't even ever want to take the risk of him accidentally getting mad one day and just going after someone. Because the problem is, if he bites you, you're going to remember that bite. It's never just a nip. Like a Doberman might nip you a couple times and see if you got anything going. He'll bite you twice and go, you got anything, motherfucker? You going to kick? They're bully fighters. I'm saying if I were to walk to my backyard, one thing Pablo would do, if he's your friend, they would run behind you, but what you don't realize is that's actually the same thing they do when they're attacking. But if you're their owner, they do it they'll just play with you. Like what they would do is a Doberman will run from behind and they'll want to jump and grab your neck. When Pablo was first being trained by me, when I would run to the back fence, I would just see what he would do. He would chase me to the back fence and he'd always jump up and he would lick my ear. But when I seen him go after people that would run through the yard and stuff, I noticed he didn't go like with the licking thing. They would go for the bite. Ready, Rev? But yeah, that lady down the street's got pure. I don't know if they're purebred, but they're miniature Dobermans, but they're teacup size, meaning they don't get much bigger than a PlayStation controller.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm ready.
But if I got that dog, I know I wouldn't be able to do Uber right now. It would be hard to. I'd be able to sell cars, but I know I'd have to come because I train. I don't. If you neglect a little dog like that, like my girl did the Chihuahua when I was in prison, they'll become unpotty trained, and they won't even give a fuck. They'll just piss right on your bed. Dogs that are small like that, once they become accustomed to just pissing on shit, they'll do it. I always had to fucking shampoo where Cheech would piss. And Taz and Cheech got along great. Chihuahua Cane Corso.
That's a funny combination.
Yes. We are racing, or we are battling. He is risen. Who is the he they are speaking of? Ah, shit! Damn it! I went right by it. God almighty, did you see me whiff that?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn on. Go to casual after this.
Okay.
Just to get you some practice, because I'm like highly ranked.
Gosh.
These guys will eat you alive. Oh yeah. No, I'm serious.
No, I know. I
At
just
the
like the
Preacher
way.
Mike yesterday.
I like the way you said it. These guys will eat you alive.
He is risen. Sure do. I hit it. At least I got some points.
Like I've never been this ranked before in Rocket. It's a lot lower today because of the block protection.
I played Rocket yesterday. I missed it.
Here's me and Peter Mike.
I'm off tomorrow, so I forgot to get up, play a little bit.
You'll only last an hour anyway.
Damn it. I'll figure I'll go to about 11:30. It's an hour and 15 minutes. Figure BC will be in here soon.
I remember a house I used to sell dope in. The guy was a lizard fan, and I used to buy lizards for his tank. Castles, and we would fucking, when we were waiting for people to come buy weed or X or whatever they were buying, we'd fucking feed the lizards. And the dude was a dope fiend, so he would have never had a nice tank, but I made the tank like a baller tank where there was castles, lights. We put lizards in there that would have to fight. We didn't know they would fight, but some of them would fight to the death.
Dopey.
No, that was that's why I gotta have Ohio Man do a show with Ohio Man so I could come in here and tell dope stories. Yeah, that lizard house, not only did I make it a fucking notorious house in Menor, that fucking was a real true life dope house. One time in the bathroom, no joke, in the toilet I went to piss. I would never have shit in that house. There was a McDonald's we used to walk to, but I pissed in the house once, and they were using coffee filters to wipe their ass. Now, I was young, so it was like me, I'm just looking for a place that you could sell drugs. To me, it didn't matter. I made a boatload of money out of that. Roman was there too.
No.
He went there a couple times. The street
I
was called
saw-
fucking Burridge. What's funny is the house looked like Freddy Krueger lived there. You know how Freddy Krueger house is on a house with all nice houses? Well, the house was the ugliest house on the street. I don't know how it never got raided. I don't. That is a goddamn miracle to this day that they never raided that place. And this wasn't. I might have been adults, but everyone looked young. We were only like 21. I was still selling dope to fucking 16-year-olds. DC said he's in the lobby.
Thank God.
Yeah, I remember when I got expelled from school. What was funny was somebody told on me, obviously, but when they found the weed in my book bag, I had 15 wrestlers in my book bag. People were like, where the fuck would you have wrestlers in there? What was funny was I
Like
would get
action figures?
yeah, no, because I used to collect
Nice.
certain
Yeah,
figures,
Yeah, cool,
and there were
cool.
certain ones I used to be able to like sell or trade. I was into all that.
Of course. Yeah,
But what was
yeah.
funny was when the cop was but why I bring that up was when the cop was searching my shit, he opens the book bag, and I think they thought it was all dope, and he starts pulling out wrestling figures, and I remember the cop was like, "What the fuck is this shit?" And I remember I was like, I said whoever the wrestler was, it was like the Godwins or some shit.
It's Roddy Piper, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and then he eventually found the weed, and what happened was
Well, you
some
got these
fucking.
wrestlers, bro.
This is what I learned a very valuable lesson. I was telling too many people I had weed, and usually I didn't bring it on. And the one time I bring weed to school, and I wasn't selling it till after, someone told on me that didn't like me, because there was a lot of people that did not like me, and they fucking came and searched me. The cops already knew I was a troublemaker. I didn't necessarily was all a troublemaker for drugs. I used to get in tons of trouble. I got in trouble for stealing a bike I didn't even steal. I was just a guy that hid it from my buddy, and then when I wouldn't tell on my buddy, they pinned it all on me. But I got so much street cred for that.
For having the wrestling action figures?
No, for fucking when I didn't tell.
I know,
when
I
took the-
know, I know.
I didn't care about X figures. Everybody knew I was a Magic playing fucking action figure.
Not your typical drug dealer.
Well, the drug thing happened on accident. It happened through cigarettes. Like, I was at one time the least likely kid to sell drugs. Because when I first started selling weed, I wasn't smoking. That's usually not how it goes. Usually you start smoking first. First ever bag of weed I sold, I was not a smoker yet. The reason why I was so afraid to smoke, because I knew my stepdad would have known. If I went home high, he would have known. And when I was so young, I didn't know what the effects were weed yet. I didn't know what I smoked, and he'd be able to know for like 2 days. But it all expired from cigarettes. I was selling cigarettes, and I remember guys would always say, "Hey man, you need to start having weed bags with the cigarettes." And then that's how it all started. But it got bigger than I thought. Like, I remember the first kids that I was getting weed from, they weren't even big fans of mine. Like, it wasn't because of I was like, I was just a different dude. They were guys that like wore Sean John, had all this nice shit. I would play fucking with action figures and sold cigarettes and played Magic and fucking did all this weird shit. Watched sports, gambled, big time gambler. Loved anything with gambling. But I started fucking with those dudes, and I was like, let me get some weed. But where they were surprised, they were like, damn, they were fronting people, and I always had the money up front. I'm like, no, I got cash. I used to sell cartons of cigarettes and make a killing. When my grandma fucking stopped with the gas station, that was the end of one of my lifelong hustles, was selling cigarettes. Because she used to give me cartons for free. And think about it nowadays, how much money I'd be making if she still owned the gas station.
Ooh, grandma.
I had free gas, free smokes. The only rule on the cigarettes, like, she wasn't like giving me cigarettes at 9 years old. She came up to me once when I would go to work at the gas station. She goes, Michael, everyone in your family, just so you know, besides your Uncle Ricky, smoke. I know eventually you're going to grab the cigarettes. And she goes, here's my only rule. I know you're going to be afraid to tell me, but if you're going to grab cigarettes, grab them from that shelf. Because if you grab them from the one we count from, your grandpa's going to count them, and he's going to see he's missing, and he's going to fire the black lady. They worked because they were in the middle of the hood. That's what he said. And we didn't have the balls to tell Grandpa I was smoking at fucking 10.
He's gonna fire the black lady.
Yep.
That
Everybody that
sounds
worked
like
for
something
him.
my grandpa would do.
My grandpa did the stupidest thing ever. Was he used to own a computer? I never knew the story because no one would ever talk to him about that shit. But he used to own a computer company called Data Pro, and that's how my mom met my stepdad. Was he employed my stepdad, who eventually owns his own computer company nowadays. Now he does something way different. But when computer programming was huge in the 90s, before everybody was a computer programmer, if that makes any sense, he was dealing with computers when you needed your computer looked at or worked on. The companies like Fason that are now Avery Denson and all that shit, they would call him. You know, it could be in the middle of the night. He'd have paychecks from these places for like 30, 25 grand. I remember I would see him on there. They would send him hams. And obviously it changed over the years, but he just evolved it to another company to where he does like the scanning. He like scans barcodes or does kind of shit like that where he tell you all your shit's bad or something to deal with barcodes where he makes a shitload of money from scanning your shit. You can probably look it up. It's called Snively Incorporated. All right, BC, I'm sending you the thing. That's why if I could do everything over, I would have never sold weed and I would have just did everything my stepdad said so I could have did computer shit. But his field was very rare. Like he said, it took him so long to train his brother. He'd always say, I can't train your mother to do this. He goes, just so you know, not everybody could do my job. Because I'd always say, let me do what you do. And he'd be like, dude, you know how long it takes? And I wasn't even a computer guy. I never even owned a computer. Like back then, I might have had a laptop I could use, but you couldn't go on the internet. And if you did, you had to get your dad's permission. And there was no, like, you know, sites that there is now. There might have been, like, internet back then was like MySpace. It was just, like, pictures and blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, there was some shit that was a little bit different. Yeah.
Instant mess AOL.
Well, yeah, see, I wasn't hip to all that. My dad was, but that's why I said, what's the point of me having internet when I'm just going to have to ask my dad? And, like, the internet wasn't, like, the greatest.
You got mail.
It wasn't a great thing then. And kids owning cell phones and shit like that, that wasn't
was very
even
foreign. No, I was very.
Yeah,
I had
that
a
was
pager.
very foreign. If I would have said, hey, Dad, can I get a cell phone for Christmas? He probably would have ran in the other room and grabbed his video recorder because he had a video recorder. And he probably would have taped me saying that because that's how.
No, I
His
had a
phone,
pager.
I remember the phone he had, he didn't even use his phone. He goes, Michael, you know how much I had to call if I made a call with this phone? And he only had it for emergencies and when the big companies called.
I had a pager until I was 18.
Yeah, I had a
And
pager.
You know why? You know why I had it until I was 18? Because back then, you had to be 18 years old to get a cell phone. 'Cause you had to have.
I never had that trouble because I was selling cigarettes and weed so early that I always knew somebody that was either 21 or 18. That's why there's an old expression. They'd always say I was getting beer at fucking 10, 11 years old because I either could go to a gas station, I knew a guy that would smoke weed or smoke cigarettes. And dude, cigarettes moved like weed in fucking middle school. Because I remember eventually it died down. I still had cigarette licks at 18, 19 years old when we were old enough, but it died a lot because everybody could get them. And in the 90s, that's when they were becoming everybody ID.
What
You
was
didn't even
your,
have you didn't even have a chance. Like the places that didn't ID, well, usually you never even went into us. You didn't go onto that side of town. You'd be lucky to get out with the cigarettes. I used to pick up cell phones from dangerous parts of towns because you would be able to get early cell phones for $60 a month unlimited. When you could not get that shit at Verizon, T-Mobile, early hood stores, I was a very big fan of. They had the Hakamalakas that knew how to work on the phones. They knew how to put the screens on before motherfuckers were putting screens on.
Malaka.
I didn't get my first cell phone until I was 20.
Well, I had to move out. When my dad was catching me, he was on me like every cent. He was finding money of mine, and when he started taking my money, that's when I just one day left. I threw a party that I felt so ashamed of, I couldn't even face him because of all the damages, and I just fucking grabbed my keys and left.
What did he do with the money he took from you?
Dude, one time he took a bag of weed. I'll tell you an interesting story. Luckily, imagine this. I just started selling weed for this one guy.
I know this story. You told me this before.
And I would always have money down on weed, but the kind of guys I was getting weed from, these guys were already moving fucking elbows upon elbows of weed. So they would always throw, if you came to their house with $600-700, they were giving you £2 because they were fronting people that had zero money. And, eventually I met all their plugs and shit, still talk to some of them to this day. But I bought 6 ounces from my dude, and he gave me 12. And I'm talking early. I might have been in my first month of selling weed, kind of, like at a serious level. I was done with ounces and shit, and I was ready to go higher. My dad, I didn't realize, I put it in my room, first mistake. Now, I didn't realize weed would smell up your whole fucking house if he didn't smoke. And my stepdad smoked, but he only got like enough that he would throw in maybe the garage that didn't smell the house. You know what I mean? So I was not even here. He smelled it one day. He went in my shit. He took the weed. Here's what's funny about the story. So he took the weed, right? He probably expected me to come home, trip, cry, do whatever, say this. I was so fucking scared, I didn't say a thing. What was funny was, I was hanging out with this black dude face at the time. This isn't the guy who gave me the weed. It was a white dude named Matt. I remember I told him a story, and he goes, "Hey, man, why don't you let me rob one of those white dudes you go to school with, and I'll just give you the money you owe your buddy." And I go, "Nah, man, I can't have that kind of fucking reputation." Because Face had a bad reputation for robbing dudes. That's how I always knew how to be around him. You just got to know how to be around guys like that without getting robbed. But we were really good friends. I still talk to him this day, but when I got that shit taken, I remember he offered to rob guys I knew. He goes, "I'll go rob that kid right now, and I'll give you fucking half of it." But I had to tell my drug dealer, "Look, man," and this is something that I was embarrassed. I had to walk in the drug dealer's house who was able to sell weed in front of his parents. His mom didn't give a fuck. He paid bills. And I had to tell these guys who already thought I was a risk being a drug dealer, "Hey, guys, my dad took the weed." They didn't believe that at first. They eventually found out I was telling the truth. I forgot how I had to get that cosign because they were used to guys saying, "Hey, man, I fucked up the weed, this and that."
Of course, yeah,
but I told them straight up, I was like, "My dad took all my shit." And they knew I lived with them, and I think somebody vouched for me. And the guy goes, "You know what, man?" He goes, "I'm making you so much money, I'm going to give you another chance." But here was the story behind that. I was so in debt from that, I wouldn't have been able to stop selling weed. So my dad acts like getting rid of that weed would have kept me from doing it again. No, Dad, you just made sure, and I never had the balls to tell him this, and I wish I did, but you just made sure I'm in the drug game now. I owe a motherfucker money. I'm not about to tell him I can't get his money. These guys love to fucking clown on people, and they're known to smack a motherfucker around for fucking shit up. They're gonna give me a shot. They knew I wasn't malicious. They knew I wasn't even barely smoking weed. I only smoked weed on certain occasions when I knew I didn't have to see my dad. And I was selling so much, he took that weed, and then the next time I came home, he did a strip search where he found $400 on me, and he goes, "Where's this 400 from?" What was funny was he said he took the, and I know he didn't put it in his bank or spend it. Guy was loaded. But he took the money and he goes, "I'm taking it so you can't go buy drugs or buy this or that." And it's like, bro, how do you know that this drug money wasn't from a drug, like some dude that would put a bullet in me if I don't have his 600? There was motherfuckers doing shit like that I knew that would smack you in the face if you didn't have their shit and you had some clown-ass story. Because you weren't allowed to get got by your father, okay?
Right.
Getting got at gunpoint was different. But they would tell you that. They would say, "Listen, you get robbed out there." You know what I mean? And that's why I remember they told me earlier, you might want, because I wasn't a gun guy, I wasn't some big fighter. I remember that's when I came up with bodyguard hustling. Usually when I sold weed to certain people, I did it around guys where they would definitely think twice before robbing me. Or I'd be around guys that were known for being robbers, like Stewart and Otto. So when you were going around them, you were more afraid of what I was doing half the time. I usually didn't do shit solo after I got a couple times. I'm like, yeah, this shit ain't going to work. I was too young, and it wasn't like I was 27, 28 where you knew what you were doing. I was fucking 21, 18, 17. I was learning on the fly because I never sold weed.
Hey, Pizza Mike, Chaos is in here.
What up,
Wanted to
Pizza
hop
Mike?
in.
El Boston says, was this before or after the party? Party, I didn't see my dad after the party for like 7 years. I was so ashamed. I didn't see him until years later. I'm planning on one day, I think, driving up on him and just telling him why. Because he probably wonders how I went from literally the head of that broadcasting class to just disappearing and ending up in prison. That had to have been probably, and my mom never told him when I was in prison. I'd be like, "Are you going to tell him I'm in prison?" Because I'd only call her. And she'd be like, "I'm not telling a motherfucker that you're in prison. Are you fucking serious?" No one ever in my family got in that much trouble before. It was all over a bag of weed that is now legal to possess.
Yeah, and since it's legal now, you should call your old pal Brandon or whatever his name was, your lawyer
I
friend.
probably could, but I don't do anything that involves me having a clean record. If I'm going to have a clean record, it's going to mean someone said, "Hey, man, you get a clean record. I'm going to let you do this for me." Everything I do, I'm either the boss of, own, or buy. I don't need to have a clean record to deal with all the people I deal
Well,
with.
when you get older and you need to like move into like subsidized senior housing, you might find it hard to get approved for housing if you have a felony on your record.
Thank you for
That's
the
something
follow.
that's definitely something that you should consider, especially since it's legal now. You could probably qualify for a full expungement. And you might think it doesn't matter, but like I said, when you get in your older years, you know, your twilight years, and you got to move into a place that's not 2 stories or whatever, you know, stuff for old people. When they run a background check, if you got F's on your background, they may be like, you can't live here, you can't stay here. So you might want to just look into it.
We'll worry about that day when that day comes. I own
Well,
where I live.
yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
The taxes
You gotta-
just went up. That's what's funny. They raised taxes. It's funny, the year Trump becomes president, that my house costs more now.
Well, it just means you have more equity. If your property taxes went up, that means your house is worth more, brother. That's good for you.
Worth a lot more. Dude, I bought my house for
Yeah.
16 grand. The house across the street sold for 140.
Dude, so you got $100,000 of equity in that.
All
Of
I had to
course you
do was
have.
put siding on my house. I just never.
Well,
I've
no,
always lazy.
I'm saying, like, if you woke up tomorrow and you decided, like, man, I want to go full Hazelwood and go out and buy a Cayman. All you got to do is go down to the bank and get a collateralized loan based off the value of your home. There goes your $100,000 that you can spend on whatever you want right there. Car, TV, remodel, whatever you want. You know, that siding that you need to do on your house, you should take the equity out of your house to pay for it, because then you'll just get it right back. You need 10 grand. to reside your house, pull 10 grand of equity out of your place.
Definitely would have cost 10 grand.
Well, I know. I'm just saying. I don't know what shit in Ohio costs, but I know.
Well, I know people that do that one, but it wouldn't cost me 10 grand.
I know a dollar goes a lot further in Ohio than it does in California.
The guy that I work with, he could buy. That guy owns fucking 3 buildings. Like I said, the only reason why we buy cheaper cars is because it's our market.
You can have Shim do it too. Oh,
Huh?
he does like kitchen remodels and shit, right?
Yeah, Shim's a part of some real serious business. Like me and him are friends, but I'm not the guy he calls in that field.
Anymore, ever since you charged him $1,500.
No. He would use me for a dump truck.
No,
guy.
I know.
Bro, I'm saying a majority of his jobs are remodeling kitchens. They don't all need dump trucks. This was an addition on a house, meaning they were doing the addition and Shim was doing all the shit inside the addition. He wasn't the one digging the hole. The Amish were digging the hole. He might have been paying everybody. But the guy who paid me for the job wasn't even Shim. That's why I said, Shim, if Shim could use me, he'd use me every day. That was actually a side job he threw me. He's got his own dump. That's why I said anytime he would need a dump truck, he would just go in his backyard, unless the job would call for more. That's why he told me. I remember when he gave me the check, he didn't, like I said, he didn't care about that. You think I said $1,500? That was his price. I remember he walked up to me and he goes, I don't even know what to charge you. I've never done a job this big. And he goes, well, trucks usually get paid $75 an hour. And I was like, holy shit, run that. But then I got paid less because he goes, well, your truck's not as big as I thought. Well, it's big. I mean, it's still big enough to do the job. Fucking Ford 450, Super Duty. But his dump trailer was huge. That had to be pulled by a truck. And we were filling both of them.
That's what I've always said. It's still big enough to do this job.
I remember I showed up before that. They're like, why'd you show up so early? And I'm like, because next time you guys are looking for someone, I know you'll be like, man, let's get that motherfucker. That motherfucker shows up before we do. Remember, both days I knew those guys were going to be on the job. I showed up before. I knew what time they were going to be there, and I knew what time they told me to be there. I showed up on purpose early.
That's true.
And the guy that they had, their other guy that was driving his Shim's truck, that guy was late one day. They were pissed at him. That's why they were like, damn, this guy's first week, he's showing up early. He's not even costing us $1. The other guy had the dump truck, or Shim's dump trailer, blocking the whole job. We had to wait for him because he had the keys. Because I remember I heard Shim on the phone saying, he goes, Mike's there, the other dump guy? And they're like, yeah, he showed up before us. He's ready. Get that other clown here and move this fucking truck so we can load this fella up. And they came back and they're like, damn, you did 6 loads? And I said, what? I said, yeah, why? And he goes, the other guy's slacking. And I'm like, why? How many loads did he do? And they said the load. And I was like, that's why the guy told me. The other guy that was dumping, he'd be like, hey, man, tell him you saw me up there if they ask, was I up there? And I'm like, what do you mean by that? They'd be like, if they ask if you saw me, just tell him you saw me.
Yeah. He's milking them. They're having you do all the work, and they were getting the $75 an hour while you just got your flat rate.
No, the other guy, they were upset that he wasn't fucking around because that was Shim's truck. Because here was the thing. Shim only wanted that to be a 2-day job. So when the other guy was fucking around, it ended up being a 3-day job. So how Shim looked at it was that other guy that was late, like I said, they were yelling at him. Like, hey, listen, man. And it was a Jewish guy, so they were really, and there was obviously a guy in the field. But they were like, hey, man, we need you to do at least blah, blah, blah loads. Because they asked me if I wanted to drive the bigger one, and I'm like, no, I don't feel comfortable driving a trailer. I'll drive a dump truck, but a trailer, I've never been trained, and the trailer he had was worth thousands. And if I were to fucking hit somebody, they would sue the living dog shit out of him. Not me.
Yeah, for sure. Good call.
Superior Home Remodeling is the name of Shim's company.
Be careful now. who you say that to.
Oh, he doesn't give a fuck.
No, I'm saying, people have had to change the names of their businesses because of.
That dude is born. Listen, they ain't changing Shim. Shim is like
I'm
in
kidding,
the
I'm
Jewish
kidding.
community when it comes to carpentry. Dude, he's like the man. I remember when I first met Shim. He was living in this like little apartment when he first started. Like when he first got the rails. Like when unfortunately his parents passed away. But when he started doing it all by himself, dude, he literally grew up.
In terms of Jewish carpenters, the all-time rankings go Jesus Christ is number 1, and Shim is number 2.
Yeah.
Did you
At
know that
least in
Jesus was?
Beechwood.
Did you know that Jesus was a carpenter, Pesci?
Shim
Like
goes,
actually.
Shim
Did
goes.
you know that?
They,
Did you
they
know
love
that?
me so much here. I can walk in with my boots on, and this house looks like
I
it's
knew that.
brand new inside.
Did you know that, Pesci?
What?
Jesus Christ was actually a carpenter. I wasn't just making a joke there.
Yeah, no, I've heard the rumor.
I read his book. It was pretty good.
Isn't it? Last time I checked, it's the
BC said,
greatest.
"Where is Rev? Rev, are you even playing?
Wait, I thought BC was out in
What do you
Dublin.
mean?
I thought BC was out in
You're not
Dublin.
in the
The
game.
lobby.
It says we're playing with someone
Oh, I
else.
thought, didn't y'all go back to the lobby?
Didn't we go back to the lobby? Go to the lobby, I guess, BC. Are we able to just...
Hmm?
Oh, we can't leave yet.
BC, are you out in Dublin for
I
the
gotta go to
memorial?
casual.
I went to the lobby because Pizza Mike was in there. Well, where the hell Pizza Mike go now?
Oh, Pizza Mike's in there too? I didn't know he was playing. He
Who the
didn't
hell
say anything
Pizza
in
Mike
chat.
is?
Oh, he said I'm in lobby. I just saw that now. Rev invited me, but it did. Well, he's still in the lobby if you want to go in there. I didn't even know he left.
Oh, I thought y'all seen. I thought you seen where it said Pizza Mike was in the lobby.
I thought you were playing in that tournament. That's why I didn't. I thought Pizza Mike was already playing in that tournament.
Oh
I'm
no.
not voting concede. We're gonna play this one out, BC. I'm not quitting on that other guy.
I'm gonna make me something to drink while I wait.
Yeah, that car I sold Eric Roman, he's still driving that car I sold him, and that was the car I was driving for 4 months. I told him. So those fucking Highlanders, anything made by Toyota fucking kicks ass. If you're just
they make-
looking for something to drive.
You did great cars.
That
used to
car
have a
might look
Lexus.
like it's not much from the outside.
I used to have a Lexus. I loved it. It was a Lexus hybrid.
I probably would have bid it on a Lexus if I didn't see the Genesis first. What's funny was the Genesis was the first car I saw, and I was like, yeah, I want to do the Uber in that. I was still surprised I wanted it.
Genesis is a
Tried
nice
to
car.
that guy tried to lie to me and make me pay high age.
Basically, Genesis is to Hyundai what Lexus is
I'll
to
tell you this though,
Toyota.
it says nothing Hyundai on the car though. Hello, Ann.
No, it's a completely different line. Just like I said, it's just like Lexus.
Yeah.
Toyota makes Lexus, but you don't see Toyota anywhere in that car. Maybe on the fucking
I didn't even
glass
know
or
the
something.
Japanese made Nissan, but then I just thought about it. They probably make that and Mitsubishi, but
Yeah,
Nissan
you remember?
suck ass.
Do you
I
remember?
don't know
the-
how you could make Toyota
And
and
Honda.
then make the Nissan.
Do you know? Do you remember this old car company called Datsun?
The Japanese make fucking Honda and Toyota?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I knew that, but I don't think I realized it was.
Yeah, Honda is the name of a Japanese.
I thought it was different Japan, like how there's Tokyo. What's his name said South Korea makes Hyundai.
Yeah, no. Honda's Japan. Honda, Toyota, Nissan, all Japanese. Do you remember those old cars, Datsun? Do you remember Datsun's, Pesci? 280Z, the 510. Datsun
I'm not an engine guy. So whenever people say engines, I have no idea. The only engine I
28
know about is the 5.0.
280Z was a car that Datsun made. In the modern day, you might know the Nissan like 300Z. So
Yeah.
Nissan used to be called Datsun, and then because of what they did during World War II and other shit, they changed the name of the company.
I thought
So have you ever
Chrysler
heard-
made 300. They used to. They used to make a Chrysler
Yeah.
300.
Yeah, they still make it, I think. But the Nissan is the
It's more of a 200
300Z.
now.
300Z is the Nissan. I bet if you open the hood on your Genesis, I bet you the engine has a Hyundai cover on it. Probably has a Hyundai logo on it.
No.
No? Yeah.
Mm-mm. Genesis.
Yeah, those are strong cars. And like I said,
That's why I said
the,
you
Gen-
couldn't. You
the
couldn't tell.
Genesis Open, Genesis Invitational is the big tournament that they play at Riviera Country Club every year. It's one of the only tournaments that Tiger Woods
Ryan
has
Day was
never-
at the Pro-Am.
Beat Michigan. I love how that person keeps showing up to wrestling events with that sign that tells you how many days it's been since OSU beat Michigan.
But
They've
you know
been at
what? That
They've
exists
been in-
everywhere, and they used to do it for Ohio State too. Once upon a time, they did it when Urban Meyer was fucking coaching us. We had those signs. They would say like 5,000 games since fucking Michigan beat fucking Ohio State. That's why I said Urban didn't even have to win titles. He knew he goes fucking undefeated against Michigan. Motherfuckers will bow to him.
Yep.
And normally if you beat Michigan, you end up winning the Big Ten. That's how it was. Like when
But
we would lose a game, they would lose against, like I remember I told you that story about we lost to the cancer kid.
Maybe.
So we were playing Purdue. They were a little bit better than Purdue normally is, which isn't great. But they had a super fan, almost like a Make-A-Wish kid. They were promoting him all week. I mean, it was a sad story. It was a sad story because he was a great fan, part of the team. But anyway, the team, he was sick or whatever, and the team was going to have him come to that game. So literally, they had him come to that game where he was, nurses were there, shit like that. He died like a week or a month later. But they brought him to that game. And it was his, without saying dying wish, it was his wish for Purdue to beat Ohio State. And we were the best team in the fucking league that year. We were whooping motherfuckers. We whooped Michigan that year. We got whooped by Purdue. And I'll never forget that. Only reason why Urban Meyer didn't go undefeated, and this is before the playoff was like big time. So you couldn't lose a game and still go to the playoffs. You lost a game and there was other teams undefeated later. That was college football then.
Even when Urban Meyer was winning national championships, he'd be on stage being presented with the national championship trophy, and he'd still be talking firstly about beating that team up north. He don't give a fuck. He don't care
And
about.
I think obviously now on Fox, I think he has to contractually say Michigan because you're not allowed to be a commentator and show root.
Yeah.
That's why they
for
wouldn't
sure.
let Kurt Herbstreit do certain games because he went to Ohio State. But I think you might hear him say Michigan on Channel 8 now. But when he worked for Ohio State, anytime you'd see him in public, anytime he was interviewed, when he talked about Michigan, if he talked about him, which was rarely, he would refer to him as the team up north.
That's old.
They would
school shit
say,
right there.
how do you feel, Urban, like 6 weeks in about your team competing for a national title? Urban goes, we're not talking about national titles yet. We still got to play Michigan. But he'd say the team up north. We still got to play that team up north before we celebrate anything here. He goes, I like the work we've put in, but job not done. See, the problem with Ryan Day was he was losing against Michigan, and he'd be like, come on, guys, I beat everyone else. Well, you should, Ryan. I mean, how good is Penn State really? You know what I mean? Michigan hasn't even been that great.
How good is Penn State, really?
Yeah. Urban benched players. There'd be people crying sometimes because Urban took them out because they missed an assignment. He did not fuck around on that game. Urban Meyer got rid of Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow went on to win a Heisman. Yeah.
You're right,
Joe
he
Burrow
did,
was our
yeah.
quarterback, and we had so many. I mean, it's kind of hard to say we had so many good quarterbacks because Joe Burrow went on and won the national title in the SEC, which is very hard to do. And
the Heisman Trophy.
We kept losing in like one of the last games of the year. That would always we won a national title. Don't get us wrong. We won the first ever playoff. We beat Saban. But Urban kept he would always lose one game. It would always be one game that would just sneak out of the woodwork, and Ohio State would lose. But he beat Michigan. And you never brought it up. You think I ever cut a promo on Urban Meyer?
Maybe. One.
No. He always had the best players. Everybody respected him. When he was on the sideline, when he was interviewed, that's why it was a damn shame what happened to him in Jacksonville.
Yeah, he didn't really have much control down there.
What up, Fatal?
Yo, what's up?
I don't know. You wasn't talking.
Yeah, I had to run out to the kitchen for a minute. When I got in here, there was a conversation being had, so I waited.
This is that Urban was a really nice guy. I've met him a couple times.
Yeah.
And he got, and the only reason why he got fired, folks, is because a coach on his staff was beating his wife, and Urban didn't fire him. And the rumor was everybody knew he was beating the shit out of this bitch. And the Ohio State knew that even though nobody wanted Urban fired, the people that cover domestic violence and those things, and those were going to start coming in waves, and they were, to where he pretty much faked an illness, acted like he was dying, and went to Jackson.
I know.
Damn woke.
Like the guy that fucking fired him didn't even want to fire him. He even said out loud, he goes, I don't want people to think I'm firing Urban.
Fucked up. Well, if he could be on TV now, why can't he get his job back? I mean, if Fox will hire him, put him on TV.
That is an excellent question. Because why did Jacksonville hire him?
Yeah.
I gotta know that Urban's firing had something to do with money, obviously. And that coach that was doing that, there was probably a lot of, who knows, boosters or something that said, look, man, you bring Urban back, we lose this many millions. You got to get rid of him. We'd love to keep him. Because how do you fire a coach that was always perfect?
What happened to the guy who beat the shit out of his wife?
Got canceled. Got canceled.
Did he
No
go?
worries. Yeah, they banished him.
Yeah, he's not on Fox.
But the thing was, what happened was when the lady eventually came out, it got ugly because she would bring up that everybody at Ohio State knew or blah, blah, blah. And Urban was too close to this guy to not have an idea. It was just the same reason why they fired Joe Pa. Joe Pa wasn't fucking touching those kids.
And that was the end of Joe Pa.
And that was the end of Joe Pa. One of the saddest things I've ever seen in my life.
That's one of your greatest comments of the night, though. I can't remember what the full context of the conversation.
The context was,
and that was the end of Joe Pa.
Joe Pa came out and fucking, they did that interview at his house.
Yeah.
He never even got to do an interview on it. Like, this shit literally killed him. He did an interview at his house, and I'll never forget. Because there was people who were like, we love you, Joe. And someone goes, we are Penn State. And you just hear Joe go, we are Penn State. And that was the last thing. He goes, you damn right, we are Penn State. And then he died. That was literally the last thing he said to the media, is we are Penn State, and died.
Yeah, and then died.
I think the thought of that being his legacy, when they started saying, hey, we got to take your statue down, we got to get rid of your library, we got to fire your son. And when they fired Joe Pa, he wasn't really head coaching, he was more of a trophy. He was that guy you kept on the sideline at that point. They were grooming other guys to be coaches. Weird word to use considering what was going on there. And the problem was Sandusky and fucking Joe Pa had too much history. It would have been like me working with Schmidt, and then 20 years later you find out Schmidt was doing fucked up shit, and I was just letting it happen. I wouldn't be a fan of that. Especially that shit fucking Sandusky was doing. Like, holy fuck. You know what's crazy is when they're like, yeah, he would just take advantage of people. If I was a football player and that motherfucker came in with some shit like that, I better hope I'm in shape enough to where I'm kicking his knee out, punching him in the face and going, hey man, this motherfucker just tried some fucking Wes Craven shit. You know what I mean? I'd be whooping his ass. They would have fucking came in there. That would have been on YouTube. Bet. I saw that one dude was like 6'3". I'm a 6'3" football player and I'm letting this old. Fuck that. Hell no.
Hell no.
I'd have been like, yo, I'm sorry for all the victims, but I'm not going to be one. That boy Sandusky is doing some fucked up shit. Channel 5, get in here. You give me fucking 30 grand, I'll tell you a story you're going to be eating off of for 3 years.
Barkley, there's a damn interview with damn Barbara Walters fucking talking to Sean Connery, and she's like, so I heard you think it's okay to slap your wife. He said, well, if she gets out of line, I have to give her a little smack, you know? She was just flabbergasted that he said it, and he's like, has anyone ever slapped you?
I knew a fucked up individual, and what's sad was, I mean, I'm kind of friends with this guy to this day, but I knew a guy that his wife got into a fight with a woman, and she was like in a fight with 2 women, and this motherfucker went in there and decked out both of the chicks. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeesh.
And grabbed his wife and ran out of the party. It was like 15 years ago. But his wife was getting into a fight. This guy he was a guy who was known for beating everyone's ass. But you never would have thought he would have fucking kicked a woman's ass. He literally walked up to these 2 girls, and they were like heavier set girls, and he literally just cold cocked them. It was 2 punches, and they both hit the deck. And he ran out of there with his wife. Well, it was not his wife then, but it's his wife today. We call him West. What's funny is we call him Westside.
Wait a minute. Now, are you saying that there's something wrong with that?
Well, a lot of people frown on when guys knock chicks out. This guy knocked 2 girls out like he was like he was MMA fighter.
But
that side was a big dude. He worked on a fucking roof.
Yeah, I got you, but like if 2 women were beating up on my wife, it'd be damn if I wouldn't football kick a bitch in the face.
All right. Well, then I guess you and Westside are. I think maybe people thought he should have just grabbed the ladies and threw them on the ground. No, he knocked them out.
Yeah, that's probably.
I'm not gonna let my wife get her ass beat like that. That's just like what the fuck. Fuck society's norms. I'm a damn if I'm gonna let that's.
So you tell that to the judge. See what it does for you.
I don't give a fuck what the judge says. If there's two women like fucking beating up my wife,
Hey.
I'm not going to just sit there and watch them. Oh, so am I going to sit there and watch them kill her? Is that what? Oh no! Well, I couldn't
Hey,
get a woman.
when a judge says,
Decided norm.
hey, when a judge says 72 months, you don't care, motherfucker.
Well, fucking that's I gotta go then. Shit, but. Fuck, you gonna let somebody just beat the shit out your wife? What the fuck, man?
No, like Pesci said, I would probably just remove the chicks and throw them on the ground and then get out of there. I wouldn't knock them out.
And a swift kick to the jaw, man.
I
What,
fucking
a
love
big
West
Randy
Side. I'm not gonna lie. I fucking
Can-
love West Side like a brother. I still talk to him.
Can you-
today, but that
hey,
was one
can
of the
you-
craziest things I've ever seen.
Can you even?
That's
lift your
probably what
leg?
Urban. That's probably how Urban
Never
felt.
mind.
He probably loved that one dude like a brother. I'm thinking like, dude, would you hate West Side if you could? No, Urban was probably thinking the same shit. But I
Can
didn't
you-
work at
can you-
Ohio State.
Can you raise your leg that high, Reverend?
See, if I worked at Ohio State, I'd call West Side and be like,
If
look, I
fucking-
can't be a friend of yours in public, but I'll throw you a few $1,000.
I pull a damn Randy Orton.
He said I'd pull a Randy Orton.
Pull a Randy Orton.
That's why I'll give AEW credit. I did like that they were letting the guys do the moves and the girls. Like when John Moxley DDT'd Willow, I fucking lost. That shit was great. That was fucking great. He just looked at her, smacked her in the face, and then gave her a DDT. Can we get more of that, Tony?
I mean, it's not like I'm gonna go out and just punch a woman, but I mean, shit, like if you're talking about like two women, two fat
Yeah, it was
women
two
are
women.
beating up on my wife, like fucking, what am I, I'm not gonna just sit there and watch that shit, like.
The whole party got out of control. It wasn't like it was like so many different fights going on, but his wife was getting fucked up by these two girls. Someone's like, Mike, your wife. He just fucking ran, saw these two fucking heavier set chicks, and he knocked them out like men.
No,
I just
crazy.
remember that look in his eye. He looked at those girls like they were dudes. I'm like, holy shit.
For that
A
black
couple of
girls
us
or white
laughed.
girls?
We were immature. I remember I laughed.
Why does it matter,
I-
Reverend?
I didn't say, oh my God. I laughed.
World Star.
And no one even liked the two girls that got knocked out, but I wonder what would have happened in today's world. That was back when you could hit women, fucking do racist shit.
No, a couple weeks ago, my girlfriend used this line where she said, men used to go to war, because I was doing something on my computer, and she wanted me to do something for her, and I wouldn't do it. And she said, men used to go to war, and now they won't even blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, men used to be able to smack the shit out of their women, too, when they got out of line. We can't do that anymore, either. And she was just completely silent.
I guess it just depends on where the hell you are.
Because it's true, like, yeah, men used to go to war, and then they would come home and beat their wives.
Well, I get, the laws are weird over in California. You can't hit a woman, but be damn if you can't go in there and steal a fucking.
No, the
50-inch flat screen
laws
TV.
the laws aren't weird in California. They just have a weird way of picking which laws they want to enforce. We got
When I
all the
was
same laws
younger-
that you got.
When I was younger, I thought California was the coolest place because I remember going there, and there was so much weed, and
Yeah.
even though it was illegal technically, people
Yeah.
had fucking bicycles that they were driving and delivering weed on the bikes.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
felt
it's
legal. I was
there's
in
always,
fucking wine fields. I was in a wine place where they had literally a village that police had to be called into. They had their own enforcement of law. And that's where these guys would do these weed deals. And we would meet them up there in the fucking mountains. And these dudes were ballers. They were like lumberjacks. That's what I called them. I called them lumberjacks because they were 6'7", and they all
Yeah.
wore like,
Yeah.
flannels and shit like that.
You can thank Phelan's boy Gavin Newsom for all that. stuff.
Those was crazy about those guys is I would have never
Don't
been
you
able
put
to.
my
If
name
I
in
never
that
did
stuff.
time,
I don't endorse that son of a bitch.
A motherfucker's so corrupt that even other Democrats say he's corrupt. That's how you know you're fucking corrupt.
Yeah, that's why I
Your own
said
party's like that.
I don't endorse Gavin Newsom. Don't you dare say my boy Gavin Newsom. I will fucking throat punch you.
those
When that
lumberjacks had a
motherfucker-
code. They had a code that. Oh, go on. I said those guys I was fucking with, those lumberjacks, they had a code literally because they were both guys that had been to prison. If they brought in new guys, literally unless you were like, I don't know, someone that they knew forever, you had to have gone to jail for them to fuck with you right away. That was their thing. They didn't fuck with anybody that didn't do time. They'd run your shit. They would do all that. They knew almost everything about my fucking legal background when I did the deal when I was first introduced with them. But they're like, it's because of your background that we'll deal with you. If you were just some guy that's never been caught, we don't like dealing with people that have never been under the knife. And they were dealing with, they had a lot of money on the line. And they ended up getting set up by a girl. They went against their own code, and they were dealing with a chick, meaning she wasn't buying the weed. They were keeping it at her hotel because this girl, Nina, who I used to shit on all the time and say she shouldn't be in. No, I'm serious. This is a girl that my dude was banging, but I'd always say shouldn't be in the drug game or whatever because that day's going to come. And what happened was she had a baller-ass apartment that they would just store weed at. And she was good at making sure the weed, nothing happened to it. But when shit got bad and they went after the head guy, and then they eventually started questioning her, she was singing like a fucking rat. And they got even more trouble for fucking with her. And that, hey man, you guys went against your own code. They said you either had to be vouched for by certain motherfuckers, or you had to have a fucking criminal background for them to even sell weed to you. And I fucking did them a favor because that was before Cash App and shit. They gave me and the fucking guy that I was going out there with who introduced us, they gave us 20 grand each on the airplane because they wanted us to travel back with it. I remember I had 10 grand and hundreds in both my back pockets. For some reason, that was the most you were allowed to have or some shit. They were comfortable with us each having 20, but their idea was they would send people on planes that would move 100 grand from Ohio to Florida, and that's how they would do it. And if you were good enough when you went out there, they would send you back with weed. Enough weed that would change your life. Like I said, I was making fucking thousands of dollars.
That's fucking crazy.
What would have happened if you were just got on the different plane with that 10 grand?
In the last everything, it wouldn't be worth
These guys were like millionaires, Reverend. They knew where we were gonna be. They had people at the airport. This was not no fucking Scooby-Doo fucking mission here. When you got off the plane, you knew who was driving you, and this Uber didn't exist. We got off the plane, we knew who we were going with, whatever. We gave the money right to the girl or whatever. We had our own money. That's why I was like, dude, how are we gonna do this? We had to just hope that we didn't get searched, and we put our own money in the fucking thing. They did the same thing every time. They'd go to certain casinos. Casinos is where you could turn 20s, drug money into hundreds. One of the easiest things in the world. You go act like you're gambling for 20 minutes, you could turn all your 20s into hundreds. Did it for fucking years. I could show you how to fucking go into fucking the casino down the road, take 20 grand in 20s, and I'll come out of there with 20 grand in hundreds.
How you do it?
For starters, you play craps. Gamble for like 15, 20 minutes playing craps, right? People open up $5,000 all the time. 5,000, count me in, chip me out, right? You act like you're playing or whatever. You play for 15 minutes. People do it everywhere. You say, color me up. I got 5 grand on the table that I gave him in 20. He's gonna color me up in all 100 chips. So when I go charge at the casino, when a casino sees you have money, they don't ask a lot of questions. They want it. You know what I mean? Rule number 1 when you work at a casino. When you see someone with money, don't ask them where they got it. Let's just hope that we can fucking get this shit.
Just take it.
Yeah, but we did that all the time. I'd act like, now I was a crap player. It wasn't like I would just set 10 grand down and go, oh, let me get 10 grand in chips and not play. No, I'd let it go around. I knew how to look like I was a gambler.
Degenerate. You're just a natural degenerate.
To where only $1,000 on the table was mine to gamble and everything else was got you. The other way. You would hit up for certain slot machines. And the guy would always say, play 50 just so you don't look like a shithead and write it down. So we would play 50, but I would just be shoving 50s and whatever in there. Because the idea is when the money had to travel then, before Cash App and all these new tricks that drug dealers have, you had to you couldn't send it in the mail because it was too scary. So you had to get it back by plane or bus. And these motherfuckers were selling boatloads of it. I hooked them up with a guy I knew, and they bought 100 pounds from this guy. And they only did it one time because they didn't like the way the guy did business. He was a little bit high on his price. But they cut me into that deal, and all I had to do was make sure they didn't get robbed. I go, bro, you don't even have to give me the money. I'll bring the weed here. Because I knew the guy well enough to where he knew who I was fucking with already. He goes, yeah, I'll trust you with the weed. Gave us the 100 elbows. We drove right over there in a fucking Ford Explorer. They fucking pulled up and fucking... What's crazy is that Escalade that you took a picture of, Barkley, they pulled up in red Escalades that were fucking fresh off the lot, you know.
Yeah, I'm really considering buying that truck, man.
They were like 6'5".
When I was a sophomore in high school, that was like my favorite fucking car. That 2002, that's my favorite body of any Escalade. Oh man. It was.
When I went to prison, that's how I lost track with them, and then they got busted again.
Yeah, I feel like $5,000 is. I think he's giving me friends and family. I feel like he could get more for that.
You know those things that they build for airplanes? Those like round things with the doors that open in the front. He had one of those for cars.
All right, I'm gonna call it right now.
Round things that opens. What are you talking about?
All right, think of those things. You'll see them in a backyard. They're big enough to put one of those little small private jets in. The doors open, huge.
Oh, you're talking about a hangar. A hangar.
It's not a garage. Well, I don't know if this is what he called it, but this guy had one of those, and he would store it with cars.
Yeah, where you store an airplane is called a hangar, an airplane hangar.
They were building these in backyards.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage, John Travolta, Jay Leno, lots of these guys. It's very common for car collectors to rent airplane hangars to store their car collections. That's that's very common. That just means
it might not have been called a hangar, but it looked like a hangar. I mean, if that guy wanted to put one of those commuter planes in there, it would have fucking fit.
That means you're a fucking baller, though, because hangar space is not cheap. Very expensive because it's extremely limited. Every airport only has so much.
That guy bought me a car. I did so well for him. That was the craziest shit I ever seen. No other fucking dealer did that ever. He bought me a fucking car. It was a Toyota Corolla. And I remember he fucking goes, you're smart. Because I didn't want to stick out. And everybody else that I was dealing with, they were driving fancy shit. And that was the days where, you know, they were looking for weed dealers. It wasn't, go ahead, sell weed. No, they wanted you if you had the money we had.
Escobar over here.
Well, it wasn't that much, but we had enough
No,
to be...
I know. You weren't Tony Montana or anything.
I mean, you got to figure, if that guy was giving us... And this is in the regular era. Let's keep that in mind. The Dro was just being introduced. So if we got Dro pounds, it might have been 5 to 10. But when we got regs, 50 to 100 usually. And they were moving like that then.
What did you say was just being introduced?
Dro was just being introduced to where...
What is Dro?
Hydro, the good shit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The weed you smoke, the California.
Yeah. I've never heard it called Dro before.
That wine country I was telling you about. That wine country I went
to. You were probably either in Napa or Sonoma, I'm guessing.
So this guy, who was not familiar
with an hour away from me.
What's funny was I was brought out there originally because the 3 guys I was dealing, this is how early it was. These guys were good at buying weed and having the money. What they weren't good at is when Dro was being introduced, they didn't have a good eye for it. Meaning there was 2 types of Dro. There was shit that you paid a lot of money for, and that was the shit that was exotic in California. And what's funny was my buddy flew me out there. That was the first time I met these guys. And we were already getting regs from them. But they were introduced to some new weed. And the guy goes, listen, man, you can give it to my buddy here. He'll tell you which ones to get. Because it was like diamonds. There was Fugazis in the dro in the early day. And there was, non. And on the East Coast was a different breed because they were buying dro up at top dollar. So if we were getting pounds, and at the time, paying $360 an ounce all the way up, sometimes close to $4 in the early days. But this is how rare the weed was. This was some shit nobody had. Trust me. It was shit nobody had. It was like 2007, 2005. And yeah, they had other dro you could buy for $2, all the cheap shit. But dude, back then, Cali had certain perp in that San Francisco wine shit that you couldn't get anywhere else. And if you could, you didn't know the guy. Guys probably grew in basements you never met and had great weed. And nowadays, everybody grows. But back then, to get the weed that we could sell for $500 up here, 20 a gram all the way up, no breaks, we went to California for that. They had a whole bunch of shit around here, people attempting to do it. That was the early growing and the early attempting, and people calling this dro and this dro. And what would happen was, it might look like something. Oh, this is great. And then you kind of smoke it and realize it. And that's what these guys weren't good at. That's why I had the opposite. When I used to sell coke, I couldn't tell good coke from bad coke. Because they did so well at rocking the shit up. And that it always got you numb. They had shit that they'd put into that. So I was never good at that. I sold the shit all the time. But I'd get criticized all the time for having mediocre shit. And people would always tell me, but I never knew. Because I wasn't good at telling good coke from bad coke. But weed I was good at. And they used to pay me early on to do that. And how they would pay me is they would let me sell on the bags they were selling. Because these guys didn't let everybody sell with them. They would always make it very apparent. Look, if you're in our circle, this isn't some fucking Mickey Mouse club. You know what I mean? This is serious from top to bottom. We're watching you when you don't even know it. That's why in the first month, when that guy was meeting me and he saw how I was handling it with driving the low-key cars and shit, he said, I wish you acted like the buddy that introduced me to him. Like, he wanted the guy that I was dealing with to act more like me because the other guy was flashy. He would spend all the money he made. He was a great guy. He's still around to this day, but he would spend everything. He'd be in flashy cars, rentals, limo buses. You always knew what he was doing. You know what I mean? Everybody knew who we were already. So, it was hard to hide from police and shit then, but he was too flashy. So, the drug dealers we were dealing with, they would always peep that. So, when I would start doing certain deals, I would get certain privileges that maybe he wouldn't. Like, they would be like, yeah, we're giving you this. You need to keep an eye on this, or don't deal with him when he's doing this, and we like how you're doing. And there was times where they would even just call me, and they would say, listen, we're about to drop a bag off at his house. And they were always loyal to the other guy. But they're like, you got to keep an eye on it. Because what was happening was he was trusting too many people that weren't paying him. And they loved the guy too much to cut him off. And they weren't about to just go through me through them, and I wasn't like that either. I was like, I can't do that to the guy. He's the one that when I first got out of prison, I was selling weed at like a certain level. And then I met this guy. It was like every time I got out of prison, I'd go from selling weed big to bigger every time. It never went down until they made it illegal.
Big on big.
As soon as they made it illegal, that's when everything died down. I remember when Colorado announced they were going to be legal for the first time, and I remember I was scared. I'm like, dude, this is the beginning to the end.
And that it was.
Yeah, it was the beginning of the end. I was like, this is only a matter of time. Because even if you could get deals, people like that store shit. Because like they got dispensaries around here that are selling triple compared to Michigan in prices. Where you'd think, how could there not be a black market? You're still got it way cheaper. Motherfuckers like the idea where they can walk in a store. Some of them get punch cards, get menus. Because here's the funny thing is they see these menus and they really think they're getting all these different weeds. And a lot of them smoke no different than the other. There are certain ones, but you're going to pay for those. That's why when Michigan has all these zips for 125 or under, yeah, they're great deals, and some of them smoke fine. You know what I mean? I'm not against smoking it. But if you were just a connoisseur that was looking for that, I need to be high, like Snoop Dogg shit, you got to spend. That's the only thing that you got, and the people like doing that in the stores.
Yep, and you still have to do that out here in California too. It's the same way. Like, yeah, you got your really cheapo shit. You know, I can get you an ounce for $60. You know, and it's good stuff. It's good weed. I could take it back to an illegal state and sell it for $10 a gram, $15 a gram. But the same deal though. If I want the really good primo stuff, I'm probably going to pay about 40. You know,
you're not wrong though, Pesci. The whole psychology side of people.
Well, I do it when I go to Michigan.
They want the traditional retail experience, and some of the dispensaries are really chill, man. I mean, you walk in and they got like piles of pre-rolls.
Well, here's the thing: the dispensary is a great drug dealer because they actually always, at least Michigan. I'm not speaking for Cali. Michigan always, because there's so many, they have to have a deal. And there's always some intriguing deal that's good enough for you to walk in the store as a connoisseur to where, look, I might have been paying $100 from Pesci, but I might go here, pay about $50 more, but I'm getting all these choices. And I do it. It's like this guy that sends me vape pens. He always goes, why do you continue to buy from Michigan? I'm like, bro, because I go there and they got like 7, 8 different brands. And there'll be like 4 or 5 of them that you could double your money up on, you know, at least in Ohio. But now that Ohio made it legal, people are going in there, and even though they're double the price of Michigan for a lot of shit, they don't give a fuck. What happened is the dispensaries took away all the people that would resell. So all the people that would buy from me and resell, most of those people are gone. That's why I always used to say in the beginning it's good to target a good number of smokers. Because a real smoker, if he smokes something and he likes it, he'll keep going to grab that until he knows he can't get it. I do it. I know certain guys that'll have a certain type of weed.
We have customers that do it.
Yeah. When I go to the dispensary, I go there for one of two things. It's either infused pre-rolls or ready to roll.
Yes. Infused pre-rolls, they kill it. Yes, they do. They kill it so much that I tried to make my own. Obviously, I can't replicate what they did. Mine are done a little bit different. But those ones they do, those are money makers. And the weed that they put in those joints aren't even that great. That's the biggest hustle of those infused joints. The weed is usually subpar, shake,
probably
whatever.
Shake. It's shake, yeah.
Shake or like that. They kill it because that shit that they just coat the outside with is enough to get you to smoke and be like, all right. Now, if you smoke 50 of those things daily, yeah, you might go elsewhere. But they're enough for me.
A lot of money.
Yeah. Well, see, they're expensive out there. They had a deal on 420 out here. They were selling them for 2 for $20.
Infused?
Yep. Oh yeah, just for 420, dude. Dude, there was lines like we were at Cedar Point, going out Backpack Boys. Buy an ounce, get a half free. There's where the dispensaries will always beat the drug dealer.
Yeah, we had deals.
I can get 2 5-packs for under 50 right now.
We had deals out here, but we didn't have no fucking buy an ounce, get one free. That's fucking crazy.
Like, I smoke vapes here and there. If I lived in Michigan, let's say I lived in Michigan.
Like that, Fatal? Did you have a BOGO on an ounce?
Well, I mean, you could basically do it like that because we had certain brands that were buy one, get one 50% off. I mean, if you wanted to buy an ounce, you'd get the second one for free.
What do you mean? You'd get 50% off. You wouldn't get it for free.
It's basically buy one, get one free. If you're buying more than one, you're getting 50% off of both. What's 50% off of each?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's 100% of one.
Where I try to get over on Michigan, and it's almost impossible, is getting those taxes cut down. Some stores, and they're like going away from it because they need the money. Some stores, you say, if you have a medical card, we'll just charge you the medical tax, and it's not as much. You're like, holy shit. And then you'd be like, okay, I want this weed. And you know what these motherfuckers would say? This is the most bullshit shit I've ever seen out there. And there was nothing worse when I had to start going there, and they're talking to me because they don't know me from Adam. And they're talking to me as if I don't know weed. And I always had to bite my tongue. I'm like, just remember, Mike, this is their job. They don't know that you fucking know what you're doing or whatever. But they'll fucking hand you shit all the time where you're like,
Garbage.
yeah.
Yeah, they just
I've
read
had
that
bartenders
script.
hand me garbage. I've had bartenders hand me garbage. Sure. And because I work in the industry, you know, I know what I'm looking for, you know?
Well, my thing was, I would hate when they would describe the high, and I'm like, damn. I remember I told the one girl, I was like, I wish I experienced shit like that. She'd be like, what do you mean? I'd be like, lady, I smoke so much weed, I don't even really experience a fucking high at this point. Even when I smoke the fucking, the good of the good, I mean, I might be feel a little bit better than normal. But literally, since the moment I got out of prison, I smoke from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to fucking bed. That's why I was fucking heartbroken when they made weed legal. Because nowadays, I'm like getting certain bags of weed that I'm not even smoking out of. Because I know I get smarter to sell. And I'll just smoke it all. It was easy to smoke an ounce when you were moving a couple elbows a week. And they're like, oh, I remember the guys were like, don't worry, though. And this is where the black market will still live. Yet, and I don't possess this weed yet. We're going to see if this guy who brings this weed over later or either tomorrow or whatever he does. But I don't possess a weed right now where I know certain guys you could call them and you could say, look, smoke this. And if it's a certain type, they won't go to the store. But if you don't have that, they're going to the store. And the problem is it's harder and harder to get because I don't know what Michigan does. It's weird. It's like they'll show you something that's really good, but I don't know if they're shaking the weed or it's almost like sometimes it's artificial to where you're looking at it like, holy shit, that's the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Before you know it, you go home, you're smoking fucking bag to bag to bag. I'm like, shit, this tastes like the shit that looks like it's like a cubic zirconium. This shit looks like a diamond.
Sometimes it looks better than what it's
Crazy.
Sure. Sometimes it be like that.
Fairy dust.
That's why I love it when they say, oh, we'll give you a free pre-roll. And I'm like, lady, I'm not smoking one of those fucking unloaded pre-rolls. You sell an ounce for $20? Are you fucking serious? I might as well go buy a pack of ports at that point. Yeah, they got deals in Michigan. You get an ounce of pre-rolls for like $15, $20. Not the infused ones.
Garbage.
That's
Garbage
insane.
weed. Oh, yeah.
I would
Trash.
never touch that. I would never, ever touch that.
The
Not in my
stores roll it
life. You
up.
couldn't
I don't know
pay
what
me
it
to
is.
smoke it.
I know, it tastes like shit. They'll always give you a free one. Well, I always be like, you get the discount here, the taxes off, and they'd be like, no, you get a free pre-roll. I'm like, that's
There's
like you
stuff
kicking,
that I get
that's
in
like
my
you kicking
goodie
me in the
bag.
nuts and telling me to go fuck my mother. What do you mean I get a free pre-roll? That should just be
There's
something
stuff-
that you guys give.
If I dress
There's
like that,
stuff
I'd
that
have
I
to
get in
kick
my goodie
own
bags
ass.
monthly from work and stuff that I won't even touch. I won't even try. If somebody else doesn't want to try it, I can't give it away. I throw it away. I don't do it. I don't eat. I don't eat it. I don't smoke it. I don't drink it. Whatever it is.
The pre-rolls, I put the juice on and do the shit that I sent to Puncho, I sent to Brad. Those I do good on. But the problem is I'm behind because I'm years too late. Meaning people, if they're going to buy those, they usually do go to the dispensary, and I'm not known as a pre-roll guy. And no one's going to think I have good ones. But I usually put decent shake in them. But that sauce I use and that keef, that's why those infused joints work. Because by the time you get to the weed sucks. Trust me. Those fucking Jeters, the weed is awful in them. We've
Yeah,
emptied
that's
one
been
out
actually
just for
proven
shits and
too.
giggles.
They've been debunked a number of times. They got YouTube videos out on them.
But I could sell a boatload of those up here. The
But that's
problem is
why
they're
they just.
overpriced
That's
in
why
Michigan.
Jeter just did a whole big like a revamp, almost like a repackaging type of deal, where now they infuse them with rosin, and they actually are a
there's
lot
also-
better.
There's also a lot of other brands pulling up. Like the two I got for 20 weren't even Jeters. I bought the things from DH Gate. You could buy the jars, and you could buy the Jeter jars with the stickers and the mini things. It's just infusing it. It comes out okay. It just doesn't come out as good as those ones. But I never had trouble selling them. It's like I always like shit on them, but I always tell myself, bro, when did you make Jeters and not get rid of them? Every time I made them, and I told people, I said, look, I made these. You can have this for 20. Go buy a thing of Jeters for 40 if you want. Try these for 20. I'll put 5 in there. Sometimes I'd even put an extra one in there. That's why I was like, damn, I'm surprised in Cali that the ounces aren't going for $1.25 or under in there like Michigan.
Well, for some fucking hoot, you can get a $125 ounce, sure. If you want some fucking skunk or whatever. You
No,
won't
but
catch
what
me
Michigan
smoking.
does is you'll go into Michigan, right? Yeah, they got weed for 200, 175 or better. But they'll have like 100 types with all cool ass names that are 125 or under. And you'll look at some of the shit and you'll be like, anybody that's just a common smoker, not a like me, they're gonna buy this shit all day. You know what I mean? That's what I said. I'm gone. That's why I started seeing what they were selling. But then when you smoke it, that's when I was like, well, if I could just get the kind everybody wants, which sometimes I only get once every few months, that'll be the time when you call certain people. Because like I said, there's certain shit that I smoke, and if I know that guy's got it, I'm gonna grab it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like I said, I only go to the dispensary for 2 things. And if they don't have it, I don't go. Otherwise, I just go to my plug. Like
I've got a lot of customers that are like that.
Like basically, I get my weed from a guy like Pesci, and the reason why I prefer to go to a person like that is because I know the dude smokes the shit that he sells, and he ain't gonna sell shit. He ain't gonna smoke shit that he don't approve of. Therefore, he ain't gonna sell it.
You know who? And not all of my Jewish buddies did this, but a handful of them still
And
go
he
to me and
takes
they say
way-
we're not paying those taxes. I know Jewish
Bro,
guys
and
that
then-
are completely against giving their ID, and they're completely against paying that tax.
Yeah. Well, and this dude blesses me too. Like going to the plug, I always get more for my money. Like he'll sell me a quarter for $30 if I want. And this is top shelf shit, you know? You can't get the shit in the club that this guy has.
I gotta take a picture and send this. I gotta put this picture in Discord real quick. Hold on. This one.
I just keep thinking about that Escalade, man.
I just seen a truck that was pretty nice. It's got some pretty good reviews too. The Honda Ridgeline.
Oh yeah. I've
I
heard,
see a
I've
lot
heard-
of people driving
I've heard
it.
nice things about
Oh,
that.
Ridgelines
Yeah.
are really good.
No, I got a buddy who's selling a 2002 Escalade. It's literally the Tony Soprano white one. He only wants $5,000 for it. It's only got 100.
That's
It's only
not
got
bad.
100. Only got 100,000 miles on it. And it's been in, I guess technically 2 owners, but the other owner was his dad, so really one owner. It's just his family's truck, you know. I don't know, man. I'm tempted.
Take it to a mechanic, make sure they didn't.
Nah,
turn it back to
I
your
know the
odometer.
way. I know the way this guy takes care of his shit. There ain't nothing wrong with that truck. I promise.
I'm telling you,
You
you
know-
can know somebody. You can
I
know
would bet-
somebody all you want, and they
No, I
can be
would
the most
bet-
shady motherfucker.
I'm so comfortable that I would bet money on it.
Let me make sure this
Like a
picture
lot of
fucking
money.
came out. Here, I'm gonna show you guys something funny.
The problem it does have is the AC is broken. So it probably cost me like
That's
1,000.
easy.
Well, it might cost me like $1,000.
That's
If
not
you went
shit.
to a fucking, depends who you go to, but yeah, that's it. What did I tell you? Anything that's broken on that, starting with he wants $5,000 with the AC broken. Welcome to California.
Well, we're in the Bay Area, Pesci. It doesn't really get that hot out here. Like the hottest day in summer might be like 88. You know.
And still, you roll your windows down.
Yeah, roll your
Probably
windows
good.
down and you're chilling. Yeah.
Especially if you're by the ocean.
I'm really tempted, man. It's a beautiful truck. I put a
It's
picture
probably
of
not
it.
a bad deal. It's probably not a
put a
bad
bit-
deal, but I just wonder what else is wrong with it, you know?
I put a picture of it in the PW Apeshi Discord chat if you want to see it.
Hey,
People
go in,
ain't
go,
just giving
go in
away caddies,
interesting.
and that's basically giving away a caddy. That's
Hold on,
consenting into
go-
you as
go
a friend,
under-
basically.
Go under
Interesting.
interesting and look at the
Uh-huh.
picture I put
Oh yeah.
and zoom in
What
on
the hell
those,
is that?
those
What
boxes.
are those?
Those are boxes of vapes
Oh wow.
sent from Cali.
Jesus. Yeah, you're stocked.
Well,
You
I
got a
always
whole you got a whole dispensary in your kitchen right there.
Well, I told people I was a dispensary for years before it ever took place. That's why when Colorado announced they were going legal, I knew I was in trouble.
Which
And
is
that was
why I
in
wish I knew
2016.
you when I lived in Ohio, because in Ohio I had the hardest time finding good weed. Little did I know you were only a couple hours away.
But what's funny is the guy who gave me that, he just called me and goes, "Hey man, I'm sending you a couple vape pens," and it was
A
that.
couple.
But that's his version of a couple.
So
and
what is
those are
that?
boxes. Those are boxes of 50.
What is that? What
Hey,
is
I
that?
just smoked a slugger earlier.
What does
I
that
have a
cost you?
slugger.
What is
There you
your-
go,
what is
sluggers.
your-
That came from your state.
Sluggers is very, very popular. God, they got a whole clothing line and everything. Like they're
What is
very
your
popular and
upfront-
they sell like
Pizza
fucking
Mike said the
hotcakes.
selection is on point, Barkley. Yeah, Pizza Mike's been here.
What's your upfront cost on that shipment there? What does that cost you?
That's free, because
Oh wow.
that's
Jeez.
because I'm the one that's doing that job. That job's worth money. When they're sending it, and you got to be a receiver, that's money job right there. I used to get
Yeah.
paid to catch boxes of regs in the early days. We'd set up certain houses. I got robbed once because I was paranoid and I trusted a friend of mine, and I fucking got greedy and fucking said, "Hey, we're gonna probably have to start paying you less." And that was probably a bad idea for me to do that when I was having them catch a pound box with fucking 17 elbows. 2 different boxes, and the guy just fucking, the mailman walked up to the house. I'm in the house 2 doors down. It was a close friend of mine, and he took the boxes and he fucking disappeared. We never saw him again. We heard about him going to jail for robbing banks down the line. He robbed 2 banks. What's crazy, we're like, damn, how the fuck do you rob one bank and then go back to rob the second? He was robbing a bank like a crackhead, meaning he was going in there and he said he had a gun on a piece of paper, put the money in the bag. It wasn't no Joker, Batman shit. It was this dude was doing like he went to rob a bank for a couple grand. I was like, what the fuck? You gonna think you're not gonna go to prison for that? Who had the balls to do that? What's crazy is he actually got out of one bank. They didn't get him until the second bank. Like, hey, bro, why don't you just take that luck? You're not Bonnie and Clyde. Why would you ever? I was so upset when that dude did that because me and him we made a lot of money, but I blame myself. I should have never told him when because he was definitely starting to do a little bit heavier drugs then. And I should have never told him I was going to give him less money to catch fucking double felony boxes. That was my greed. I regret that move to this fucking day. Because it was only $500. And that was a huge felony then. You got caught doing that later. Cops would press you up and
Later.
down. No, I'm saying the cops would press you up and down. I used to, I don't want to say love that, but if I could have anything, and they probably taped it, but they'd never give you the tape. I used to love when the cops would question me and you would see their tactics to try to get you to crumble or whatever. But I always told people when I got busted, and not everyone's like this because I've been set up twice, but whenever I got busted, the first thing in my brain was like, dude, you're gonna probably have to do this forever. You don't possess no trait. You don't possess no like for instance, if you get out of prison and you can put a roof on, or you're a welder or someone like that, you will get a job. If you're
Right.
someone like me that is not a welder, or, you know what I mean, fucking no background, no whatever, and you don't know the person that's running the job, you ain't getting a job there.
Nope.
What's your record, kid? My record then was 2010. I didn't even have a car background yet. And the only reason why I was able to sell cars was because I knew those 2 guys forever. That's what I said. It's about who you know. Those guys would have never brought me in if they didn't know who I was. We were like brothers before we even sold cars. I remember the thought when it first happened. We were like, dude, wouldn't that be cool if they allowed us to go to those auctions? And Phil was the one that put up all the, you got to have proof of 70 to 100. I don't know how that works. You got to have proof of that. I did not have that 14 whatever years ago. I didn't even have a house then. I was living in my lawyer's house that he was always selling. Only reason why I got this house is I got lucky. Brandon was selling the homes that we were living in, and we were growing weed. And I wasn't telling Brandon, and I probably could have, because he was used to dealing with criminals. But Brandon would call me, my lawyer, who was my boy as well. He'd be like, hey, man, can you show the house to a realtor? I'm like, I got Taz at the time, fucking 300-pound Cane Corso and shit. I'd always go, man, I got Taz here. And he knew about Taz because he was a Cane Corso guy. And he was the only one that was able to babysit Taz the one time for me. And he goes, man, put him out in the backyard. You know you got a fence. You just need to show her the basement where all the fucking weed was and the upstairs. And I'm like, dude, what do I do? So I remember, this dude was such a baller and we were so cool. I was putting off realtors and he wasn't even giving a fuck. I was like, thank God. Because then I remember that's when I told Phil, I go, look, we got to get out of this house. Because they weren't willing to grow weed in their house because they had too much shit going on with wives and kids, and they weren't trying to do that. They knew I was willing. So he goes, we're going to search for a house down here. You're going to bring Taz. We're going to probably go into a more dangerous neighborhood only because the houses were like 16, 17 grand, and the houses where I was living were already starting to go up. And then remember we came to the street, they were carrying sinks out of houses still, like houses that were empty. I remember a realtor was showing us the house, and the house next door, some motherfucker just ran out of it with a sink. And I'm like, we were laughing, and the realtor was not used to seeing shit like this. She was like, oh my God, what the hell? She's like, should we call the authorities? We're like, no. It's just a fucking sink he stole from the house or whatever. And we put the bid on this house. We bid it on 4 houses, and this is one of them. This thing was destroyed. Like I said, everything we did to it, we did it ourselves. But he put a $16,000 bid on it. And they're like, run it. And I was in here the next day. And now, you fast forward to now, all the houses, they repaved the street. All the houses have been almost redone to where all those house buyers have coming in. Like, the people ask to buy my house all the time. There's people that are literally on some of these streets, and they go door to door looking to buy homes that haven't been bought and flipped already like that. They did it to the house across the street. They turned a $25,000 house to $140,000. You can even look. All these are public records, too, by the way. Because I was like, how the hell did they figure this out? And the house across the street next to it sold for $30,000. But when the guy got into it, and now it's probably worth $100,000. But when the guy got into it, it literally looked like Fred Krueger. A guy across the street from me used to be a heroin addict, and he died. He literally died. I think I have videos of the thing. That was when his girl came here. I think that's when I first started streaming. Because I remember I was like telling Kenny the story, and they thought I was lying. I'm like, no, listen, the person across the street died, and since he OD'd, his girlfriend came over here. It was funny was all the cops were over there. I thought she was talking to the cops, and she was just so like over it. She came over here to talk to me. She goes, hey, Mike, how's it going? I'm like, hey, what's up? I was like, man, what? I was like, how come you're not over there talking to the cops? She goes, they don't even know I'm over here. I'm like, what? So basically, she got paranoid so much because her boyfriend died. They were both heroin addicts. It was obvious. She's standing at my front door hiding from the cops. I remember 5 minutes later, the cops were knocking at my door, and I always went, whenever a cop's at my front door, I never opened the front door. Because A, the dogs were barking, and how I'd always say, I would scream and go, hold on, I'm coming out the side doors because of the dogs. Whenever a cop hears that, he doesn't even give a fuck at that point when he hears because of the dogs. So I come out, and I'd come out by the fence, and the cop was like, some girl come over here? And I'm like, yeah, but she wasn't allowed to be. She didn't tell me that. I'm like, she was hiding from you guys? And I wasn't trying to be a tattletale, but somebody just fucking died. Okay, we're talking about death and shit like that. We're not going to lie to the police and risk
extreme
circumstances. I'm like, that bitch was, I go, that bitch came here and she was acting like, not, everything was cool. She didn't make it seem like you guys were really looking for her. They wanted to question her. And she was still on the drugs. The guy literally just died. But long story short, that guy went out of there. The bank sold the house for something dirt cheap. And now the motherfucker went in there fucking, it looks so nice, you definitely get $100,000 for it. That's what I said. If I sided my shit, $110,000 easy.
Plus you got a huge driveway.
Huge driveway. I always told you my driveway alone in my brain and to us because we sell cars is worth $10,000 alone. How many driveways? I got 2 Chevy Cruzes. I don't have my dump here right now, but 2 Chevy Cruisers, an HHR, a Ford Focus, a Hyundai Sonata, my Genesis, a Chevy Malibu, and a Jeep Patriot. That's 8-9 cars in my fucking driveway.
It looks like fucking Mexico in Pesci's driveway.
Yeah, but it's better than the guy next door who can only put 2 cars in his driveway because it's not big. I got a fucking
I don't know if you caught that joke.
How much do you want for that Patriot?
Jeep Patriot. He's got to ship it to you.
I'll tell you why you don't want that specific one. It's
won't
an
pass
older
smog
car.
in California.
Well, no, it's got some rust on it. I'm only selling for $1,800, but I'm going to sell it to someone who kind of knows, hey, man, it's got some rust on it. You never know what's going to pop up on a Jeep Patriot. I literally, driving home from the auction, had something pop up on the thing where I got to have it fixed now. You never know with them fucking things. As I said, Honda kicks ass. Shit like that just doesn't pop up, and when it does, it's really easy to handle.
Fatal, were you here when Pesci learned that Honda's from Japan?
No, it's not that I learned that. I just thought let me be serious.
He's like, I didn't know if they were from Tokyo or
I thought
China
it was like a different. I knew it was Japan, but I thought it was different sections, like how you said North Korea for the Genesis.
North Korea doesn't make shit.
I didn't know if Tokyo Tokyo, Japan. You know, like someone said that. I didn't know what the hell it was.
No, Honda's the last name of the Japanese guy who started Honda
Honda.
Motor
I thought Honda
Company.
was China. I thought it was
hilarious.
Chinese.
Yeah, but you do. I mean, I've seen you, like you're like that Chinese shit, and it's like we're looking at downtown Tokyo or whatever.
Well, and then that's true, but that's what I was telling Reverend. Like people would look at me and Reverend would say that like that's some race shit. No, here's the reality with white dudes, and this goes for anything. Let's pretend
This
I'm
ain't
in
a
France.
this ain't a race thing. This is just you being like geographically ignorant.
But hold on, let me
you
say
not
my
knowing
point.
any
What I was
better.
going to make. Let's just say you put a European, a motherfucker from France, and these are white dudes. You put a white dude from Europe, France, and a white dude from America in the same room. There's a good chance I wouldn't be able to tell the thing from them. So why is it racist when I say if I see a Chinese guy or a Japanese guy or a guy from Korea, usually I'm just going to say Chinese guy.
Chinese,
Because
that's
growing up in
fine.
America, we were, introduced to Japan shit, but everything, when you looked like a guy from China, you were referred to as Chinese. Sorry.
It doesn't
You saw
bother
an
me.
Asian guy, look at that Chinese guy walking down the street. I'm pretty sure if I was in Tokyo walking down the street, he'd be like, there's that fucking, American gringo or whatever. I could be European. He could probably be like, there's some fucking American. You think in Mexico they're going to know the difference between a white man from France and a white man from Menor if they don't speak?
It doesn't bother me.
That's what I said. I can't tell the difference. God bless the people who can. That doesn't make me fucking fucked up. No. If I see China, it's China. I see Japan, unfortunately, I might say Chinese shit. It's 12 minutes, BC. It was like the girl today in my car. She was from North Africa. I didn't know fucking there was a bunch of white people in North Africa.
You mean South
from
Africa?
the airport. She's like, I'm from North Africa, and I'm like, damn.
You mean
I was
South
like,
Africa?
I said, how? Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah. That's where Elon Musk is from.
I didn't know that. I mean,
Yeah,
it's the
Elon
same
Musk.
thing. It's like,
He's South African. Yeah.
it's like the Russians. I wish Anton was in there because he lived in Russia. If fucking Putin, if you didn't know who Putin was, and he was sitting next to Elon Musk, and you just put them on a chair, and you just walked in a room, to a guy like me, that's two white guys. I had no idea where they're from. Two fucking American idiots. And then they start talking, and you're like, nope, that guy's from Russia, and that guy's from there. Sometimes you can't fucking tell. BC said there is no white people in North Africa. I don't even think there's people out there. I think there's just animals, right?
He meant South Africa, BC.
Yeah, that's what I meant. You can't live where the lions live, can you? Isn't there parts of Africa that you just can't live in?
I don't know. Maybe.
You know what I mean? Because I doubt,
like
and then I know a lot of them do
Serengeti or
tribe
whatever.
shit. I doubt they're in areas where a lion could just walk up. Not that they wouldn't be able to spot it from about 100 yards out from one of the trees. That was the only thing I ever wanted to buy that was exotic from Africa. Is I wanted one of those miniature, not the one from Ace Ventura. I wanted a monkey like that, but it wasn't that monkey. It was actually one that was similar to the Ace Ventura one, but it was all black, and this thing was cool as fuck. That was the one thing I would have bought, but someone told me you got to fucking have diapers. They smell.
Yeah, they're wild animals, bro.
I was gonna buy once upon a time I was making money where I thought about buying an exotic. I wanted to buy a monkey. My dude was buying the dude I was hustling with was buying carrier pigeons that were failing. You know those pigeons that you would put shit in, and you would send them over.
Dude, carrier pigeons are fucking expensive, bro.
So listen, he bought a bunch of those, right? I'm not saying
They're
we ever got to do a
expensive.
deal in them. He bought a bunch of them with the intentions to do this hustle. This is how deep we were. He had an idea, and the pigeons were cool for a little bit, but he didn't do what he was supposed to. Like, when you get them, they stayed in the yard. That was the craziest part. But he didn't get them to where they could be carriers, and he never tried it anyway. But his idea was this. During those years, OxyContin was selling like a boatload. And we were one of the few hustlers that was actually on the shit. So us being around it was very simple. But we had a plug that was in Canada. And the guy in Canada goes, dude, it's almost impossible to get the shit back unless we figure out a way to send it in the mail, which was something that they eventually did, but I can't really talk about that. But they fucking, he bought carrier pigeons. And his idea was this, to put a thing around the pigeon's neck. And I think his idea was each pigeon could get like 500 pills. And he's like, we'll do 10 pigeons or something like that, or 5 pigeons or whatever. And we talked about all the money we'd make, but the problem was he never put the work into the pigeons to where the pigeons were just there. People would come over and they would see in my backyard on the shed. There was a whole shed for them. They would wake up in the morning. They'd go fly around. We'd be like, man, we're never going to see that motherfucker again. And they came back. They were smart. He just didn't get them fucking carrier trained. Those motherfucking birds knew where they lived. That was always like, holy shit.
That's trippy, yeah.
It was pretty trippy, and he spent up, like you said, he spent a boatload. He thought this was gonna. He watched I don't want to say YouTube video, but he watched a video where I'll give this to Bryce. I love Bryce, but Bryce would always get these crazy ideas, and he always wanted to be the first to do shit. And he thought that pigeon idea, which it really was brilliant. When
He
you
thought
would
it was
see
like
his,
buying. He thought it was
well,
like
his
buying
presentation was
Microsoft.
great. He would show you a video of what these birds do, like people who had them, and you're like, holy shit. And he goes, we're like, how easy is it to train them? He goes, dude, it's easy as fuck. And it didn't work. I remember the first one bird he tried to get to carry something. Like, he didn't put drugs on it. He just put like to carry it somewhere. And it came right back. It didn't work. And we found out the way you got to train those things, if you fucking lack on it, you could be screwed. You know what I mean? They might be trained enough to fly back home. But if you don't get on that carrier shit early and do all those steps that they were talking about doing, it's been so long I can't even remember half that crazy shit. I was making so much money, I thought it was stupid to get into another thing. But this was like a millionaire, like, look, I could show us how to make another fucking few million a year or whatever. Pizza Mike said the hangover monkey, he dealt drugs. I wanted a monkey like that. But when during those times, I dressed a lot different, meaning I was usually dressing something different every day. I didn't like to be dirty. I wasn't selling cars then. So the idea of having to change a diaper and deal with, they're not clean animals. It almost, the guy even said that was selling them. Things aren't clean, because that's why he was getting rid of them.
These aren't clean.
Well, dude, they were nasty, because this guy had a couple monkeys. I'm like, why are you getting rid of these things? These things are awesome.
This
He
guy
goes,
had a
man,
couple monkeys.
he goes, after 4
They throw
years.
shit at you. They throw
Well, he
shit
goes-
at you and everything.
He goes, after 4 years, monkeys could get a little bit tiring. And they weren't cheap, bro. They were $5,000, $6 grand. We had a monkey plug. Because my dude used to buy.
babies.
My
They're
dude
like
brought
having babies,
snakes.
literally.
And I told you about the lizard shit. I bought lizards once upon a time. We had an exotic reptile dealer that had a reptile shop, and he sold legal reptiles. But then he had this underneath area that if you were cool enough for him, where he'd be like, all right, here's the good shit. We got a monkey. We got a talking leopard. You know, shit like that. That you weren't allowed to just have a tiger cub.
A talking leopard.
Well, you know what I mean. I'm just saying the exact. It wasn't really a talking leopard. But he had some cool ass shit. He had some birds. That could do He had birds that could do the ABCs. And what funny was there would only be one of the birds that could do the ABCs, and he'd go, "That's how you hustle these people." So I get 100 of these birds. Only one of them's been trained to do the ABCs. They come in, they hear him saying the ABCs, and they think it's that simple, and they buy the bird. They come in there, this bird would be like, "Hello, Ralph, A, B, C, D, E, F." You get the other bird, and you'd be lucky that it can make it to, like, C. After some of these people would come back and they'd be like, "Yeah, that bird never learned the alphabet for me." We'd always be laughing like, "Yeah." Not all people. Meanwhile, the bird he had wasn't even his. It was trained by a fucking professional. He paid like fucking $6 grand for that bird just because it can do the ABCs. It died in 3 years.
Guy had a koala that could do the Macarena.
I know somebody that had
Macarena.
I know somebody that sold a panda for fucking 11 grand once.
What?
Had a baby panda for 11 grand.
A giant
Pandas
panda?
are expensive. They're,
No,
Hold
they're
on a
exotic.
second. A red panda or a giant, like a Chinese giant
No,
panda?
they were like little. It was a plane hustle. They were bringing them in. A guy would
Probably
bring
a
them in
red
on a
panda.
plane. It was a pilot. The hustler was the pilot you never met, but it was a pilot that would drive them in, and then he had guys that moved them at a store.
Yeah, that makes sense. You got to have a plane.
Now,
to
I'm not
move
saying you
illegal
walked in
animals.
there and there was a panda daily. You had to literally go, "I want a panda." This dude made a phone call, and he might call you in a year. All right, panda's here.
you might. All right, panda's here.
You know what I mean? They weren't really
Panda,
allowing,
panda.
shipping pandas isn't really a... See, I knew guys that had ideas like that. They'd be like, well, if we could get 2 pandas, have them up here fucking, right? Maybe we could just keep... But, dude, it was never that easy. There would always be, like, a catch. They'd try to breed one of them. The other one might fucking accidentally almost kill one. And he'd be like, okay, breeding random pandas has to stop. Maybe we're going to move on to something different. Hello, Nicole. I know guys that had sharks, but there were some sharks you could get that would only grow the size of a tank. I don't know if you guys know how that works. Like, the tank they put them in would be like how big they could get. It wouldn't be like, I bought a great white. No, they'd buy they'd buy like these sharks that got big. You know, you can't put them in no fish tank. But you could put them in those fucking tanks we were fucking with, where they would make them look like condos. Yeah, reptiles was a good hustle one time. I was really into lizards. I got kicked. When that drug house I was in got shut down because the grandpa came home. He got wind of what was happening there, and he literally flew home, and he took over that house because I don't know if he was planning on selling it, but he took over the house, and I remember he got a couple people in the house didn't like me, a couple people did, but it didn't matter because I paid most of the bills there from giving the one dude who paid everything, so I could do whatever I want. But he came there and he shut everything down. I remember I came inside to do my normal, and this old dude, old as fuck, goes, "Are you Mikey?" And I kind of like giggled because no one's ever called me Mikey. But he goes, "Are you Mikey?" I didn't know if it was like the lady didn't want to tell her my real name. She said Mikey, or I don't know. It was pretty close though, lady. And I remember the guy chased me out of the house. He's like, "I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the firemen." I'm like, blah blah blah. And that was the last time I ever sold drugs in that house. Now the guy who was in there, I referred to him as number.
Fireman.
I referred to him as number 2, the guy that I'd usually always had shit.
Like in Austin Powers.
Yeah, I'd always call him number 2 because he was the guy that hid the drugs. I'd have him sell to the fiends that I didn't want to deal with, and he was actually trustworthy. There was plenty of times I would test him to see if he would rob, like you'd give him something small, and see how they would do with it. Not saying that if they fucked it up, you would get done with them. You'd be like, all right, you can't trust him with certain shit. But this guy never fucking failed me. And he was a fucking drug addict to the T. But he knew if he listened to me, I made sure he had drugs to smoke, shit to eat, lizard food, all that shit.
Lizard food.
Yeah, crickets. Just buy them crickets. I remember one time when we bought an iguana and I didn't know it. It was a small iguana. They were the baby ones. And I thought they ate crickets. Meanwhile, the guys at the pet shop's like, dude, iguanas eat like lettuce and shit like that. You were feeding them crickets? And I'm like, yeah, they were eating them too. And they're like, never seen an iguana eat a cricket before. I'm like, I've seen a hungry one eat a lot of crickets.
Bionic iguanas.
Yeah, I spent a shitload of money on that, dude. That was when I would give anything to have money like that today. Making that kind of shit where you could just buy lizards for a house you don't even live in. It keeps you entertained when you were there. And when I first got there, that guy only had a couple lizards because he was a drug addict. I turned his fucking lizard fucking tank into a goddamn fucking Trump Plaza. Castles, smoke that would come out, like the foggers.
Trump Plaza.
It looked like that. The castles had lights on them. I spent some serious coin in there. I was making a fucking fortune. Like I said, until that old man came home. He shut that shit down real quick.
What a bastard.
And that was the one thing I definitely was afraid of then. If you said, hey, I'm calling the police. All right, I'm out. Later.
See ya.
Later.
See ya, sucker. See ya, sucker.
Pizza Mike said, I knew a weed dealer. He had a 180-gallon salt tank, 120 salt tank, 4 other smaller, not salt, crazy setup. Yeah. I know a lot of hustlers that dealt in reptiles. Alligators. You could get an alligator as a pet. You could only keep... See, I don't understand. I think you had to get rid of them at a certain amount of time, but then there were some you could get, and they would only get so big. Where they would take up the whole tank. I used to feel bad for these alligators, but holy fuck. Could those things kill mice? He said, give me a cheetah from the cheetah tank. Ever seen a cheetah for sale?
I want the talking leopard.
No, that was me just fucking around.
I know,
but I'm saying,
I know.
When the guy said, hey, let me...
funny, though.
The guy that we dealt with, when he said, hey, let me show you something, he knew you weren't about... He had skunks that he would sell that were de-sprayed. I remember my uncle got one and it got loose. Those things are cool pets. If you get a skunk and it's de-sprayed, those things are cool as fuck. But they're also very dirty.
Shocker.
They were. You know, the sad part about that lizard tank is after that guy kicked me out, I think a lot of them died because of food deprived. The guy didn't have enough money to keep the upkeep of the tank. Because they were drug addicts. That's what I said. Yeah. I made that pretty much the lights were on because that bitch fucking knew her fucking grandpa was coming home, and I had a crossword with her, and they thought, oh, we're going to get sober. We'll get him kicked out of here. But when they were doing all the dope, they didn't give a fuck. But when I had to cut them off because they were the mother and the other kid were fucking around, the guy that was number 2 was always trustworthy. But the problem was a lot of those drugs were going through the kid's mother. The kid's mother knew drug addicts for days. Like I said, I was on so much fucking drugs in that time. I would probably sleep during a week. There would probably be 2-3 days where I definitely would not sleep. You'd be up all night, people buying until 4 a.m. And I'm not talking about weed. Weed was like the last thing you would buy at 4 a.m.
Unless you were me. I buy weed at 4 a.m.
Yeah, no, there's people, I'm not going to say people don't do it, but I'm saying usually you don't get the phone call. Hey, man.
Yeah.
I need some weed. Now, people would call me at 4 a.m. They needed ecstasy, mushrooms, coke, pills, whatever I might have. Yeah. I didn't even know what oxys were when we first started selling them until I saw this girl that was coming down from it. This girl was coming down from it. I didn't even know what it was. And she started doing these weird things in the bed, like she was like making noises as if she was in pain. And I'm like, what's wrong with you? Like you would have thought like she was being stabbed by a voodoo doll. And then she's like, I'm coming down from whatchamacallit.
Voodoo doll.
And I remember I saw enough, that's what I said, I remember drugs like that never interested me to do because I was like, dude.
Stabbed by a voodoo doll.
That's what it looked like. I swear to God, man, on our friendship, what this girl was doing, picture I'm laying next to her, right? And she just goes, ah! Like picture, you get stabbed by a voodoo doll and you see those guys like grab their back. That's what it looked like when Indiana Jones was being stabbed by that voodoo doll in fucking, whatchamacallit. Go watch that clip of the kid stabbing the voodoo doll and Indy's fucking facial expressions. That's what that girl was doing in the bed. And she was hot too. Her name was Amy Fade. I'll never forget that. She ended up being too drug addict-y for me, so had to get rid of her, but she was decent.
Back in my town, Percocet and Xanax was always really popular. I didn't care for either or because, I mean, Xanax, I was already smoking weed, so that was
Perks
giving me
eventually
everything
blew
I
up.
needed.
Perks blew up when the first wave of, when it became harder to get Oxycontins, when the doctors realized they were killing a lot of people. They're like, all right, we can't just keep giving out oxys at this number. So then people had to, and I don't know what it is, but people that were addicted to heroin and oxys, they would start taking perks. But here was the bad thing. You start taking perks long enough where you start fiending for heroin because you can't get, the perks have made you like that. You can't get no more perks or perk 10s, so you had to do heroin. And sometimes it would be cheaper. I never even understood that shit. And then eventually it just became like kind of wrong to sell that shit, and that's when I eventually, after I went to prison the first time, there was a lot of shit I stopped selling the first time.
I made a ton of money when I was younger selling fucking Xanax and Perk.
Yeah, now Xannies weren't frowned upon, but the problem was they were hard to get at prices where it was worth me selling. Meaning everybody wanted those. So usually the only people who had them were people that had prescriptions. And people that have scripts, they know what they got. No one was ever like, just give me, you want 100 Xannies? Give me $1 a piece for them. No, those bitches, for the ladders, those bitches were like, $7, $8 minimum. Where you could just take one chunk. I told that story where I took a Xanax bar one time. Missed Christmas. Couldn't remember anything, and I said never again. Woke up with mustard on a ball cap I had in the back seat of my buddy's car when he was inside this girl's house, hot girl, getting with her. But I was in the back of the car, passed out, and I said, "What happened?" He goes, "Bro, you embarrassed yourself." I guess I embarrassed myself. I was walking up to girls at a bar and telling them I love them, strangers. Like I was in a complete blackout. The mustard on my hat was from, apparently I was eating at a Subway, and I would never eat Subway with mustard with this white hat I had on. It was like it was like a $35 pro model I bought that I would never want to get dirty on the first night. I woke up, there's mustard on. I'm like, what happened? There's people texting me like, you told my girlfriend you loved them. I don't even remember any of that. And I said, I'll never take a
Hard
Xanax
card.
again. Called my mom. Remember, I called my mom. And I said, Mom, I'm coming over for Christmas dinner. And she said, Christmas was yesterday. That was my story of Xanax. I took it like, it was like 2 or 3 times, minimum. Missed Christmas, made a fool of myself, and who knows how many thousands of dollars I spent when I was in a blackout. Because I used to buy shots all the time.
Beat your mic. Beat your mic.
They had this place called Hobnobbers in our city where you could get $1.50 shots. It was like a landmark. Oh, yeah. There was more fucking... It turned into a punch palace eventually. But we never had to worry about shit like that. That's what's funny about Hobnobbers is that's where I got robbed by those one guys. And that's when I started, after I got robbed by those guys, I never fucked with random people again. And that's when I started doing the bodyguard hustle. When I walked in the house of these guys I thought I knew really well. And I'm like, how much you guys need? And they're like, all of it. And this guy who was like reverend size but could actually fight, I remember he slammed me on the ground and they took the book bag or whatever. And I remember they said some weirdo shit like, this wasn't our idea, this was, like they were trying to blame it on someone else or whatever. I was super young at the time, so I was just glad I got the fuck out of there. I thought these guys were gonna try to kill my ass or some shit. But after that, I never did a deal like that again. As I said, sometimes you'd be able to catch me slipping on some bullshit one time, but then I'd learn my lesson every time after that. To where if you were gonna buy a fucking sack off me of that quality, what they were buying, I was showing up with guys that you were looking at and you were like, yeah, we might not want to try no weirdo shit. And that's well known. Because I used to drive around a white minivan and I would load that bitch up. We used to call that bitch Shamu. I would roll up, I'd be selling a fucking 4 ounces to a guy with fucking 5 guys in my car that looked like they were eyeing him down, shit, clowning on him. There was gonna be no more of that taking advantage shit where I'm walking in the spot and the guy's like, I'll take all of it. That never happened again. It was my fault for stealing the lick anyway. That was when you learn not to steal people's licks. You start cutting out people and then you think you're gonna get all the money now that you cut that person out. You end up getting snitched on and robbed. First lick I stole ended up sending me to prison because he told the cops I was a more serious drug dealer than I was and bought a half pound off me. I don't even know why they didn't ask me for more weed. The fucking cops claimed the snitch said that was all I would give them, which showed me the snitch didn't want me to get fucked. But I never forgave the kid. But the kid could have asked me for a lot more. That's why I didn't hate him, because he could have ruined my whole life. He just said, look, man, all we could get from this kid is a half pound of weed. And since they had the wire, that's what makes the charge serious. It's never the weed. It goes wire, it goes felony to sell, and then they give you probation that's impossible for a drug dealer to pass almost. Because it's not just stay clean. They have probation officers that are technically allowed to show up at your house. Like I told you, my first time going to jail, the prison, was when that probation officer saw me at Hibachi. I didn't even know who she was. They knew who I was. They pulled me into that office and they're like, were you drinking? And she goes, were you drinking at Hibachi? And what's funny was I just got out of jail. And she goes, if you tell me the truth, I promise you the truth will go a long way. One of the hottest chicks you ever seen, too. And she was a probation officer. And that's why I said I probably wouldn't even recognize her at Hibachi, because I didn't think bitches like that were becoming POs. I was used to old guys. They were hiring young POs, because some of these POs were going to bars and they were busting. Dude, Lake County is made off of the money that they bust people. Like I told you, the judge that sent me to prison, he owned that prison. And then when you find out how much money they make for sending you down there, shit, I would have sent myself. I should have even wrote the judge, been like, hey, you know what, man, I agree. You know what I mean? They threw me, they gave me a year in jail like I was like a real fucking threat. You know what I mean? And what was funny was they just make the money. And I'm like, why don't they just fine you before you go to prison? And they said, dude, the money, because the money they get when they send you to prison, and you're not going to have that kind of money in fines, and they get that money right away. I went to fucking Lake Erie. It's a privately owned prison. And in Painesville, there's 4 judges. And those 4 judges have all something in common. They own a fucking prison. And that's nuts. Because I remember when that judge told me, he goes, I was like, can you maybe give me a break? He goes, you've already been caught once. I had to give you a year minimum. And he goes, you're lucky to get that. I remember I was like, fuck. And you go to prison for a year and you're like, what are you going to do when you get out but sell drugs? Okay? You know what I mean? Fucking, you can't really become the CEO of a company after you go to prison and no one knows you and you got a record. So the judicial system gives 9 out of 10 people. There are people that'll get out and have a support group that makes sure they don't do illegal shit. But for the 80% that don't have support groups, like, I didn't call my parents when I got released. I felt like I was beyond that. Like, I'm not about to call my parents and say, hey, can you pick me up from prison? You fucking nuts? No, I'm a convict now. I was like, I'll take my bus money. And both times I got lucky. There was friends of mine there. I got to pocket the bus money both times. I remember I was like, shit. I used the first money they gave me to buy the phone. The first time I got out of prison, I had nothing. The second time I had money. I remember I gave it to my mother. I walked into her job. I handed her a brown paper bag with a bunch of money in it. And I said, can you put this somewhere until I get out of jail? I remember a brown paper bag. Like, my ignorant ass couldn't have just got, like, something nice to put the money in for my mom. It was literally a brown paper bag. And I think I was all fucking winding down from cocaine, too, so I just really wasn't paying attention. I remember I was just, like, gave her the bag and said, put this up. And send me money while I'm in there. But she never told my stepdad that because he probably would have. Who knows?
Bag.
Pizza Mike said my probation officer in Berea. Oh, was hers? Oh, fuck. Sorry I missed a second chance. My bad, brother. I was telling this fucking story.
Brown paper bag.
We'll just play a normal game.
Fuck out of Imagine your hoe on the low and she called me dad.
Pizza Mike said his probation officer was smoking hot. Yeah. And, well, anyway, that probation officer said, tell us the truth. Were you drinking? So apparently, and I was known to act like an idiot when I drink. Apparently, these probation officers were at a table at Hibachi. This wasn't some shithole. Hibachi is where people ate and spent money. And we would go there and drink Flaming Volcanoes. Apparently, they saw me come in there, and they have an idea of a lot of their people, what they already look like. That's why when she said she spotted me in a lineup, I'm like, lady, we've never even met. Spotted me in a lineup. She goes, if I go get that guy in here, and this is where she was lying, and my lawyer told me I fucked up. And I agreed I fucked up. She goes, if I go get that guy and he IDs you, you're in some serious trouble. If you tell me the truth will go a long way. So I said, look, I'm clean on my urine. I just pissed clean. I wasn't smoking. You know what I mean? I just was drinking at the bar. So I said, yep, I was at the bar. People took me there for me getting out of jail. And they're like, okay. Before you know it, I heard the girl I came up there with crying, and I saw the cop walking in. She didn't even say what she was doing. They just go alert the sheriffs. The sheriffs come in there and they cuff you. And when you ask the PO what I'm getting arrested for, they said, we're going to talk about that at your hearing. See you in a couple days. And I went away for 14 months because I got seen drinking at a fucking bar. That's why I was never afraid of prison, because you could be just like me and go there. They're putting normal guys in there. They're putting reverends in there. They're putting everybody in there. And they got a prison, too, where, yeah, there's fights and people getting their ass beat, but they make sure they put everybody that's got short time in one spot. Because people that are getting out usually aren't as violent. When you got 10 years, and I've talked to guys that have had 10 years, they're like, man, when I first came in here, I wanted to whoop motherfuckers on a daily basis. When you start getting down to 2-3 years from getting out, you start kind of turning away from fights that you would have had years back. Because you learned where all the crazy criminals were going. Now, you might be with them for a couple minutes, like Lorraine. That's where you get class. So they throw all the fish in a bowl. And then you go see a doctor, and they look at your charges, and then they send you to the actual prison. But in Lorraine is where you get class. So you could be in there with the Channel 5 motherfuckers. You could be in there with the rapists, the everyone. Like I told that famous story about Ohio man. I always told Ohio man, don't ask somebody why they're in there. Because that could come back to haunt you. Because he asked somebody that he liked why they were in there, and they said they shot their dad in the back of the head, and shit got weird after that guy told us that story. He was never the same guy around us. That's why I told Clark, I'm like, dude, don't ask guys why they're in it. Because that guy was cool until we found out he killed his fucking dad. And now that he knows we know that, he treats us different. And this was in Lorraine, where a motherfucker could do some funny ass shit. I've seen gay guys that you thought would probably be the weakest guys in the world end up being the toughest fighters. Some will be like, hey, faggot! And this faggot would just walk up to him and beat him like he was Arnold Schwarzenegger. Swear to God, some of the fucking gayest dudes in prison were also the strongest fighters. They would have that gay talker lisp. I remember I not clowned on one, but made a comment once, and a dude pulled me to the side. He goes, listen. He goes, I know that guy seems like a fruitcake, but that motherfucker will go nuts. He goes, I wouldn't make fun of his voice. And I didn't really make fun of his voice. I just kind of made fun of him. Yeah. Because I just thought he was a dude that, he didn't look like a dude that was a fight starter. He was like a gay dude. But some of those gay dudes, they were like fucking warriors when it came to fucking punching.
They run C block.
Because there were some guys that didn't deal with the gay shit and they wanted to fight. There were some guys that they knew you were gay, they were fighting. Because what happens is they would find shit in the shower. And if some prisoners find shit in the shower, and it's from the gay guys, there was fights instantly. And that's where you'd be like, you'd see those two guys fighting, you'd be like, what happened? Because I didn't know any different. You'd see like one of the biggest guys in there fighting, and you'd be like, yeah, he was gay, and they were fucking in the back, and the one guy wasn't having it and fought. Sometimes gay guys will fight each other over the guy they're gay for. Yeah. That's why you might hear stories about in old prisons where people got raped and shit. They weren't sending us to joints like that. There was a circle of gay guys. The gay guys had their gay guys. They didn't have to go get other gay guys. And short timers, they behave different than people that got long. Now, there's guys that had a long time, and then because of good behavior, they'll go to a short time jail. And my lawyer goes, I can't go to prison anymore for selling weed. And he goes, why haven't you moved to Cleveland yet? This is after I already went to prison twice. He goes, I got a place you can move in, you'll never... He goes, you get caught like this down here in Cleveland with weed, I'll definitely make sure you don't go to prison. He goes, you can't cross Lake County borders though. And I was like, deal. But then before you know it, it was legal down here. But when I first moved down here, I haven't got in trouble one time. It's 14 years. I was getting in trouble left and right in Lake County.
He's a deal.
I got pulled over in a Cadillac once. They didn't even ask me for my license registration. They told me, called me by my name and said, get out of the car. And I go, you're not even going to ask me for my license and registration? And they said, shut up, smart ass. And they already knew who I was. It was funny was nothing was in the car. All they found was what's funny was they found a butter knife on this kid that was sitting in my back seat. Only reason why he had the butter knife was because he was fucking eating mushrooms at this house, and the butter knife was used to put the peanut butter on the bread, and he was so fucked up he had the knife on him. Now, we didn't tell the cop why he had the knife on him, obviously. But he's like, you want to explain this? And I'm like, no. I never said anything in those days, but because we were so young, I just like the guy said, I got it from my house. It was blah, blah, blah. We were there. My mom was there. And the truth was she was there, but she was upstairs sleeping. We were all downstairs fucking eating mushrooms, doing X. But I used to get pulled over in Lake County. Cops would recognize me. I didn't even recognize them. They wouldn't even say license and registration. They'd say, Mr. Lurie, get out of the car. And they would search everybody. I probably could have got away with not having insurance because they were just looking for drugs every time or money. Because sometimes they would find a reason to take the money. Give me 1 second, BC. You know what's interesting? You said that Escalade is 100 exactly?
It's like 104, I think. I know it's
Sometimes
closer
you
to
can have an Escalade and maybe you have no problem. Like I always said, it's all about the owner.
It's
But,
just a GM.
100,000 for any Cadillac is when some of those certain repairs pop up.
2002, I gotta think an Escalade had the same engine in it as a Tahoe did, or a Suburban, right? Just a GM steel block V8, right?
Yeah, but I think nowadays Cadillac puts a little bit of a spin on their shit.
Well, they have different tail lights. Yeah, they put a real clock on the dash.
Well, the problem was they were like, if you look at the back of that car, it looks too close to the Suburban that year. And Cadillac likes to stand alone. They don't want you looking at them going, "Oh, that looks like a Jetta."
The ass.
All BC says about false. What happened, Barkley? Barkley leave?
Oh shit! I was muted. Fuck. The ass on the new Cadillac Escalades, those tail lights. I love the tail lights on the.
Yeah, no, the new Escalades. They make sure you know that it's not a Suburban.
Yeah, the tail lights especially. Looks like a Batmobile.
That's probably a good car right there, but 100,000 miles is when those things start to have their. Just be ready, I guess.
Well, I know Chevys in general, or not Chevys, but GMs in general, are known for their transmission issues for sure.
Well, on Cadillac, it's usually the head gasket.
Oh,
yeah, trannies do go, and usually trannies go because people dog the shit out of them. Cadillacs are very fast. I've owned Cadillacs that have had Corvette engines, Eldorados. Some of those early Eldorados had the same engine that was in a Corvette.
I had an Eldorado coupe, but it had a 6-cylinder in it.
Our daddy said a V8 Eldorado. Those things were fast as fuck, and they had the North Star. Problem is, the North Stars
the seals on those North Star engines were shit.
Yeah, they went. If you got them at 0 miles, and let's just say you drove a Cadillac to 125 and got rid of it, you probably loved it. When you start buying those things in 100,000, the heads were known for going, and it was like, maybe 1 out of 5. No, it was almost like 4 out of 5 Cadillacs to head.
If you bought a Cadillac with a North Star V8 in it, brand new, by the time that car had 50,000 miles on it, the rear main oil seals were leaking. Every single one of them. I don't care who it was. But like, if we're talking about head gaskets, like that's a job, no boss man shit. Like I could replace a head gasket myself. I've got the tools for that. I could use my dad's garage.
But not all of them are easy. That's an expensive repair out here. I'm talking about the head gasket.
Yeah, you just.
I'm not talking about the oil. I'm not talking about the gasket.
No, the head gasket's easier to replace than the oil seal. Let me tell you that. Dropping the oil pan is a pain in the ass. This, all you gotta do is.
Not up here. That's what I said. It's the opposite. Only on certain cars are the oil pans are bad. Head gasket is the one repair we try to stay away from all the time. Mechanics hate doing that because you got to take apart the motor.
Well, you got to take the plugs out. You got to remove.
I know what gaskets you're thinking about. I'm talking about.
No, I know. Head gasket. You got to take the plugs out. got to remove the manifold cover. I get it, but I feel like the physics of replacing a head gasket, there's a lot less. I don't know,
gonna say, if
actually.
you're able to do head gaskets, I got a fucking job for you. I'll fucking pay you good money.
No, I can replace a head gasket. I've done some wrenching in my day.
That's a good
I'm just
repair
not
to
a-
know. People usually who fucking know how to repair head gaskets got full-time jobs.
No, I mean, but to see that, like I was saying earlier tonight, I started
What up, Tyler?
working on it. I started working on combustion engines when I started racing go-karts, so
Like up here, if you knew how to do head gaskets on a Cadillac, Cadillac would hire you.
yeah, I could be just talking out of my ass because I've never.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is almost like the
only.
I know
only
there's
because-
gaskets on the car that are simple, but
Yeah.
not North Star head gaskets.
Well, no, I don't think the Escalade has a North Star. I think it just has the standard.
No, but
Whatever.
you're right. But that doesn't mean that the heads could still go on. I don't know. Look it up. That could have a North Star that year.
No, because the North Stars were all front-wheel drive engines, and the Escalade's rear-wheel drive.
What do you mean front wheel? My dad's Eldorado was an all-wheel drive.
It was all-wheel drive
It wasn't. That's what I'm saying. You said
on the North Stars that I'm aware of. The front wheels are the drive wheels, meaning when you push the gas, the front wheels spin. On an Escalade, when you push the gas,
what
on an
I'm saying is
Escalade,
they weren't all-wheel drive. Like Escalade, there might be some Escalades that are all-wheel, four-wheel drive.
yeah, but the non-all-wheel drive Escalades are rear-wheel drive.
Gonzo said valve cover gaskets is like what Barkley's talking about. Yeah, I know. Those are actually simple. That's what I said. I was like, damn, you do fucking head gaskets on Cadillacs? I could.
No, I've never done shit on a cat. I've never done shit on
I
a
could get you
Cadillac.
fucking work on top of work on top. We could make you fucking thousands real
I've never worked on a Cadillac. That's why I said I could be talking.
fast. I'll tell you this, if I knew how to do that, I wouldn't even be selling cars. There'd be a fucking sign on my door that said, I do head gaskets. That's it. I'd be rich. All the mechanics I know that will take the time to do that, because sometimes my guy doesn't want to do them, because he's doing it underneath the umbrella of his company. Meaning, the boss
biggest
doesn't know
part-
he works on my cars. He doesn't know that. I'll just drop them off.
Well, and this might be where the confusion is between us, but like the biggest part of replacing a head gasket isn't actually replacing the gasket. Typically, you have to drop the cylinder head off at like a machine shop, and they have to, usually they have to resurface the cylinder head. I don't know how to do that, but I can replace the gasket. I know how to take all the parts off and put a new gasket on, but if you start asking me to do machine work, sorry.
Yeah. No, but
I'm not
trust
a
me, all jokes aside, if you could do head gaskets on Cadillacs, hey, you're usually somebody that could do everything at that point. That's like,
Well, I'm thinking if it's a traditional V8, because I have done I did a head gasket job once on a 78 Camaro that had a 402 in it. I mean, it's a GM product, it's a V8. Obviously, the engine technology is a lot different between 2002 and 1978. Again, I could just be talking it out of my ass, but I feel like I would know how to navigate myself to the head gasket. You know what I mean?
probably
Whether or not I could actually do the job.
I can tell you what a power steering pump is. That don't mean I can take that bitch out.
Touche. The Haynes manual.
And when I
PC,
first started selling
console.
cars, I didn't know a fucking thing. I know a boatload now compared to what I did. But there was one time I didn't know anything but the fucking price.
You can
I
learn a
wasn't
lot
even
from-
allowed to drive the cars at the auction without the two guys I work with being in them, because they knew I was new.
You can learn a lot from a Haynes manual, Gonzo.
when I was growing up, I don't know if they still do, but when I was growing up, we had auto shop. We had an auto shop class that was offered in high school.
They don't offer that shit no more.
No.
They used to do like schools.
You could either do auto shop or you could do like metal shop, and I did auto because it was like off campus. It was over at the local community college. You have to ride a bus and shit. It was cool. When I was 17, I got a job at Jiffy Lube.
I had a job at Jiffy Lube when I was 15.
Yeah.
I was an Upper Bay tech.
Yeah.
It was still Rapid Lube then.
Yeah. I didn't like being in the lower bay either.
My uncle worked in the Lower Bay.
Then I graduated from Jiffy Lube to this company called Oil Stop that just paid so much better. Had 100% paid for health benefits. It was crazy, dude. I was 19 years old. Coming back, working at this place in the summer, and they would give me my health benefits all year. Damn, who was spamming your chat, Pesci? Minerva.
Oh, God, new girl. She's just getting me new followers.
Tons of emojis.
Try to keep the numbers up on the channel.
No, we got 126 in the build. Nobody in the
not
chat.
like that. You send all those people in, they let them share their channel, it don't bother me.
I don't know why you would actually believe the number you're looking at and think that 126 people are watching you, but none of them have anything to say. Like, what the fuck?
No, I'm almost shocked about that because I thought that was something frowned upon in his world.
And what world does he live in? What world is that? I'm curious. Can you elaborate
I'm saying
further?
That shit was different. Like I said, when I first went around the guy, I knew I was dealing with something. Like I always tell the tarp story. I was in tears laughing. And I cracked a joke with,
or the Michigan
when I
Mike,
saw he
can
was
you get
like
a
that. You got to remember, I just got done listening to him and Cornette. So my thought was this guy really was potentially somebody. I never saw none of his live streams yet. I only saw him and Cornette. And my thought was if you were around Cornette and the way him and Cornette were cool, you got to be at least something. You know what I mean? So when I saw he went live, the first thing I said, and I've told this story a million times, that's why I remember it. I go, damn, this guy goes live? Like, meaning, I used to laugh at his videos. Never knew he did a live stream. Never, like, a lot of people meet him through his live stream. I was never a fake fan. Like, I remember when I first started coming around, people were like, oh, they just say they're a fan of Kenny or whatever. And I was like, no, because what Kenny was doing a podcast of, if you watch the first show I did with him, there's a line where I say, damn, Kenny, I saw you doing all this shit. And I'm like, where the fuck are you? Meaning he wasn't as entertaining as he used to be. And I called that out on his first show. And he was like smiling about it. And he goes, well, you got to change it up sometimes. And I'm like, damn, is this really how this guy is? Like, I thought even in the beginning, it was kind of like a joke. Like, eventually he'd pull me in the back and go, hey, man, just so you know, I'm out here hustling. Protect me. No, he kept the straight face throughout the whole thing. The only time that guy ever said, like, something phony is when he goes, all right, so listen, we're only going to say Mama Pesci gave 75. What was funny was I never wanted Kenny in the beginning to think I had a lot of money. So when I first started going on the show, and you can go watch, it's all on film, I'd always say my mom gave me some money to get me on the show. Because when I would do that, for some reason, he treated you different. He wasn't an asshole because he thought my mom was watching at times. Like, he was an asshole. But he would refer to my mom as Mama Pesci. He goes, well, Mama Pesci's got us off to a good start at 75. Meanwhile, every early show I went on that he'd let me do my own thing, I always came with 125. I was like, dude, I'm the one that nicknamed the show a show about donations. I'm the first guy to offer him 125. And people always say, why was it 125? What was funny was I didn't realize how low the bar was. If I could do it all over again, it would have been 75. I thought this guy in the beginning was at least had a little bit of notoriety, where if I offered him 70 to come on a show, he would have just laughed. Because you got to remember, he was still doing shows with Conrad, fucking people of note. You know what I mean? To where, well...
He didn't have a fucking clue who Conrad
like,
was.
It literally went like this. Conrad, that girl that Jake always goes, I talked to Angelo on the Barbara Goodish show. He had Barbara Goodish. And that's why Jake always loved Barbara Goodish, because Kenny did. And then he had me. It was literally like that. Conrad, fucking that chick, me, and then that's when Kenny made the celebrity comment. You know, this was better than Conrad's show. Well, yeah, bro, you didn't even know who Conrad was. You just knew he worked with Flair. You even said it yourself. You said, I remember I told the story. I go, Kenny, it looked like you were looking at a stranger. Kenny was laughing his ass off because he knew I was right. I go, bro, you didn't know who that motherfucker was. You don't even watch YouTube. You know what I mean? He never even watched Jimmy shit, his best friend. Well, the truth was, Boss Sausage, my mom never gave me $1. I'd never asked my mom for money. That was just... I forgot why I was doing that to throw Kenny off. I can't really remember. But I was like, yeah, my mom... I think it was I didn't want him to think I had money. Because when I would always talk about my drug past, I'd always refer to it as the past. I'd always go, yeah, that was once upon a time, Kenny. It's not like that anymore. And when I would pull out money in his fucking show, I'd always say it was car money. I never said, Kenny, look, and it never was. But when I would say it, because when I sell a car, I fucking quickly give it to the man so I can get my cut right away. So I might have the money here overnight if the car is sold at night. But if I sell a car in the morning, I'm driving it out to get my money. Then he found out how rich Conrad was and tried shaking him down for donations every 5 minutes with sad stories. That's where the show got ruined. Because even Conrad looked like he was like, is this a gimmick? You know what I mean? That's what I said. When he was bringing up tarps, I'm like, tarp? Is this the Kenny I was... Because he was never like this on Cornets. I was shocked.
tarps.
I was so shocked to see how bad the wagon fell when he left Jimmy. I'm like, oh my God. You listen to the Great Debate, it's one of the funniest things you'll ever hear in your life with him and Jimmy. And they were in the same room. And you would have thought they were sworn enemies. But that was magic what they did. But yeah, they might have. But see, some of those things, when you're a friend and you're close to a friend, you could say some critical things and mean them. Like, I know Cornette meant some of those things. Let's not, like, Kenny would always go, we were best friends. He was downstairs. Kenny, I say shit about Roman all the time. You're going to say shit about your friends here and there. You don't think he made some fucking cracks about you? Conrad didn't give him a penny. No shit. Because most people laugh at that. It was like when he was asking Mark Henry. Mark Henry thought he started laughing and said, we all got our own charities, dude. What the fuck? You know what I mean? That's one of the funniest things ever.
We've all got charities.
The greatest Mark Henry line of all time. Well, what you learn about Mark Henry, and I just know this from listening to Busted Open, he's got a professional side to him. He's not just some blubbering idiot. He's kind of smart. Like, I hear him and Big Show when they do that one podcast sometimes. They use words I don't even know. And they use it natural. And J.J. Arwood getting Eric Bischoff is probably the craziest thing of all time. I love how J.J. Arwood was able to book Eric Bischoff and then almost got me robbed by Justin Incredible for 50. You want to know something interesting, Gonzo, about Kentucky, man? Since the last, and this is a shoot. Shoot means it's real, right?
Yep.
The last time I seen a show with him or turned it on even one time was that night we did that final show. I haven't even turned it on one time.
And this is a goddamn wrestling story right here.
Yep, and it's unfortunate that we're not going to be able to see shit like that anymore. Because how I would have did it if I was Ken, I would have flipped the script, but we could have had fun with it. I would have started taking clips from my show, and Kenny should have started clowning on me. That way,
to do that, bro. You crazy?
I'm just saying that way it would have been fair and it would have been funny. I could have lived. That's why when he retaliated and all that shit, I didn't hold the grudge like how you should go. Remember Jaywalk's like you should just go. Can we do it to him back or whatever? I'm like, nah, there's no need. He had every right to go after me if your hustle was what he does, and you watch the Detractor Alley. Your fucking best bet would be, look, we got to shut that shit down ASAP. Because if I was him, I would look over it, and he never does. But, because Bob would just report it, but he would see, Frank, guys like, Boss Man, all the guys that Kenny once used to get money for him or they did nice stuff for, he sees they came over here. And to him, that's got to baffle him. Because these are guys that weren't my friends when they crossed over. We knew each other. Like when I first started talking to Frank, we hit it off real cool, but it wasn't like we were best friends. You know what I mean? He went to Kenny's house. You know what I mean? Schmidt lived in the same neighborhood. That's why in the beginning I knew if I could get cool with Schmidt and show him I'm not a liar, Schmidt's job will be to relay Bolin the truth because Bolin won't be smart enough to know the truth about me, and I don't blame him. I'm just some random guy. And he's not doing homework like that, and he's not even from the streets. You know what I mean? Like a street guy could talk to a guy like Kenny, like, does he fucking scam you or whatever? I was like, no. That's why the first time I ever went on a show, it's very clear. This money's for you. You don't have to go buy no dragons or leopards or tarps or fucking Disney trips or spins on a wheel or fucking funeral fucking caskets or whatever. You know what I mean? I said, you keep that for yourself. Because I was like, damn. I go, and this is what I said at this time. I go, I wish other YouTubers fucking would do what you did. I remember I tried to do it on the Angry Joe show for $250. I go, hey, and this was like right around the time for that. I was like, I was feeling like overconfident. I'm like, wait a minute, maybe I could get on a show like the Angry Joe show. So what's funny was I offered Angry Joe $250 to play Apex Legends with him. And he goes, he was actually thinking about it. And then his stupid little fans go, well, why would he play with someone who offers him $250 when he could just play with, like, I guess, like, they had Discords or shit or members or he would be spitting in their faces if he just took $250 and let me on there. But that motherfucker was thinking about it that night. I never tried that again, but dude, I remember he was playing Apex. I'm like, dude, I go, what if, because I was riding the high from everything was working so well with Kenny. I'm like, maybe I should try this with an even bigger streamer. And Angry Joe's, I mean, no one's bigger than him on the video game side. And he was on Twitch, and it was like a slow night. I was only surprised there was only 400 people watching him. I'm like, damn. This guy's got millions of followers on YouTube. His videos got millions of views. Only 400 people watching him on Twitch. But they were fucking playing Apex one night, and I was donating a little bit here and there. I used to always send shit when I would talk to guys of that caliber. I was like, I wasn't expecting them to answer comments for free. And I put, hey, man, similar to what I put to Kenny, except I doubled the amount. I go, hey, man, for $250, would you let me jump on and play Apex with you for like 4 or 5 hours? Because even if you played with Angry Joe for 4 or 5 hours, there'll probably be like 30 or 40, 50 people that'll always remember you or shit like that, come around, send you donations just because you fucked with that guy. I think about the 2 guys he fucks with now. People fucking mark out over his 2 assistants. But he was thinking about it, but then some cluck goes, why would he play with when he could? And Joe was like, yeah, you're right. You'd have to join the, the whatever those top tier memberships were on.
Fucking marks.
Yeah. And the only reason why I had the balls to ask was because I donated something that made him laugh. And that was usually how I sneak in. I get you to laugh at something, and then I'm like, hey, man. It was like Marty the Moth. I go, hey, man, if I helped you get a Switch, could we start doing Mario Kart Fridays? And that's what I did. I helped donate for them, help get a Switch. And before you know it, we were playing fucking Mario Kart. And that's how I met, a lot of people.
And that was the end of Joe Bob.
And that was the end of Marty the Moth, who I should reach out to because he is starting to stream again.
He was in your chat like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. And he always does say pop in. I should. He plays Fort. He never used to play Fort. Only reason why we stopped playing Mario Kart was because he went back to wrestling, where he was just traveling. And he stopped kind of, like, he would stream, but it was get a couple 4 hours in. He had his normal group that would come in. They'd play certain games.
Need to convince him to go to AAA now that WWE owns it.
Yeah, I wonder even if he's involved with wrestling. I know he was trying to get involved with acting. And then last time I talked to him, there was something he was doing on the weed side. But Marty was a nice guy.
He did a big thing with World Collide coming up. That's going to be great for AAA.
He did Jake's show, and that's how I met him, is he did Jake Hudson's show from a mountain. That's what's crazy. I'm like, wow, this guy took time to do this show with Jake, and he's like out doing something. He's not, he was, because the reception was bad, and you saw, like, people climbing, people hiking, where this guy took a couple minutes, and to us, it was a big deal. I watched Lucha Underground. Jake may have not, but Jake knew what Lucha Underground was. But if Jake saw you streaming on Twitch, he always tried to send you money to get, not everybody bid on it. I remember when he was giving us gifted to Amaranth and shit like that. But he got Marty to do the show. Marty came on there, and that's when Jake asked the famous question, I heard you had Lyme disease. And Marty DeMall goes, I did have Lyme disease. And then I made a joke out of it. I go, Marty, unfortunately, Jake usually starts his first question off with, what's your most serious disease? You did it with me, and he didn't do it with me, but I acted like it was
I'm embarrassed by what I said, Marty. I'm sorry. When I asked if you were bisexual.
Well, that was the first time I was ever on his channel, because my rule then was, Jake would say, why don't you ever come on my channel? I go, because you usually do that crying shit. And I don't like that crying shit. You can come on my channel.
He said, I'm sorry, Marty. Jake always starts the show off by asking everybody about what deadly disease they have.
Yeah, I'll have to reshare that interview. It's there. And then we met Rev Sauce right after that. It was on a Jake interview. Jake goes, I need your help with another interview.
How the fuck
I'm like, who'd you get this time? I'm thinking Jake got someone big. He goes, I did get a big streamer from Trovo. And I'm thinking it was some big guy, because Jake was getting guys like Tipster and shit like that. And Rev Sauce had like 6,000 followers at the time. And that's how I met Rev Sauce.
Big streamer on Trovo. Oh, God. That's the best joke I've heard all day.
I'm like,
now, Jake might have knew who Fatal was, but I might have never met Fatal if it wasn't for Rev Sauce, because it wasn't like Jake said, come check Fatal out. He just knew
I
who
wasn't
Fatal.
trying to hang out with Jake like that. I had already met Jake, and I already figured out what he
was. Well, you were nice to him. He
I
would just come in and say hello. He didn't do that weird shit on you.
I was nice to him and everything, even after he sat in the fucking Discord call with me and Rev Sauce and was talking about wrestling, and then all of a sudden it was like, fuck you guys and bye. And I was like, wait a second, what the fuck?
Yeah. First bad advice Rev Sauce ever gave me, and this is a true story, and I ended up being right about this. I'm surprised he never did a show telling, Pesci was right about a few things. He tried to get me to stream exclusively to Trovo. You should probably think about shutting YouTube down. This is before the Filipino run. This is before that. So this is like very early. I was probably like 400 subscribers. And I'm like, why would I go to Trovo? I was like, no one wants to download Trovo. Barely anyone wants to download Twitch.
That
But,
was
you know,
always
I-
his thing, and I just feel like that was just his thing because he wanted more people to watch him on Trovo, so he can make
Yeah.
the money over there.
And I go, dude, multi-stream it. And then at first he goes, well, you're not really allowed to do that. And I'm like, bro, let him tell me I can. I got like 9, I'm nobody yet. What do you mean I can't fucking multi-stream?
Right,
I'm not under no
exactly. And
contract.
Trovo's big thing at that time, and all the time, the whole time they were around, was multi-streaming. They wanted you to multi-stream. They wanted you to grow other places, bring your followers over there and stuff. So it's like, no, that was a whole RevSauce agenda because he wanted to get more viewers on his stuff because more viewers on him means more watch time. More watch time means more money because you hit the higher tiers on Trovo. Trovo pays base tiers for, a lot of
And
people
then
for a lot of...
And it happened for Fatal and them. So he goes, dude,
Yeah,
if you
and he's
stream-
seen us doing it. He's seen us
Well,
doing it. So
remember
he
the
thought
money
if
you
he
made
got
off the
more
video
people to come
game?
over,
He said, if you
Yeah.
stream on Trovo, they'll pay you to play video games. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
And they were actually getting paid at the time for this video game. And I remember I joined it or whatever.
I made over 10 grand in 2 months.
It was one of the worst video games ever to watch.
It was Pokemon Unite on Nintendo Switch.
Now, RevSauce probably over-exaggerated the money he was making at that time, but I remember he's like, dude, we're
Oh,
out
he
here
did.
making thousands.
He
ask
did, but
Fatal."
and not only that, but the money he was making, he was getting carried to make it. So a lot of us were giving him raids and giving him views and pulling him up at nighttime, just because he was the one streaming at night. So at nighttime he pulled 30 or 40 views, but that was because all of us were feeding him our views. So he thought by getting other people to just stream to Trovo exclusively would pull up his viewers and get him more raids, and he could get all this money that we were getting easier than we were getting it because we were hitting it and then giving him the scraps.
And I'll tell you another funny one. And this was smart because he would always say, there's all these teams you could join, and people share your shit, host your shit, and sometimes that shit can benefit or whatever. But here's the comic relief. He would have us join. He would have us join a team, and this would be funny. I would put the logo up, like I would really put their whatever logo up on, and I was like, obviously I wasn't like going to watch a lot of these team members, but I was just trying to, get hosted or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I would do that with RevSauce or whatever, and he would always just be like, come on, man. He goes, just go to Trovo. Just do this. You know what I mean? You don't need... And then eventually he just ended up going to YouTube.
Other places. Yeah. And now he multi-streams everywhere. So it was like all that advice he was giving to people about fucking streaming exclusive to one place was just to gain viewers on his own. He was tired of sitting at between 1 and 5 unless he got a raid from one of the Adequate Gaming members. So that was his way of trying to get more people over there that watched just him.
And the other thing he should give me partial credit for is one time he would see me playing the games or whatever, and he'd be like, hey, Pesci, take that logo down. And I'd be like, why am I taking the logo down? He goes, well, I'm not with them anymore. Adequate Gaming, Yoshi's Island. The Yoshi's Island emblem, I still have that emblem. That emblem's raw. It's Yoshi and it turns around.
It was great. That was a great emblem. And I still know the leader of that fucking old team. And me and him are good friends. Like, we actually still talk.
Yeah, I still have the Yoshi's Island, but then one day RevSauce comes in and goes, well, in Discord, he goes, Pesci, you're going to have to take the Yoshi's Island down. I'm like, what do you mean? And he'd tell these stories of how he left these teams or whatever, and I'm like...
There was one point where a couple months span where he left teams more often than he changed his own underwear. Like, the guy just would leave teams from week to week to week to week, stream team this, stream team that, and I was like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I just don't know my place, man. Like, I keep going to these places thinking it's a good fit, and it just ends up not being that great, and I have a conflict with somebody, and I have to leave. And I'm like, damn, bro.
Another thing he never gives me partial credit for was he would always be talking about joining game teams or whatever, and I'd be like, hey, dude, you know what you need to do? Just make your own fucking gaming team. I was like,
And
no,
that was that right there was prelude to Slam Zone Gaming, aka I was sitting in a Discord call with him, and he was having all these problems with these teams, and I was like, bro, why don't you just create your own team? I'll help you run it on the side. Like, I'm not really streaming that much, but I can help you run it on the background. You know,
He
I can help
took
you
that shit
recruit
too
people, help you
serious.
get people, and he
'Cause
took that shit to heart. He took
I
that
would
shit to
be-
heart. Bro, I paid like $85 for a fucking logo package and everything. Had people making shit, had people joining and everything. And this motherfucker.
Barkley, I got a good one for you. I'd be streaming, and he would say, because I told him, this is what I said to him, and he never, I guess never listened. I go, bro, I'll be a part of your like team or whatever and do certain shit with you, but I can't be under no like leash or shit. This guy goes, you got to be at a meeting by this amount of time. And I'd be streaming, and I'd be
His
like,
idea.
bro, what do you mean I got to go? I can't be streaming, or I got to make sure I show up to it. You can't just kind of like tell me something you need me to do or something. Only reason why I said it was make your own team, and I'll help you out. I'll do some wrestling shit. But, dude, I already had a bunch of gamers over here at the time. I was like, bro, I gave you that idea because I've already had my own gaming team. Why go join fucking Yoshi Island unless you're trying to get promotion when you could just game with your boys? You're never going to really game with some of them.
And a lot of the people that he brought on that team, he never really gamed with that much.
Yeah. He was like, yeah, come to Slam Zone Gaming. Before you know it, I sat into one of these meetings. And I remember Fatal was in there. He wasn't saying
It was
much.
god awful.
He was just
it
more
was god
shocked.
awful because I was just leaving myself muted.
Yeah. You sounded like
Because
you didn't
I
know.
felt like you did, because I was like, we don't need to have this. Either people are going to do what they need to do, or they're not going to, and they want to do what they need to do, or they're not going to. Like, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah. And they were talking about like the craziest shit. Like they were upset about. I'm like, damn, this is an issue.
It was always some kind of drama. Always some kind of fucking drama.
Like weirdo shit where you're like, okay. Like I never wanted
And
to
it was
be
always
mean to
that
the
other guy in the conversation. Like, if he didn't like somebody, then he was letting somebody know all about the drama and all about the little bullshit. And you had to kind of follow along with that shit. Otherwise, you were like canceled among them.
And sometimes he'd be as normal as can be. That's what was crazy about Rev Sauce. Because I'd do computer work with him, and when I didn't do shit on my computer, dude, no joke, I would overpay him for the shit. Because I saw what he was doing, and I just didn't know that kind of shit at the time. And Frank wasn't an OBS guy like Rev Sauce. Like, Rev Sauce could set your OBS up with alerts in like an hour. Like,
And
it's
he learned
almost
all
like...
that shit on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, but he's just able to just do it like breath. You know, like little troubleshooting or whatever. But what would be crazy is you would overpay him for something. You'd go in the next day or something, trying to ask him to do something else. If I'm asking you to do something, I'm not saying do it, but if I'm asking you to do something, that means there's dollars behind it of a good caliber. You know what I mean? Let's not... He would put me off sometimes or say, you know what? I need to spend more time on streaming. I've been helping people out too much. Bro, what do you mean? You were helping me out at like 4 a.m. my time. What do you mean you fucking were taken away from your day? We were done with a stream and you would come help me. And you were cool
There were
with it.
times where he would be streaming with me in Discord and everything. We'd be streaming together, playing Pokemon or whatever the case may be, and he'd be like, "Man, Pesci's just blowing me up. He wants me to help him come do this computer work, and man, I just don't have time for it. People need to learn when I have time to do stuff, and when I don't."
Meanwhile,
have
the
time
guy
to do
is not a
stuff."
paid streamer. It'd be one thing like if
Exactly.
I was asking
Exactly.
fucking Keemstar to show me how to fucking, you know what I mean? This was Rev Sauce that would have 6,000 followers streaming in front of 2 people. God bless him.
Literally.
But when the Filipino thing took off, that's when he finally started multi-streaming to YouTube. But what was funny was I thought it would work for him like it worked for me. I'm like, yeah, you should get like 1,000 followers in a couple weeks or whatever. It didn't work the same. That's why I said the shit that happened with me, I was like, damn, I don't even think that could be repeated. When I had that second channel, when I thought this one was getting shut down, and I went in like I went in when I first met everybody, I realized a lot of the streamers that were around in the beginning are gone. You know what I mean? And it's a whole different... It would have took me probably years to get back to fucking 5,000 followers if I ever got there again. That's what I think I said live once when Fado was still on Slam Zone Gaming. I go, they got a guy over there, and this is when you weren't known by anybody. And I go, he seems really cool, and he's more like us, but he doesn't really, I don't think he belongs in there. And only eventually he started coming over. Because sometimes Red Sauce would say it to you in a weird way. I'd always go, hey, man, tell that guy I want to do a wrestling show with him. Or whatever. But then he would relay it to you like in a stupid way or, I don't know how to put it. He would he wouldn't say what I would say. I'd be like, hey, did you ask him about this or? Because we could have, me, you, and Red Sauce at one time could have did a good wrestling show. But he just never,
Sure.
He would do one. It was like that show he did with me the last time when he blocked me. We literally did a show. And because I didn't answer some messages within a reasonable time, he literally quit the show, did some weird shit, thought I was feeling like this, thought I was feeling like that, said a bunch of weird shit. I need to start concentrating on myself. Concentrate on yourself. We did one show last week, and it was after we got done watching AEW, something you watch all the time. What do you mean concentrate on yourself again?
That guy, he's something else, dude. I don't know.
It was crazy. And it was unfortunate when all that shit happened because, I never hated the kid because I always said the computer shit always gave him the pass. That's why he was always like, oh, I like Pesci, but I'll never work with him again. Okay, at least give.
We'll never break bread together again.
Well, just give the good reason why you can't take my money. It wasn't like me and you were like a partnership. I used to pay you good money to do computer work because my thought was I need this shit done. And I know you have little mood swings. So, here, take extra.
And that's his thing, too. Is he just has, mood swings where he just, I don't know, he's like Jake in that way.
Yep. Gonzo said bedroom streamer lives rent free. And I'll give him that. Red Sauce said some funny ass comments. GD from NY called me a bedroom streamer. Great. I laughed off that for months. And meanwhile, this is when I really watched JD from NY. JD NY said that, something like that, but it wasn't you, Red Sauce.
Yeah, it wasn't directed at him. It was directed at a group of generalized people.
It was like the Jack Nicklaus comment. That was a comment he told me solo. What's funny is what I really wanted to say to him was, don't ever tell that story live. And I think what I actually said was funnier, though. I think I said, what are the odds? He goes, yeah. No, me and my California teams, I ran into blah, blah, blah. And he was dead serious. I was like, this guy, huh? This guy fucking hates me. At least I would never say I saw Nicholas at the nacho bar. I'll tell you, if you're giving me 190 to do something like I was giving it to him, I'm listening. I'm all ears. What'd you say, sir? E-Boss Sausage says basement streamer. No, he streams in a bedroom. I've seen sunlight.
I don't know what to see after he moves.
And the only thing that I hold against him is some shit he said about me just wasn't true. It's like, all right, if you're not going to like me because I associate with people, say that. Don't hint to your audience like I did something. Like when he goes, I would never work with him again.
Oh, he likes to do that. And exactly what audience?
Clarify.
He likes to do that. His audience is the Discord channel that he's in talking to people, not his real viewing audience.
Where's he moving to? Fucking Reseda?
He said, I heard that Jack Nicholson said they... And I just thought, I was like,
when he's saying that stuff, he's usually in a Discord call with 2 or 3 other people. It's the same 2 or 3 other people, or any assortment of the 2 or 3. And they're all on their own little island with Rev Sauce.
Like, I would have said, if I was going to tell some phony lie like that, I would have said one time I had seats, I was within baseball throwing distance of Nicholas. You know, he even made a comment at me. Say that
My
at
fa-
least.
My
Like, bro,
favorite was
when he said that, I'm like, dude, this guy's never been to a Lakers game. If he thought Jack Nicholson would get nachos, were you getting nachos? Are you serious?
my favorite was when he said, Punch-Out messaged him on Facebook.
I don't even know the percentage of those people that sit in those seats even eat nachos for real. Come on. Unless they're made of gold or some shit. Last time you see anybody in that row dipping a nacho. I've seen beers and drinks get splattered. Well, usually they don't turn on Adam Sandler and he's sitting there with a fucking foot long and a fucking thing of nachos. Those motherfuckers were already fed somewhere nice. To where if they are going to eat during the game, maybe. Maybe he'll get a bag of peanuts or... But Nicholson was always up. The camera would hit him a few times a game. That motherfucker, he didn't have time for nachos. He was getting more airtime once upon a time than some of the fucking players. Gonzo said that guy would cut a promo and then delete it and pretend it never happened. Guess who else did that? One of my biggest show regrets ever is Mermaid would do shows, and instead of me messaging Frank, going, Frank, get all this. Because we would think, Mermaid would take shows down that I swear to God, she said shit, and Gonzo is my witness. Hilarious shit. There was shows they did on me that some of the funniest shit in the world was said. Like, for instance, they did the one show with Jake. Jake Hudson ended up on it. She was mad at me. I don't remember why. But they literally did a show where everything was a lie. But the best part of the show was Jake Hudson goes, there was nothing being said about bowling. But there was 3 people on a panel, and he just goes, Pesci's a flip-flopper. He's done this before. He always runs back to bowling. And what's funny was, that was a Schmidt line that we used to say, he always runs back to bowling. And Jake added on the little shit. That's how the show started, with him saying shame, shame, shame. And we were dying from that. And Ariel said I made Andre Little cry and this other handicap guy cry. Never happened. But we rode that for months. They deleted this show after, because here's what's funny was, I did the rebuttal show. And what was funny was, this is very early on. This is like, I think Punch-Out came on that night, and that might have been his 5th time on Discord ever. Like, he was always in the chat in the beginning days. So I had him on there, and I think Jonathan was on there. And I did this show, and I remember the name of it. It was called Addressing the Salad, because they did a show called Addressing the Problem or something, which was me or whatever. And it was called Addressing the Problem, Addressing the Situation. And I just made a show called Addressing the Salad, where I started off the beginning of the show literally talking about salad for like the first 15, 20 minutes. Because I knew she was going to be watching, and everyone was going to be watching to see what I said about her. So I didn't say anything about her right away. And then I just started fucking destroying her. And it was and it's still up on the channel. Probably one of the funniest shows we ever did. And she erased her shit after I made my shit. Andre Little was even in that chat that night. And he goes, what happened? I'm like, yeah, they were saying I apparently made you cry. You and that Chinese kid. What was that kid's name, Gonzo? The Chinese kid. Fucking. He had the fun and he had the catchy name, too. I can't even think of it. I know Gonzo will remember it.
That was one of Rev Sauce's most famous things, though. Is go live, rant about somebody for 30, 45 minutes, end the stream, delete it, come back live 10 minutes later talking about, I just had to get something off my chest. Sorry, I deleted it. I didn't mean to say all that, but I just had to get it all off my chest for those of you who needed to hear that.
Boss Sausage remembered Zachary Kim. That's right. The Chinese kid. That when I found out how old he was, remember I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And that was before those kids got older. I remember I was like, this ain't Jacob Waters' show. Jacob Waters was having those dudes on and they were young as fuck. I'm like, you guys can start coming over here when you're adults and shit. And Andre Little ended up being cool. He's still in our chat to this day. Good guy. Boss Sausage said Pesci made Andre Little and Zachary Kim cry. what happened was I was on a show where it looked like Andre was crying, and they ran with "I made him cry." They did a few shows that they took down. The one when Granny took off his shirt and him and Pena were doing the, like, you know, two guys take off their shirt and show their muscles. It was the funniest thing ever. Obviously, Granny was fucking around, but Pena was being serious. I didn't know what pegging was until Ariel told me what it was, and we did a show on it. And then that's when Pena stopped doing shows with us, pretty much, after the pegging story came out. But he did the Moon Show, and the Moon Show was great. I like Pena. We got along. There's also a video on my channel where Pena was doing something, and I was in a car, and I joined Ariel's show, and I literally shitted on him. I think me and Fat Ninja, rest in peace, Fat Ninja. Me and Fat Ninja went on a show with Ariel, or Fat Ninja was in the chat or something, and we were shitting on Pena. And I literally went up there, and this is when the Filipino thing was at its peak. And I remember I made that guy sound like an idiot. I remember because he always referred to himself as the smartest guy in the room, but he was always doing dumb shit. And I said to him, I go, dude, how is the smartest guy in the room not know how to be cool with everybody? Like, you end up not getting along with this person or this girl, or you say something stupid. How can you be the smartest person in the room? You can't get along with a motherfucker. I was able to get along with you to where you were apologizing to me. This is what I told him. Because what's funny is he shitted on me on a show, and then I tore them apart, and he was in my DMs like, Ariel's got me tricked. Listen, I didn't mean any of that shit. I promise, blah, blah, blah. He was saying shit like that. Penny ended up being a scared guy. I go, don't call yourself the smartest anything when I'm around, bro, because you always do dumb shit. I don't give a fuck if you know what Thomas Edison invented the fucking umbrella. You're living in a house where you're living off your wife and shit. You can't go buy your own bread. So who gives a fuck who invented electricity, motherfucker, if you can't even pay your own way? Taking pictures, ask fucking, you can ask Thunder. I sent a picture to Thunder of Pena. I was like, look, he finally met up with Ariel. He goes, he looks like he's homeless. This guy did, he looked like he's fucking homeless. If you did a fucking show with him, this guy was talking like Thomas Edison. I got rare footage because Ariel took most of it down. Jacob probably has a few shows with Pena. But I got the Moon Show where Jake came on, and I go, Jake, remember what I told you? If you're going to come, this wasn't Discord, this was StreamYard. If you're going to come on the show, we got to talk about the moon. And he goes, I want to talk about moonshine. I want to talk about the taxes and moonshine. And it was a great moment because we all knew, we didn't know what he was going to say. But he said that. And that was when Shady J raided my channel for the first time. And that's how I met, I think, Squigs and BC that night. I didn't even think about that part, BC. The night I had Jacob Waters and I'm on, Shady J raided me because me and him were getting kind of cool. Because I sent him a $5 super chat. And I go, I sound like Joe Pesci too. And he goes, yeah, right. And he clicked over. He usually doesn't go on other people's streams in the middle of a stream. And he goes, holy shit, he does. And then they, Squiggles and all them, they fucking ended up staying around from that.
Hey, I'm going to catch you later, bro.
Later.
Have a good night. See you, Fatal.
Gonzo said the thing is, Mermaid would talk crap just to get his attention. She just wanted to vent, find a new guy, and she took... Yeah, but you know what's weird? I never understood her infatuation with Pena and never gave her $1. Was it just because he was into all the weird shit? Like when she would explain why she likes him, because, she didn't hide nothing. She'll bury a motherfucker. That's why I always said, when I first ever met that girl, I made sure whenever I talked to her about shit that I knew she could repeat. I was like, hey, Mike, you always keep in mind when you're talking to this girl, everything's up for fair game. So no secrets here because she ain't sharing. She ain't going to keep a secret. Rule number 1 is never make you think that you like her. I might have sent her some shit. I helped her out because she was doing some She introduced me to a couple cool people, and I was trying to be a hero when I sent her the laptop that we never even got to see her use. She ended up trading for smokes or something. Or whatever. That's why Gonzo, I got to tell the story. She messaged Gonzo, and then Gonzo reached out to her and asked me for money because she was asking me money for like a couple weeks ago or whatever, and I just didn't respond. I didn't even say no. Nah. I just said nope. And she had Gonzo reach out. I was like, I giving that bitch enough shit, bitch. Time for you to go fucking, I don't know. The fucking shit you and Penn do. You can't figure out a way to make some money off of that weird shit? She was stalking Rico. The stuff bowling was true because Angelo told me basically the same thing. Oh, I'm not doubting it. She does. She was a fucking Looney Tune. That's why I thought it was funny in the beginning. Pena acted like he was like trapped or something. Dude, she's got all this shit against me and shit. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what have you done? I knew from those fucking Facebook weirdo shots she would share us, like, provocative pictures. I was like, holy shit. She looked like you know when you go in those fun houses and they got those mirrors and you look at yourself and you look crooked or wavy? That's how that bitch is normal. She'd take a picture of herself. She looked like she was in a funhouse mirror. It was so weird. She needs to find a guy who has money, even if it's DJ Eric. DJ Eric, what's crazy is whatever, I wonder what he does nowadays. DJ Eric claims he started the PWO. He didn't. He was just there when JJ had the idea. They might have both said it at the same time. Gonzo said no dice. Well, what's funny, Gonzo, is when she goes live and she plays those Toby Keith videos, hey, I wonder how she's allowed to do that. But at the same time, maybe the person that would care doesn't care. Maybe they look at that as a fan appreciation. I'm not going to hate on her. She's got fucking 12,000 followers doing that shit. Congrats. But when she does those live streams and it says on the bottom in like 3 places you could tip, to a guy like me, I would come in there like, Jesus Christ, money here, you need money there. Who's fucking running this whack-a-madoo shit here? Is this some kind of fucking... Is Kenny behind this shit? Three ways to give her a tip and all that funny shit? I always say that little fucking super chat thing, that's enough for people to know, hey man, yeah, they could tip. They should be smart enough. I've never gone in a stream and read, oh, you could tip? Okay. I might have clicked the link to do those funny pop-ups, like on Joe Cronin's show, where if you donate a certain amount of money, you could get a funny pop-up. But we know Mermaid, you don't get no pop-up. You don't get shit. You won't even get to hear her voice because she's too afraid to fucking... She's too afraid of someone going, who the fuck was that? And making some phone calls. Yeah, she ain't buying bots. She don't have time for that. Bots ain't going to pay her no money. Those are real people that go into her shit. Bots do her nothing. That's why I'm surprised the Louisville Werewolf, like the Wise Dog would call him, started doing it to his stream and then thought people would really think that. Like, huh? You used to call this shit out once upon a time. You're doing the shit that you would call out? One time he said Cornette had fake followers. I'm like, Kenny, now those are real followers, bro. Don't give me the Cornette bought some follower shit. Y'all have bought followers. Frank could show you the graph where you bought them. YouTube gives monetization before they actually check to see if the content is original. Here's the problem is, and this is why I backed out of the fucking... hold on, let me let Daisy out real quick. Come on, Daisy. What up, J-Walks? We're in Discord. Yeah, so Gonzo, I'll tell you a funny story about that. Is people were like, so why did you cut cold turkey when I stopped doing that thing on him? What was funny was through his phone call with Schmidt, I always say sometimes you just got to listen to what people say and it could tell like a whole story. And one of the things I paid attention to was when he was first sending that shit to Schmidt, he said, I might not be able to shut him down, but I'll be able to keep him down for a while. Which means you could file shit on anyone. YouTube will take it as real. You know, whatever they got to do, take you down just to make sure you're, you know, not doing what you're supposed to do. Eventually, they'll let you up back like they did me. Like, I got 6 strikes, and he won one of them. And what's funny was, you know, Frank taught me this, but I didn't say it when it was going down in case Bob got wind. He filed a complaint, the one he paid for. He didn't even file it on that. So he literally spent $40, filed it on the thumbnail one, the wrong one. And I got the videos back that he spent $40 on. And, of course, they're archived. I'm not bringing them out. But I fucking archived them. And that strike's about to go off my thing. So he got me for 1 out of the 6. But what he told Schmidt was, I'm prepared to keep him down, meaning he was prepared to just keep throwing nonsense at me and seeing what sticks and what doesn't. And you saw how many days I was down for. I was down for almost a month. It took to fucking get out of that shit. If you don't have direct connect with YouTube, our complaint is like... You know what I mean? Our complaint ain't shit. It's like the guy that walks in the dispensary and buys 1 pre-roll.
Yep.
Fuck that guy.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm heading to bed. I will catch y'all tomorrow.
He said the other day, no BS, he could have got you taken down with the 3rd, but he let you off. Well... I believe him in a small way, but what I did, to be fair, was I took everything down. I think in time, I'll start putting some videos back out, like the ones he did on here, because it shouldn't just be erased history. Like, he wanted us to erase our history because of something I did. He wanted to make sure that you couldn't find me from Adam to Eve. Like, we can't let this motherfucker live.
Parang Quiapo. Maaagawan at maaagawan ka. Madami is not sure. Maaagawan.
That's what I said.
2 minutes na lang and then we will announce
Schmidt.
our winner.
You can come on Discord if you want.
2 minutes more to go.
J-Walks.
King, mega love shout out, King. Thank you so much for the blessing today, King. Thank you for the blessing today. Sir Joseph Pache, thank you very much. Guys, wait lang ha. Ayan, we will announce our
Gonzo said false claim. Yeah, that's. But here's what was weird. Here's where I got scared. There was money being spent. Oh shit, the dog. 1 second. Well, here's what's funny. This is what got me scared because when he was like, yeah, we're talking to blah, 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 and, the courts, when I saw actual money was spent and me and Fred couldn't figure out what they actually spent it on, like, what does that 40 give you? Or we didn't get it. But there was a paper sent and it showed it was legit. That's why I was like, holy shit, they're putting the work in. That show had them so that, imagine that. That show had him like that, where he was spending 40. I remember people said I could do shit back. I didn't even want to. That's not even how I play. Just because someone fucking gets me fucked or is a screw over, I'm not about to screw them back over. I'm just going to make it well known what the fuck they are. That's how you win that ordeal. I'm not going to screw you over, Ken. I don't hate you like that. I do that show to clown on you. You're the one that fucking gives me the shit. Just do it back. Do Raw Pesci. See if it gets the same response or whatever. You went to fucking tattletaling? A man that was in the corner of John Cena? Can you imagine that? If in the same sentence you're like, I managed John Cena, I went after a YouTuber that had a couple thousand followers. I managed John Cena and I went after because if you go back and watch some of the Raw bowling, some of the shit that I remember I would watch some of the clips or whatever when we took them down, when me and Frank were seeing what they were trying to copyright in the beginning. Dude, some of that shit, we weren't even like exaggerating. We were actually being fair and like where we weren't just doing, it wasn't a show like how he says, defaming and splitting audience. This is what he told YouTube. He's splitting my audience. No, you watched an episode of Raw Pesci and you heard me talking about us having the same amount of viewers. You claim we split the viewership. Meanwhile, I thought everybody on my side of the fence were the guys you don't want to be nowhere near. Because here's my thing. Let's say someone was doing a show on us or whatever. Whenever we have our spats or when the Jake thing was going on, we were able to laugh at that shit. He can't laugh at when someone's clowning on him for his current status. So paranoid someone might catch him. And that's not even how it is. I'd rather be known as the guy that after he did that shit, I walked away. He probably would tell the story. Yeah, Pesci's scared and blah, blah, blah. He has to do that. You have to. Raw bowling was detrimental. You know what I mean? And it was a great show. It was taking off just like how Raw Phil would. People were coming in just to watch that show. And I was enjoying doing it. But Kenny acts like he said shit about stalking and shit. If I was a stalker, how come after Raw bowling ended, I literally stopped watching? It was only fun to watch you when we got to like clown on it in a group. Watching you solo with no one around or whatever, them days are done, Ken. I might watch a clip or whatever, but I can't sit through the fucking the donation shit. Especially when they do it so awful. You know what I mean? There's so many better ways to ask for money than the way they do it. Pedersen learned his lesson. He knows not to mess with us anymore. I'll give him that. Because here's the one thing I said during this. I hope that when Kenny comes after me, he comes after me with the truth. If he doesn't, I might be a little bit worried. Because a liar could say a lot of shit, and you saw what happened. I got shut down. Videos that we ended up finding a clip. I would like to say this if Ken's listening, or Bob, or Jeremiah, or Bullfrog, or Shitbrain. We found the clip where, and it's actually one of, there's actually kind of two, where Kenny actually gives me the blessing, because I told Frank, when, God bless Frank Hirsch, when Frank was watching some of these shows to try to figure out what Kenny was copywriting, the videos he specifically struck, you could go on there and you could watch him. You can't see him on YouTube or anything, but you could go on there and watch the claim part. During him watching that, he found a clip of Kenny basically giving me blessings to do my own show and blessings to use videos that me and him do together. But who would I show that video to? YouTube complaint program is by video. I don't know if I went on Twitter or something like that. I don't know how to do that. And there was just too much energy to put in bullshit. I just said, you know what, Schmidt? Go tell your fucking father, who you love, I'm out. I'm for real out. I bet, like he said, stalker. No, you can't really stalk people like on YouTube like that, Ken. Stalkers are kind of behind the shadow. I know a lot of the fucking DSP kind of guys, low tier god, called detractors, stalkers. No, we're detractors. It's pretty simple. You could say even trolls, Ken. The word detractor actually it came from the word troll. It just was a more proper way of saying it. And if I truly wanted to do that show, I know a way to do it where he wouldn't be able to do anything. I know there would be ways to do it, but the problem was he's taking it so personal. Fighting any claim he makes against me, they're not fun. I had to start up another channel. You never know what's going to happen. Yeah, but I'm out, Iceman. I can't go back to it. I was thinking about that once upon a time. I'm out. I'm just out of that. I got to get out of there. That's why I said it was fun. I mean, it's so fun, it scared them motherfuckers to death. You could do it on Trovo, just a members only show. First of all, I got rid of Trovo. If it would ever be on anything, it would be Kick. And I'd rather make, honestly, the tractor videos on locales, because Kenny's a local. He's just at a very low degree. If there was someone that was paying for that, maybe. They're like, yeah, listen, get your old crew back. We'll pay you to do. I mean, because I know the way to do it without him being able to do jack shit. Well, when he started threatening Schmidt's work, what did I always say? He started talking about the law. I laughed and said, well, if he just calls and says the truth, I'm not saying a cop will laugh in your face, but bro, if you call and say what I'm really doing, I'm good. Okay? There's sometimes girlfriends that try to stab boyfriends and they don't even come see them. Type shit. They're not, if you tell the real story. Now, the problem is when you're dealing with a liar could just call him and go, look, man, you got this criminal. He's a 5-time serious drug dealer, selling fucking cars. Who knows what he's doing? He's got a bunch of cash on him, smoking weed, doing deals, felonies, bears out of trees. You know what I mean? It was like when Barkley first came around. When he was telling stuff to Kenny, I didn't blame him. I was like, oh, I remember those kind of guys, the Schmitters. I saw Schmidt used to do that all the time. But I go, if Barkley knew who we were, he would be cool with us. Meaning he'll be over here. And that was before I even knew he was a gamer. I thought he was some old dude, like another boss man. He just doesn't fight fair. It'd be one thing if I was going somewhere where someone else was doing it, where all the shit would be on them. But I told Schmidt, relay a message for me, and I'm not usually a guy that goes back on the word. I go, listen, Schmidt, go tell that motherfucker either drive over there. He's calling your job for starters. He might have shook Schmidt a little bit. Like Schmidt was like, what the fuck is he calling my job for? You know what I mean? He knew he couldn't call anyone up here for me. He had to go after the channel. Well, we got to just take Pesci down. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, we're calling the cops. What are we going to say? That's why I said I'm out of that game. And I think he knows it. He knew I was going to get my channel back. I heard what he said in the message with some of them. I said, sometimes you just got to listen to the words they said. And I said, look, man, go there and tell them I'm out. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm out. Even though I had every video saved, Frank had every video off my channel saved up. We were prepared to go forward with the other channel if we had to. I just don't want to restart. Fuck all that. No, he didn't get me pulled over with the tint. I drove past a cop that had someone pulled over. It was in a city that makes a living off pulling people over and getting tickets. It's a rich city. It was 115 even if I was innocent at the court. Weirdo shit. No, the cop never said, hey, Michael Bolin says hello. The cop thought I was doing shit I wasn't supposed to be doing. By the time he saw that I wasn't doing anything illegal, he fucking wrote me a ticket for tint. And what's crazy is Punch got pulled over for tint that same month after he goes, they would never do that down here, and he got pulled over. Think about how small of a world this is. I get pulled over for tint. Punch goes, they would never do that down here, and got pulled over for tint. They didn't give him a ticket, though. They said, we don't got time to write tint tickets. If you remove the tint before court, I don't even think that would have mattered in this situation, Gonzo. Because I even told the judge, hey, judge, I own a car lot. I was pulled. I didn't even tell him the truth. I was actually on a DoorDash, not DoorDash, but Uber Eats. I was on an Uber Eats delivery, but the cop wasn't there, so I told the judge, I was showing the car to be sold. I got pulled over on my way home. I got Chinese food. I am a car dealer. I'm on a 24-hour plate, unique NEO. I'm not just restricted to where I could drive. And it was obvious by that when the cop eventually let me go, when he was like, what are you doing this on a dealer tag? What are you doing that? And I remember I called the guy I work with, and he goes, bro, what are you so shook for? You know your fucking plate's a 24-hour plate? Don't tell them to fucking write the ticket. You'll handle it. But I got that tint shit, and they wouldn't even drop it. The judge goes, I can't throw out a ticket. You could say not guilty. I'm like, I got to say not guilty and come back? I don't want to come back here. Just give me the fucking fine. And it was only $25, but it's $115 automatically as court fees. So even though I was like charged, what was it, 50? Yeah, it was $50, but they automatically give you $115 in court, whatever. Even the people that had $20, they're like, hey, can you pay it today? I love the people that go, I can't pay it today, Your Honor, but I could pay it next month. I would never let myself get embarrassed like that. When that judge said, can you pay today? I go, hell yeah, I'll pay. You want me to hand the money to you? I haven't cracked that joke. He said, no, downstairs. Hello, Ren. What up, Carbonite? Good to see you, Carbonite. Hello, Rinchi. Love you, sweetheart. Shout out to the very beautiful Rinchi. I wasn't looking at the chat. Thank you, Ren. But yeah, Gonzo, it's fucked up when you think how everything ended up turning out. And it's crazy how much time has fucking passed. Where it's like, holy shit, it's like a lifetime at this point. You know, there's videos on my YouTube that say 3 years ago. We're like, Jesus Christ, it's been that long already? Oh, Jaywalks is working on a car. I thought he was popping in. That's crazy that they're selling 2003 Escalades in California for $5,000. Damn! Welcome to California. Knows how to... Holy shit. I mean, that when I look at that car, I mean, that's definitely what I would say. I would probably charge that same amount, don't get me wrong. But usually they're not that non-rusty when they're in Ohio at that year. Unless he was lying to me about something. Is that an 03? Barkley was fibbing. Yeah, that's an 03. It looks so much newer. See, Ohio, the paint don't look like that after 22 years. If it does, you were a fucking saint to that car. Shout out to Jenkins, and shout out to Carbonite Dreams Gamer. What I want to do is I want to start making, and I've been recording them, I just got to put them up. Some of those detractor videos I do on DSP, I want to put those videos up and then tag DSP like all the detractors do. And then maybe to see if I get one of them to maybe play one of the videos. Because the Detractor Alley is actually a catchy name. A lot of these detractors, they got, you know, they got their own thing, names and shit, but they don't really got something that sounds like that. You know, you got Detractor Beam, WPIG, Memeology, Duty Streams, Meerkat Mob. And they're all detractors. But there ain't no Detractor Alley. And then all I'd have to do is go on one of those shows and super chat him and be like, hey man, I got a video for you to check out. But you make sure the super chat's something where they, you know, I don't know, $5 shit. You make sure you put a $50 bill and you say, hey, I want you to check this detractor video out I made. Damn. So long. He's fucked. Look how J-Walk says, I'm working on a car. Damn, at this hour? I need you on my team. We're got cars at 2 a.m. I definitely got some work for you. Text him one last time. Like, take this dude, Brand Dude. There's a guy named Brand Dude. He's live right now. DSP Detractor, who's just re-showing Phil's streams from earlier. 360 people in the building watching. If you can get in the Phil Vortex and you're known for making videos, they'll come all the time. Yeah, Carbonite, I thought about, sometimes I'll have guys in here and we'll watch some duty videos and I'll comment on them or whatever. But it's easy to be a DSP detractor. It really is. That's what's funny. It's like, I've been watching them for so long now. Or at least the Detractor verse and all the shit that happened with Kino Casino. I mean, everything. There's a lot of shit I don't watch anymore. I just watch all that shit. The Snortex. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. It's crazy. And I don't hate Phil. It's just really easy to make videos and clown on them. And what was funny was, my channel was, I was telling the story earlier, I don't know if you were in here or whatever, but my channel was shut down like a month or two ago because I was doing a Detractor video on another locale. It was just somebody that we knew kind of personally, and he went after my channel. And that was because the shows were they were that good. The guy was getting that worried that my shit was going to fuck his shit all up. Because I think I would make fun of that. Like, that's what we did. When somebody made a show defaming me, I fucking laughed at it. It was hilarious. In fact, they actually took the channel that we laughed at it so hard, they had to take the channel down. I remember I was rewatching it. Like, this is great. They said I made people cry and all that shit. And I'm a backstabber and all this weirdo stuff. Knocking his wife down? Yeah, I follow all the locale shit. Yeah, Wings is gone. You know, what's funny is when he goes live, he only has like 100, 200 people watching him. But it's through all these detractor shit. Like when he was on locale, there's 4,000. Same thing with DSP. DSP's viewership's down so low because everybody watches him on Raw Film. And what he doesn't realize is those were all the people that would still be in your chat if you would have never blocked them. Like, you might as well have let those LARPers LARP, Phil. Those are the guys that gave you the numbers. People aren't even showing up over there no more. They're going to, I watch him on Raw Phil. His chat is fucking lame as fuck. Yeah, Jay Walks just messaged me. I said, he said he gonna watch the locale show. Yeah, I'll do a video. Show him one. He's getting his headphones. Perfect. We'll do one. Let me get my drink and we're jumping in to the house that Kenny tried to destroy. Alright, which ones did I want to show, Jaywalks? Oh, the DSP crash out over... Yeah. First of all, shout out to Snort Hoagie. Let me wait for Jaywalks. The name of this one is DSP's crash out over boring playthrough and money. So... I'll wait for Jaywalks to get in here so I can set the premise, because this really is kind of fucked up and funny how what you're about to see if you know the premise of it. And what's sick is like what Carbonite said, the Snortex. If you're in the Snortex, you'll know what I'm talking about. Some people might think I'm up here speaking Chinese, but there's a reason behind a lot of Phil's bullshit. What up, brother? Hello, I can't hear you if you hear me.
Yeah, now I do, yeah. I didn't hear nothing to right now. You got me?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I was telling people, Jaywalks, before you came in here, I don't know if you were listening, that some of these segments that we do on what's his name, I've been like clipping them, and I might start putting some of them up to where maybe one day I could be like on one of those detractor shows and be like, hey, check out one of these vids. You never know.
No,
but,
most definitely.
The premise for this first video I'm going to show, this is what's funny. So the name of the video is DSP crash out over boring playthrough of money. Here's what's funny. Let me set the premise for everyone. So Phil is playing two games that I am not going to lie. One's called, the one's called Obscure, Claire Obscure, and Blue Chip or whatever that fucking one is, that blue whatever. These two games are the most boringest things ever. Not only are the most too boring, almost like watching them play Claire Obscure, it's a good game, I guess, but it's the kind of game that they don't go watch DSP play. If they're going to go watch that game, there's people they're going to watch before that idiot. You want to watch DSP for crash out games, and he stays away from shit like that. So to set the premise, he plays these two shitty games, and how he bases how good the stream is not off. He always says interaction. Nope, it's all money. If he doesn't hit the $150, it's a disaster. Now here's what's crazy. This boring game, this one game, it's Blue something. I don't know why I can't think of the name. But yeah, thank you, Carbonite. Carbonite says I like the Detractor Alley name. That's what I said. It's catchy. Trust me, I know it's a catchy thing. It would be what would separate me from other ones because there's a million detractors. But if you have catchy shit and you know what you're talking about, and I'm deep enough in this Phil shit where I could shit on him like when I used to shit on Kenny. It's the same thing. It's that easy. But anyway, Phil was playing this Blue Chips or whatever it was. Most boring game to watch him play. It didn't hit the goal one time, meaning the $150. Meaning for about a month, it hit the goal straight. So you're going to see this guy crash out literally only over one fucking stream of it not getting the support you want. But here it is. Thank you to Snort Hogan. Here's the DSP crash out over boring playthrough of money. And literally, you're going to see this guy going, I don't know what to do to make it entertaining or how to keep the money going.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Snort, snort, snort. Hogan. Drip, snort, snort. I got the drip. Go.
So in regards to that methodology, I changed it. Over the years, I evolved, particularly when I became a streamer in 2017. I said, well, if we're going to do these live streams and they're interactive, then it's okay if I take my time. Because if I take my time, we can enjoy the game and react to it together. We can have conversation about it live. It's more of a social aspect rather than me just sitting here playing the game offline for myself.
You're not interactive, Phil.
So let's do
you
that.
interact with people and you treat them
like
like shit.
My playthroughs became more lengthy, more drawn out, seeing more side content. I replayed old games that I had rushed through previously, this time doing more full and complex playthroughs that I really enjoy. And so everything changed for the better. But now what's happened is culture has changed. Everyone wants instant gratification. Everyone wants everything right away without having to wait a long time for it. And people want to talk about a game for literally 3 days and then move on to the next.
So right now what he's trying to figure out is he's basically saying, I've played these two games so long that the reason why I didn't get my $150 is they're getting bored of it. People get bored of the game. And what's funny is, no, Phil, that's not the case with you. Your viewership's been dropping no matter what you play because your reputation is from the detractors. More people watch you on other channels. Thousands watch you elsewhere. Only a couple hundred watch you now. And it's been at 200 for a while now, but it's the lowest since I've started watching you, when you'd have always anywhere from 400 to 450 during the podcast. Those days are over. And it's not that because they're not watching you no more, Phil, like you're trying to figure out. It's because they're watching you elsewhere, and you blocked everybody.
Clear Obscure was hot for a week, but if you didn't know all about it in the first week, no one cares about it week 2. But
no,
wait a minute,
not true.
It's a 60-hour game. How could I ever get through the old
Any
game
big streamer could play Clair Obscure. Ninja's playing it, and he's still getting the same numbers.
That's not how it used to be, but that's just how it is. So now, when a lengthy game comes out, and I'm thinking to myself, well, everyone's telling me to play it. Everyone says I don't skip it because it's going to be the biggest game ever.
Always blames it on everyone.
All right,
There's
I'll try
never
it.
everyone.
And
it's like 3
people. I play it
people.
at my own pace. We're enjoying it. Oh, you're doing it wrong. What do you mean? Well, everyone else already beat it. I've only played it for a week. Yeah,
LARPer.
it's already done. Everyone did 60 hours in it. They're done. What do you mean?
Let the LARPers LARP, Phil. You know it's a LARP.
So, in regards to Clair Obscure, here's what's going on. As you play through the game, incrementally, the character who serves as your vehicle for the game, SWA, you ride him, and he's fast travel, basically, because he goes over the overworld map. You don't have to fight.
I had no
on his
idea.
back.
That's what I said.
He at first can only go over the ground. Then after a while, he can break crystals to go to new areas. Then he can swim. Then he can start to swim through coral. Eventually, he's going to be able to dive and jump and fly and do all this other stuff.
You hear what he's saying? This guy, meanwhile, is watched by thousands of detractors. He's a part of the fucking biggest drama circle, and he's talking to people like he's talking to a kindergartner. You would think nothing is going wrong in this guy's life. It's like he's so clueless. Like you talk to your audience like they're 5-year-olds.
Each time that you get to a milestone in the story, he gains a new ability, and then all this new content opens up in the game. So each and every time that this has happened, I explore the map and I do content. There's an optional dungeon over here, an optional super boss over here. Now, normally in the game,
He says the word optional dungeon because he wants people to wonder why it's taking him so long.
For example, there's super dungeons that have opened up that I walked into them level 30 and the enemies are level 70. Whoa. Well, you shouldn't be able to beat that, but I can. Why can you beat it? Well, let's see. Because, FYI, I've played turn-based RPGs my whole life, so I'm good at them. And I played fighting games. So why does that factor in? Because in fighting games, you need incredibly good hand-eye coordination. You need to be able to do timed button presses and joystick taps in order to counter what your opponent is coming at you with. So how does that factor into Clair Obscur? Well, the combat system has a parry system. If you're playing this game, and you run into something that's really tough. As long as you can read its attacks and parry by pressing a button when it hits you, you can literally absorb all its damage and then turn it back against it with a counterattack. Essentially, if you're good at parrying, you're invincible in Clair Obscur. No kidding. It's just true. You will actually beat pretty much everything in the game if you're good at parrying. So I go into a level 70 dungeon at level 30, and I start winning. And people are like, that doesn't make any sense. Literally no other person who played this game walked into this dungeon at your level and was able to complete it. Well, I can. Because I'm different. Do you remember when I played Elden Ring? And we finally walked into the open world map for the first time. And right there in front of you is that knight on the horse with a big-ass weapon. And everyone said, well, we'll take him on, and got completely trounced by him and said, fuck this, we'll go back later. I said, no, I'm going to beat that guy right now. And it took me like an hour and a half, but I did it. On that very first stream of Elden Ring, I persevered. I learned the pattern. I beat that knight. That was an incredible challenge.
Phil, the detractors made hundreds of videos off of you fighting that knight and looking like an idiot.
Overcome. That's exactly how I'm playing Clair Obscur. Okay?
He could have made the money himself.
In Clair Obscur, when this side content is opening up, and most people say, fuck it, it's too hard, I'll come back later. I was like, nope. I'm going to challenge myself. I'm going to see if I can do it. And I've been able to do it all. I think there's only literally one super boss and one other area that it was just so instant death, and the health pools were too big. There was no way I was going to be able to beat them.
Phil, the game has made over $1,000. It didn't make the money one night, and he's panicking. Okay? This is him panicking. People are telling me I did it wrong. Well, now because you did that, you're over level. No one was telling you that.
If I skipped all the side content and I only did the main story, then you would have complained that I missed all the side content of the game and I rushed through it. Hence, I don't really know I don't have a good idea of the game, and the playthrough sucked because I just rushed and I didn't take my time. You know, like you guys told me back in the day, and everyone said that those playthroughs sucked, right? So I changed myself in the last 15 years to be a different kind of creator per your feedback. Now all of a sudden that's wrong. I should have just turboed
Phil,
through this.
Here's the reality, Phil. Watching you play Clair of Obscur and that Blue Chips game is the most boringest shit I've ever seen. I turn it when you go to that game. That's why I said, if you get rid of the podcast, you are fucked. This is what he's doing right now is the podcast. These are the things people want to watch you say because you say a bunch of dumb shit. You playing some of these games, you put no effort in, and you look like you're dying in. Like, I'm like, damn, you don't even look like you want to be there.
Game, apparently. Okay? So I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to do because
he doesn't know what he's supposed to do.
I something, I'm somehow doing it wrong. Even when I'm listening to direct feedback,
this is over a video game.
I don't get it. Okay?
I don't know what to do. Now, it didn't make 150.
In the case of Clair Obscur, if you believe that doing the side content actually ruins the game, you have the right to that opinion, but you should take that opinion and you should direct it towards the parties who are culpable for that.
Phil, they don't want you doing side content because it was super boring
to be played. Then go complain to them and say, why is it in there? Right? If
What's he
by
talking
doing
to?
the side content, I become so
That's
overleveled
what I
that
said.
nothing in the
This
game
is
will
great.
be fun anymore.
He said,
then
who is he
why
talking to? Jay
are
Walks.
you
That's
complaining
great.
to me? I don't get. I don't. Does it make me sense? Does it? I'm just
I
playing
think
the
he's
game
talking
that
to
was
his
presented to
donors.
me. I'm playing the parts that open up in the story as I approach them. Hell, that super dungeon was actually right there in line with the story. It wasn't even like, oh, I went out of my way to go find it. It was literally right there. Now, it showed danger red, but it was right in front of me. Let me give it a shot. Oh, look, I just beat it. And now I'm over leveled. Well, how is that my fault? Because I'm too good at the game?
Phil,
Literally,
those
what you're
were
saying
LARPers
is
saying this to you.
because I'm so good at the game, the
A
playthrough sucks.
44-year-old man letting people in
That's
the
exactly
chat
what you're
get
saying.
to him.
I'm so good at Clear Obscure, my playthrough's bad because nothing's beating me. That's really
Liar.
what you're saying. It's if you had played the game and you were finding all this in trouble and adversity and you were raging and basically you were, sucking at the game, then we could make more memes, right? Then we could do clips and we could put them on X and on TikTok and on Reddit.
He's talking
and we could
about
have
his
millions of views making
Doom
fun of how
clip
bad
that
you
went
are at the
viral,
game.
and he was
But you're
mad
not
because
doing
it
that, so
didn't
your
come from
playthrough
his
sucks.
channel.
Fuck you. Yes, every one of you out there. Fuck
Carbonite
you.
Dream says, guys, delusional.
Anyone who says this kind of dumb shit, go fuck yourself.
I love this.
You're a fucking waste of my time and you're a waste of life if that's all you think. Because Darkseid feels good at something.
This is why
his
he needs to
playthrough
do the
sucks.
podcast.
No, you're a loser. If all you care about is toxicity and failure, and all you want to do is bring someone down because they're good at something,
Phil, you
you're
were
the
just talking
fucking
about video
problem.
games.
Not me.
Dude, he's all over the place. He was just talking about video games, and then he goes, if you're trying to talk about toxic shit, like, holy fucking
My playthrough
spiral.
doesn't suck. My playthrough is one of the best playthroughs of Clear Obscure because I'm showing you that anyone who has skill can actually beat any portion of this game at any time.
This game
All you
involves
need to
no
do is
skill, by
time
the
the
way.
parries. Tell me another fucking content creator who's made a playthrough like that of that game. Name
No one cares.
One singular one.
It exists, but nobody
I'd
cares.
love to hear it. So because I'm doing something differently, better than everyone else, and you can't make fun of me for it,
You're not doing
mad.
anything different.
Too fucking bad. Go fucking jump off a cliff. Because
Holy
that's about
shit.
the value that you have. if
Go
that's the
jump
kind of
off a
person you wanna
cliff.
be.
This is
You're
actually
a
good.
toxic individual on the internet who only cares when someone's in suffering and misery. That's fucked
Toxic
up.
individual.
Seriously. What is wrong with you? If that's your mentality.
Take care, Carbonite.
Now, let's continue positively, okay? What I want to do moving forward is actually figure out, do I play lengthy games?
Do I
Because
play
I
lengthy
don't
games?
see
This is only
a way
because
to
he didn't
do
make
it
$150
and
on
keep
one
attention
game.
on me. To be honest,
One stream.
I feel like the modern gaming industry, you literally only get, sadly, a week to talk about a game.
Not
After
true.
that, it's absolutely true that everyone's on to the next topic, on
He
to the
said
next trend,
absolutely
on to the
true.
next thing.
That is not
This
true,
is why
Phil.
I've told you guys for years.
Your
I'm
viewership's
apprehensive
been dying.
about actually playing lengthy games.
It's
Okay?
not lengthy. They're boring.
I don't know what else to do because I don't know how to make those playthroughs viable.
I wouldn't even
I don't
play
know how
those
to make
games
them
on my
work.
stream, and no one's even
Even
watching.
if I had rushed through Clear Obscure and only done the story, people would have said the playthrough sucked because you didn't do the content. So now I beat the content that's challenging and I master the game, and people say
Mastered?
your playthrough sucks. I think we see a problem here.
You didn't
and
master
the
the
problem
game.
isn't me. The problem is you. Because you're so fucking toxic. People out there who are never satisfied at all, no matter what I do. I can't please those people. Do you understand? It doesn't matter how I play a game, they're always going to whine and bitch and complain about it. So instead of focusing on this
The
giant
LARPers
crowd of losers
that
on
he
the
needs to
internet
stop
who all they
blocking.
want to do is be toxic, I need to hone in on the factors that make people who actually like my content come by and engage and support with it. So the question is, what happened with Clear
This
Obscure?
clip we're
where
watching
we
has
were getting that
8,000
attention, we were
views.
getting that support, and all of a sudden, yesterday it fell off. What happened with Blueprints? That we were having people come
He's
by
saying
and
what
say,
happened.
"Listen,
He's
please
talking
make
about
this
money
a day
right here.
stream because we
This
love
is
this
money.
game and we want the playthrough to continue and we'll support it." but then we're not getting that support anymore. What happened, right? What's the change? Is it because
And
it's too
Blueprints
long?
made 200 today.
In
He
the
got
case
lucky
of
again.
Blueprints, it really, really baffles me because we're actually now
It
unraveling
baffles
the
you. This
game-long mysteries
Blueprints is the most
that
boring
have
game
been
I
big
have almost
questions
ever
the
seen in my
entire time.
life. I
And now we're
cannot
getting those answers,
believe
and we're getting near the end
how
of the
much
game.
money
We've
he's
opened
made
3 out
from
of the
playing
8
this
final
game.
doors.
And that's how
we're
he
starting to
bases
piece
it.
together the clues we can do to solve the puzzles behind those doors, and that's literally the end of the game. So, what's next, right?
Awful
like
game.
why are we losing audience? Why are we losing support for Blueprints? I'm
Why are
actually
we
stumped.
losing audience? Most boringest shit
And
I've
this is
ever
what I
seen in
wanna
my
hear. I
life,
don't want to hear,
arguably.
oh, your playthroughs suck, you're boring. It's not. That's the toxic peanut gallery being
No, it's not.
toxic.
It's
Those are the people who will
peanut
never
gallery.
admit that I've done anything good. These are the people that will crap on me no matter what. The same people who said, oh, look at this, making fun of Phil playing Doom, when literally that's what everyone did in that room in Doom because it was full of explosive barrels. But you use me as the scapegoat and you take it out
Phil,
of
it was
context
a
to get
video
meme for
game
yourself
clip.
and get millions of views of clickbait.
And it
because
went
you're a
viral
fucking
on
lying
YouTube or
loser.
on Twitter.
Okay? I don't care about
You
that.
should be
What I
happy.
care about is my core audience of people who will come by and actually engage and support me for these playthroughs. So the question
Engage
is,
and support.
what's changed? So I'd like feedback.
Hear
I'd
him,
like
he goes,
genuine
what's
feedback.
changed?
What do I do?
It's
with
one of the
Claire
most
Obscura,
boringest games
and
ever.
What do I do with Blueprints? I've invested
Stop
over
playing
30
it.
hours into each game. I love the games. I feel that the playthroughs are great. So what is going
That's the
on?
problem.
I need to change. Do I need to change the schedule? What do I do? I honestly don't have the answer.
Do I gotta
but it's
change the
frustrating
schedule, meaning
because
play it on
when
a
I
different
finally
day? No.
invest this much time into games because you guys asked me to. By the way, I didn't even know about Blueprints.
No one asked
I had
you.
no idea it existed. You guys
One
convinced me
person.
to play it. I love it. Now I'm at fault for playing it. Every
No,
time
you're
I
not.
play it, the toxic bitches. Oh, why are you playing this? Go away. Come back when there's something that gets your really bad ADD attention span, and stop bothering us because we're enjoying Blueprint.
Okay, stop
Okay, I
bothering
don't-
us. He just asked, so I'm trying to figure out why, and he made the money back today, but he goes, I'm trying to figure out why Blueprints didn't make the money. I'm asking you guys. Well, Phil, you were lucky to get thousands off, arguably, you could ask any fucking detractor. They might even vouch for this. That was arguably one of the most boringest games to watch you play. Okay? Maybe sometimes there could be some funniness when you can't solve a puzzle, but that game was so boring. I can't believe that even your own dents supported that to where we're playing it a month later. This is a motherfucker who quit playing fucking Assassin's Creed, one of the hottest releases, because he didn't like it. But that would have drew in way more people watching you play that game because it was fucked up, instead of you playing a game that's not fucked up, but super boring. The equivalent of playing solitaire. And you have dents that I almost think are
For him, is that
playing...
why?
Huh?
Is it easy for him? Like that game versus Assassin's Creed versus the other game? Is that why he
Well,
quit Assassin's Creed? Too
I
hard?
really don't know. I don't know if someone gets in his ear behind the scenes and goes, hey, man, play this. Because here's the thing with this game, Blueprints. It's so boring, but he bases it on the money. And it's made $1.50 or more, except for one stream. What you're seeing here is this is before he did the stream today where he actually made the money. He didn't hit the goal one time. He hit the panic mode. He goes, what do I do with lengthy playthroughs? Meanwhile, no audience that follows shit like that cares how long you spend on a game, Phil. I've seen streamers play the worst of the worst shit and keep their core audience. You are surrounded by a dramasphere where it's funny to watch you through detractor shit because you say dumb shit or you beg or whatever. Watching you as a gamer, and I can tell you this from being a gamer, you don't watch you for playing games. Maybe the ones you're going to fuck up at and get pissed at, it's sometimes a little bit comical when he starts shitting on the person who made the game or the company. It's funny and seeing how many times he blames it. It's not something that's going to draw in thousands, but it's funny, but he don't like that. He thinks I'm just trying to have fun. How come I like it, but nobody came and supported today?
We need to hear the toxic shit. We don't. Okay? I'm just tired of it. Tired of hearing this buzzing that really doesn't matter because those people never support my content anyway. So why do I have to hear it? It doesn't mean anything. Right?
Jay
Just a bunch of
Walks
fucking
did.
noise to annoy all of us. Hart says maybe people went on vacation for Memorial Day. Those kind of things, as much as you might want to try to use those as justifications, they've always been red herring excuses. There is no, there's a holiday. Oh, people are broke.
That's why his
right now.
viewership's
Bullshit.
going down because he
If that were
blocked
the
a guy
case,
like
the
Jay
entire
Walks
industry,
that might have occasionally dropped a
the
$2
entire
super chat
industry
and put
would
something
fall
stupid.
apart. Do you
But
understand?
that's still money.
No one would be able to stream.
He
No
could
one
have
would
had
make
like
any money.
at one
That's
time
just-
50
it's
Jay
nonsense.
Walkses, and he
There's
blocked
no,
them.
oh, well,
You think
because
Jay
don't
Walks
know
was the
that
only guy that
people
ever
were
did
waiting
that?
for their tax breaks
That's like
to
a
come in,
known
and then they're going
thing
to
over
support you.
there.
It's not bullshit. People have money to support what they like, and they will. There's got to be a correlation. That's not, just it's a holiday or something. That's nonsense. Because then you're telling me, every single
He's
streamer
talking about why he didn't
can't
get the
make any
money.
money this week because it was Memorial Day. That sounds like bullshit to me. So a $2 tipper says,
Phil, we couldn't give you no
a lot
money.
of
It's
these guys
Memorial
are conditioned
Day.
watching. This is how you don't play. And so if you show a smidgen of competency in the
Now,
game,
here's
they say
what's
your
funny
gameplay
real
sucks.
quick. This is how you don't play. This is how I got introduced to Phil. It's videos not even made by Phil, and this is where he fucked up. They're actually funny. They show his fuck-ups in video games, and they put them in a collage. And it actually makes him more, like, patable to watch and, where it's actually funny. But that's where you learn, about the begging and all that shit. But right here, he's literally crashing out because the game made $90.
You can see it in the chat when you play fighting games and you're going on a winning streak. Suddenly, LARPers are asking you to go back to Street Fighter 6 when you're playing this new collection.
No,
Right.
they're not. Here's
Why do they want
Phil,
Street Fighter 6?
LARPers might be telling you that to go back to Street Fighter 6, but it's the only game that's fun to watch you play.
Because I don't like it, because I find it boring, and because I
He
don't
doesn't
spend enough
like it
time
too,
on it
yeah.
to beat up the scrubs. When I'm
Beat up
playing
the
this
scrubs.
collection and I'm actually doing well, that's horrible. That's boring. No, it's not boring. I'm doing well, and you're just a loser. Okay? You don't like the fact that I'm
I
good at
love it.
games,
That's
okay?
why he needs to keep
Face
the
it,
podcast.
I'm actually good at some games. Okay? Not all
Okay.
of them. Most of them I do suck at. Old school fighting games, I'm really good at. Some
It's not
modern
even
games,
about
Clear
good or
Obscure,
bad, though,
I'm actually
Phil.
really good at.
It's about
The
entertainment. The ones that
pairing,
you're
I've done
bad at get more
exceptionally well.
value.
I beat a level 70 dungeon when I went in at like level 30.
Oh,
Okay?
my God.
I'm actually good at the game.
He
Too bad that
bragging
you
about
can't accept
that.
that. Doom the Dark Ages, I actually did not suck at. Now, I'm not saying I was good at it, because I wasn't. But I actually did not suck at that game.
His
It
clip
doesn't
went
matter how many
viral for him
mouth-drooling
playing bad,
idiots
literally, and they
watched a
said,
meme on the
"This is
internet
literally your
thinking that
this ain't your
because they're
grandfather's
mouth-drooling
doing."
idiots. I'm actually not bad at Doom the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what your meme is and what your narrative is that you push.
Meme?
You're still fucking
No,
wrong.
it was your clip.
It doesn't matter how many idiotic, cackling morons are around you. You're still wrong. And the smart people look at you from the outside and say, wow, the masses really are getting dumber by the fucking day. I'm not actually bad at every game. There's nothing that you can do about it. Kiss my ass.
He's so fucking
Thanks for the $2
serious.
tip, whoever that was. 'Cause it was anonymous.
These two games he's defending sucks. They're so bad. I can't believe it's almost like a joke. I can't believe he's playing them. Like I'm in awe.
So really what we need to figure out, because this is me being
we got to figure
pretty
out.
transparent here, is what to do, man. I don't know.
I don't know what to do. Listen.
What to do about these lengthy playthroughs.
What to do about these lengthy playthroughs? If he would have got the $150, this would not be a discussion. Literally, he's talking to his donors here. What do I do, guys? And what's funny is if you read some of the comments, a lot of you could just it's like all LARPers. It's people fucking with them or don't even give a shit, or the people that do give a shit, they're barely commenting because they feel like fucking losers.
What do I do about Clear Obscure right now? What do I do about Blueprints right now?
Stop
right now, I
playing
have
Blueprints.
a
It's
Blueprint
awful.
Stream right now we're doing no matter what. And we've got a Clear Obscure stream I'm doing tomorrow no matter what.
Well,
Outside
that's
of that,
why you're
I
fucking
literally
up,
don't know
Phil.
what else
No
to do
matter
moving
what.
forward. I want to continue to play and finish these games. But I also can't be like, oh, time to play Clear Obscure, so time to make $5 an hour today. Because people are
plays video
burnt
games.
out on it. You know, if you guys literally said to me right now,
Let's hear this.
play Clear Obscure, just finish the story, I would do it. Because I don't want the playthrough to die, but at the same time, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to get significantly less enjoyment out of doing that. I feel like I want to do the content in the game, and I'm missing out on a representation of what that game is meant to be if I don't do this
Representation.
content that is opened up in front of me. But people are saying they're bored, just beat the story. I don't know.
People
that would
are
make me
saying-
sad, but I would do what you guys want. All right? Because I am, to be honest, I'm beholden to the viewer. I have to do what you guys want.
I'm
I can't just
beholden
sit here
to the
like
viewer.
a fool and do what I want all day, every day. I'll go out of business. I have to listen to
Phil, the fact that you're not smart enough to know that you hit a fucking lottery ticket by you
Play video
being able
games.
to play. He literally played Blueprints, this game that he's talking about. He played it for like a month. $1.50 it hit every time. One time it didn't hit. He's in full panic. What do I do? How do I handle it? Phil, you should be smart enough to know only 2 people were funding Blueprints. It's not like people came in droves. It's a few dents, and you fucking know it. You act like you don't, but it's a few fucking dents, and they were supporting that. You even called them out by name, and they just didn't come that day. They came for a month. And the fact that you're going to think you're going to get new viewership playing that game, bro, that game is insufferable. You talking about dogs fucking would be way more entertaining than watching you play fucking Blueprints.
feedback from the viewers and do what they ask for. Okay?
No, he doesn't. Let me do what the viewer asked. When
Princess
did he
Luna,
did
as
that?
much as I would
You
like to
said
do
the
that,
last
it's not
time we
possible.
got to choose,
Princess
we
Luna
fucked
says,
up your
you
marathon.
consider finishing games off
you
stream,
made 500
uploading them
on
as
and
separate
still
videos,
complain.
and then finishing other games on stream. I would have to clone myself. I'm here in this
Listen to
office
this. Right here,
around
listen to this.
10:30 a.m. every day till
10:30.
4:30 p.m. Then I get about an hour to an hour and a half break, which is me eating and doing errands and spending some time with my wife. I'm back in this office by 6:30, and I don't get to leave until after.
But what he's doing is he's right now
Then I
complaining.
spend an hour with
I
my
play
wife,
video games for a
then I go to
living.
bed.
Feel bad for me.
That's my
Bro,
day.
you start at
I don't
10:30
have
West
endless
Coast time.
extra hours
You should be
to
in
do
your fucking
offline
office by
gameplay content
7. What do you
and
mean
do
you don't got enough
offline
time?
series plus
Wake
streaming
up.
online series.
Quit
I can't. I
sleeping.
would have to have a team of people working for me to pull that off. And
A
I don't. I'm a
team
one-man show.
of
I always have been.
people
That's some of the
to
appeal
play
of what
a
I do is 'cause
video
I'm not
game
sold out. I'm
faster
not corporate.
for
I don't
him.
treat this like I put on a fucking suit and tie
Holy.
to pump out this highly polished content. It's just a dude enjoying games.
Highly
right?
polished
So,
content.
I don't think that your
What up,
suggestion
Barkley?
is off.
He said
kilter or
highly
crazy
polished
or
content.
ill-spirited at all. Don't take it like that. I'm just saying that's just not viable. Either I'm a full-time interactive streamer or I'm an offline YouTuber.
You
I
don't
can't be
interact.
both.
Yes,
I
you
can't
can.
clone myself to have, I play Clear Obscure offline and upload many hours of footage of that a day. Plus, I'm doing 6
No,
to 8
no,
hours
Phil.
of streaming.
You
a day. I can't do
can
it.
though.
You know, I'll be honest.
Quit saying
I am
hours and hours.
exhausted with the level that I work. If you haven't noticed, I've been trying to take extra time off to spend with my wife. We want to take an
Fuck
extra
you,
day off
extra
the next
time
few
to
weeks, and we
spend
don't
with
even
my
know when we
wife.
can do it.
He plays video
Can't do it
games. He
this week
makes
because
his
of
own
Night Rain.
schedule.
Can't do it next week because you got both the launch of the Switch 2 and you've got Summer Game Fest.
Oh,
Don't
I
even know
hope
what we
the
can do the
Switch
week
2 is a
after.
disaster.
I don't know. It's like frustrating.
Oh,
right
I hope
now,
it's
you
a
know?
disaster for him.
So I don't think that's the solution. But my content is streamed content. Get it?
My
King Ferb says
content
maybe
is
the days of
streamed
completing
content.
all games are a thing of the past. Well, that's true. And the thing is, if you notice, this year I did try out a few games that I didn't continue with, and people had
No
issues with
shit,
that.
they were
Oh,
awful.
What's wrong with you? Now you don't
They
finish
were
any
awful.
games anymore. What is
The
up with
people
that?
who
You play
said
a
that
game, but
were
we
LARPers.
like it. We invested in it, and now you're not gonna like. Look what happened with the crazy weirdo indie game. What the hell's the name of it?
Disco Asylum.
I can't
Awful.
even remember the name of it. Right? But
It
we
was
played it
bad.
for like a month and a half.
You played it for a month and a half because one kid supported it, and he never will admit that. One
What the hell is the
day.
name of the game? A complete
The
brand-
Detractors covered
Disco
it, Phil.
Elysium, right? There's a
Disco
game that
Elysium.
I started playing.
That
I was
game is
intrigued.
fucking awful.
It's one of the weirdest games
I wouldn't even give my
right,
enemy
that
that
I've
game.
ever played.
Yeah, no shit, Phil. It
But
sucked.
after a while, all the interest waned, and I was like, it ain't gonna work anymore.
All the
right?
interest
So
waned.
just don't play it anymore. Oh, how
One
dare
guy
you?
was donating.
How dare you quit a game? Just another rage quit, another wage quit.
Wage quit. That's more like
What's
it.
hilarious is that there are tons of
It's a
games
wage quit.
streamers
Wage.
out there who literally will play a game once or twice to see if it catches on. If it catches on and people like it and support it, they'll keep playing it. If it doesn't get, any kind of attention or support within 1 or 2 streams, they dump it, and that's their methodology, and no one cares. Everyone's like, that's
Not
fine.
like the
That
way
makes
you do
sense.
it, Phil.
But to me, wage quit. What a horrible thing. What are you talking about? Any business that tries something new has a new offering to the customers. If the customers don't actually
Who's
catch
calling
on
it a
and buy it or
business?
want it, they stop offering it. Right? If you have a sandwich shop and you sell Philly cheesesteaks, but
What
you
up,
decide
Retro?
now you're going to have the chicken cheesesteak as well, if it doesn't sell within 2 weeks, do you just keep buying the chicken even though you're not selling it? Or do you say, all right, I'll just go back to focusing on the Philly cheesesteaks?
Bad analogy, dickhead.
You know, that's business. But people
When
are
you play
dumb,
video
and they
games
wanna
for a
turn it into
living.
toxic stuff. I do believe that moving forward, I can't just commit to fully finishing every single game I play. On the flip side of that,
No shit.
okay, there are
Especially
games like,
when
for
you
example, here we
picking
go,
bad
Clear
ones.
Blueprints. They did well at first.
Get rid
Absolutely
of blueprints.
They did. I love them, and now we've invested so much time in them. I
Yeah,
don't
the
wanna give them
game is
up.
done, Phil.
But again, I can't continue to say, hey, well, now I have 2-3 games in the rotation that are 30 hours long, and now no one's showing up and is supporting them. So what do I do?
Quit saying no one's showing up. The same people show up. Your views might be going down,
And
but
it's yours, 'cause
thousands watch you on
personally, I don't
Detractor
mind lengthy
channels.
playthroughs, but my opinion matters little because I am newer here. Definitely try and play something you might enjoy, though. Don't be afraid to drop stuff. Okay, thank you.
These are the comments he reads. Sounds like who wrote that? A 6-year-old, Phil? That sounds like something my fucking cousin would have said.
You hear it's the actual opposite. You hear says that's the issue. Instead of seeing yourself as a streamer, sounds like you see yourself as a business person. And it makes you seem like you don't have
Yeah,
passion
that's
anymore.
the problem,
No,
Phil.
the problem is
You
I
are
have
not a
so much
businessman.
passion that I haven't sold out, so
Wow.
I don't have to worry about this shit anymore. Okay?
Passion.
Why are there content creators much bigger than me that don't have to worry about this?
No
They have
shit.
4,000 sponsors because they shill crap.
Liar. They don't
products,
all have
games that are
4,000
garbage, but they tell
sponsors,
you to buy
Phil.
them. There's ads all over their shit. Click here for the referral code. Click here to buy
Lie,
this
lie,
piece of
lie,
fucking
lie, lie,
trash,
lie.
right? Or they've completely become nonsensical, very toxic content creators that are only there for drama and sensationalist purposes, so they get the drama.
This guy
views
talks
and
about
bakes, so they don't have to
drama,
worry
and
about,
he's
actually
the
getting
king
views
of
and support
hate.
for a playthrough
Dark
because they're so
side
busy,
Phil.
you know, ragging on people and hurting things.
Tries
all
to be
around
the
them,
good
you know,
guy.
burning everything scorched earth. Doesn't matter. They're just so super.
Spent
popular and make
$100
tons of money
grand on
anyway.
champions.
I'm not like any of that. Literally, I don't do drama, and I don't chill. I don't do the two
I don't do
things that
drama and I
actually
don't
takes the
chill. Let me
soul
tell you what he means by chill. He thinks other streamers, and there are some that do this. There's some guys that will play a game, and even if it's bad, they will give it a good review, but that's because they're being played by the video company. He goes, I don't chill. Phil, tell us in a time where a company offered you to chill, because you know no one in their right fucking mind, unless they were a network ran by clowns or like Locale, would they want you to be the shill for them. You know what I mean, bro? You are in the detractor sphere nowadays. You don't even have your own really viewers anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't have the detractors. You may not be making shit. I believe somehow the detractors covering you the way they do brings you fucking money. And I proved that the other night when a couple people from over here donated. So that's why I said, don't act like the detractors don't do shit, Phil. They get you money somehow, but you want to block everyone.
away from a content creator. That's why I'm so passionate. That's why you see me actually.
You're not
bothered by
passionate
this,
either.
Okay? Another creator would be like, oh, fuck it. Just drop the game. Don't give a shit about it. Right? We'll just go on to whatever's going to print me more money today. On to the next sponsored stream. On to the next paid thing. On to the next. Oh, man.
Phil, when Kino Casino was doing business with you, before you said you snaked them, but they snaked you, but then you tried to be the king snake or whatever, and that backfired. Bro, you know you're fucking surrounded by the drama shit. Quit acting like you're fucking innocent. Quit acting like when Casino asked you to do A, B, and C, you were down to do most. But you showed how lazy you were, and that's why they fucking wanted to get rid of you. We saw the DMs, idiot. They came out looking like fucking geniuses, and they made thousands, and you didn't even make shit off the breakup.
Playthrough didn't do well yesterday. Let's do a big drama video today. Let's rip someone apart.
He's talking about Kino right now.
Let's do some kind of big expose. Let's just make, who cares who I hurt? As long as I print money today, that's all I care about.
Hurt?
That's not
It's
me.
fucking funny.
And that's never going to be me. I'm not that kind of person. So it's literally the opposite. of what
And
you're
he's
saying.
only saying this because you know you can't turn on those, same as bowling right here. You can't turn on your enemy's channel and shit on them because you'll just look like a fool. Because they'll be playing a clip of them calling you out on something and they'll sound more right and you're trying to bring them down and it's just impossible. That's why Phil doesn't go toe-to-toe to detractors, even though he would make thousands. If Phil said tomorrow on his podcast, all right, send me a detractor video. Every video you send me for $20, I'll review it. Duty detractor video, send them. He would never say that. He's like scared of these. This video that we're watching by Snort Hogan, maybe not this one because there's no commentary, but the ones where they commentate on, he don't want to commentate like against that because he knows it's like Kenny. The detractors do shine light on some of your bullshit, Phil. Do they fucking milk it a little bit heavy sometimes? Sure. But you damn well know whenever you would pull up a Duty video, you would always make sure you pulled up the Duty video where maybe Duty did fuck up. You never pulled out the good shit. And even if you did, you would make thousands, but you don't have the balls for it. If you said, tomorrow I'm watching detractor content for 5 hours, I want 20 a video, that motherfucker would be getting super chats for hours. Hours. And he just doesn't have those kind of balls. But that's what kind of money he could make. That's why he says great content. Blueprints is a fucking joke.
The reason that it comes across the way that you're saying is because I have a peanut gallery of toxic losers who spin it that way because they're very jealous of me and they don't like me and they don't want me to succeed, so they have to push it as a negative narrative.
I'm not jealous of you,
I could
Phil.
easily have done all those other things to
I
be
just wanted to see you
above
not
the
make
level
money
of,
for
oh,
1
gotta
week.
worry if a playthrough does well. I could have done all of them, and I would have lost my soul along the way. I wouldn't have had the passion. I wouldn't have had the ingenuity. I wouldn't have had
My
the
soul.
honesty that I
Keep in
have.
mind,
in
we're
my
talking about a
content. I
video
would have had
game
to
that
kiss
did make
butt.
$1.50. That's it. Why is this Phil guy dressed like Newman in Jurassic Park? I don't know, Retro. That's just how he dresses.
I mean, listen, right now, because Zangief just said this over in the kick chat, he's talking about the
Zangief.
FTC stuff, right? Why is Darkside Phil the only person who has issue with rollback netcode? I'm not. I'm just the only person who has an audience who actually complains about the rollback netcode.
Liar.
I'm the only person who, like, now it's not an overly positive audience, but I still have an echo chamber. So when I say rollback netcode sucks, and the canons literally ruined the capacity for online play for fighting games because people are too ignorant to know rollback sucks. When I say that, it resonates with a huge group of people, but they're not the people who are in positions of power in the FGC. Get it?
FGC is the fighting
The people who are in the
community.
positions of power can't
Fighting
say
games.
rollback sucks because that means
People that
all
play
the content
fighting
they
games.
make is null and void and worthless. So they'll never admit it. But I can tell you right now, there are people in the FGC who hate rollback just as much as me. They just don't have that soapbox to stand on for people who listen to them.
Soapbox.
Let me tell you something. If you're playing a fighting game and you kick someone and it says KO, and then the round continues. So you hit them with a fireball. and the
Worst
game
analogy
says
right here.
KO, but the round continues. So then you hit them with an uppercut. And finally they die on the third hit. That game is a piece of shit, and the netcode is completely worthless. There is not a single person in the fighting game
I
community
love
who will
that
ever
that
dispute
game is a
behind
piece of
closed door,
shit.
but
Please keep
publicly
doing
they
the
will.
podcast.
But behind closed doors, they will all say, that is awful. They would all watch my match from the other day where I had to kill the person 3 fucking times to win the round and say, that's some of the worst I've ever seen in my life. Wow, that's just embarrassing. But they'll never say that publicly. Because I am not a sellout or a shill.
That's a lie.
I am able to be honest with you.
You've definitely sold out,
Get it?
liar.
That's why I
can
stand
prove
apart.
that.
Why do you think I'm still here after 15 plus years while others have faded out into obscurity? Why do you think? Because I'm different. Because I have not
I'll give them
fell
that.
in line with all the
I'll
other
give them
crap.
that.
I refuse to.
But it's not because of that reason, Phil. It's not because
So,
you won't put up with people's
will
crap.
people stick around for Blueprints? Will you engage and support with Blueprints here in its final hours? We're nearing the end of the game. Someone actually said, does it have a definitive ending? It
And he
actually
made the
does.
money today.
If you open all 8
Blueprints
doors
ended up making like
and
almost
you solve
200.
the puzzles, you get the true ending
Fucking
of the game from what I'm
bastards that
to
would pay
understand.
for that game.
But we're getting.
They
we're
gotta
getting
be
there.
fucking with
We
them.
solved one of them. We're solving more. You know, We're
The
going to get
game
to
is
that eventually.
awful. I don't even know what I'm
But we have to
seeing
figure
when
it
I'm
out.
seeing.
So, will people show up and stick around for today?
Look,
Will you
this
please
idiot that
support
just sent him
Blueprints
20.
so that we can
They're like, he
hit
says, I'm torn.
goals? We
I
can
love
actually get support.
Blueprints.
We can do rewards.
Fuck you.
Here's the thing I'm nervous about.
Show
all
your
right?
face.
We have goals in line right now. All right. Like, for example, I wanted to finish, I wanted to hit our goal milestone by the end of the week.
Hit our goal
Because
milestone.
if we did it by the end of the week, we could do this DSP tries it.
Hold on, real quick. Goal milestone is 10 goals, $150, 1,500. And then he's going to, now, this is before he even gets that money. He's going to start talking about $1,500 after that, to where if we get to 100, we're going to do a marathon. He can't help himself.
A Burger King or whatever. And then
Burger
we could,
King.
by the end of next week, hit 100 goals, and we could do a marathon. All right?
I got the drip, go. I got
Well, that's the end of that
go.
video.
I got the drip.
Let me see if, was that the only one Snort Hogan had that was good? Yeah, that was
That's
the only
crazy.
good one Hogan had. Hold on, I think Duty had maybe one I wanted you to see. All right, I'm going to see if this is not the one I watched, but this one, I like these new thumbnails that Duty's using. Like this one says, now guys, cough it up. Now guys is spelled like that because that's the way he says guys. He always goes, now guys. But this one is DSP hyperfixates on low support, asks for answers and craps all over debt. Let me make sure this isn't the one we were just watching. We might have already saw this. Look at him looking for something to read out of his fucking chat. He can't even pick anything because
Got a
it's all
few.
just
I'll get
dumb
more later,
shit.
don't worry. Okay. Sidious thinks that the lengthy games fall off because they're getting stretched out into too many parts. Perhaps doing entire days of the same game would work. But again, I understand what you're saying, Sidious. But number one, not everyone can sit here an entire day watching a stream. You have to understand that. Who has an entire free day to watch me play one game all day?
Then why do you blame people when they're not there?
If I do that, I will basically turn off the variety audience that I have. I have a variety audience. People
Variety
tune in
audience.
for different games at different times.
That is
Someone
so
might stick
far
around
from
for
the truth.
Blueprints but not care about Minecraft. Someone might be here for Minecraft but not care about fighting games on Friday. You see what I'm saying? I can't just keep playing the same games nonstop. Bruno Hart says maybe people went on vacation for Memorial Day. Those kind of
That's
things,
big
as
comment.
much as you might want to try to use those as justifications, they've always been red herring excuses.
He's
There is
saying
no,
that's
"Oh,
an
there's a
excuse if
holiday.
you say
Oh, people
you don't
are
have no
broke right
money
now."
because of
It's
Memorial
bullshit.
Day.
If that were the case, the entire industry would fall apart. Do you understand? No one would be able to stream. No one would make any money. That's just, it's nonsense. There's no, oh, well, because don't you know that people were
Phil,
waiting
but
for their
your
tax
audience
breaks
might
to
be
come
out of
in
money.
and then they're going to support you. That's not bullshit. People have money to support what they like, and they will. There's got to be a correlation. That's not, oh, just it's a holiday or something. That's nonsense. Because then you're telling me, oh, every single streamer can't make any money this week because it was Memorial Day. That sounds like bullshit.
No,
to
we
me.
were talking about you, Phil. We weren't talking about every streamer. He said every streamer. No, we're talking about you. Your
Well,
dents
thanks,
might be out of money.
Hyperfixate, for a $2 super chat. I'm definitely not reading what you just said, but I appreciate the support.
That's why you fuck up, Phil. You should have read that comment because it was actually wasn't bad. Scaredy cat.
We got a tip here, but I don't know. Let's take a look.
We got a tip here. Let's see if it's real.
What is going on with my screen here? Stop that. Annoying me. So a $2 tipper says, a lot of these guys are conditioned watching This Is How You Don't Play. And
Oh,
so
we
if
already
you show a
saw this.
smidgen of
All right, so we already saw that. I thought that was a different video. DSP loses his mind's dense withholding support. Which one is this one? Sometimes the detractors put up same video. It's hard to make out which one.
But right now, the games that are at question, the games that everyone are kind of not necessarily complaining about, but there's
Oh, no,
definitely
we saw this.
a growing group of viewers who are saying these games have overstayed their welcome. They're way too long, and you need to play new stuff. We're talking about Clair Obscur, and we're talking about Blueprint.
All right, there might not be no other ones, new ones. I guess there's fucking all the other shit we saw. Becky did leave Queens again.
Oh, really? That's got to be a gimmick again, right?
Well, I think they're just moving her to another show. Oh, I gotta show Jaywalks this. I know you guys don't like Becky. I want to show you Becky losing her shit yesterday.
I feel like the way I was treated by Tina yesterday was disgusting and cruel. Actually cruel. And so at the end of the day, I decided I didn't want to work with her anymore. The higher-ups decided, well, let's throw us together today and see what happens. Let's go ahead and play some clips from what happened yesterday.
Go ahead, I don't care. I don't care. Do what you gotta do.
I am. Feel free to talk to them while I pull it up. I was already dealing
Watch
with
her
technical
literally
issues.
almost spaz out to where she busts her microphone
talking
up.
shit about me over here. Do what you gotta do, Becky. You got so drunk you can't even fucking get your shit together the next fucking day.
Tina, you can't even get your shit together sober.
I didn't want to work with you from day one, but I've learned to deal with what you got going on. But you're not gonna keep cucking me, motherfucker.
Okay, well let people see for themselves. Who cut who? You're the one who got this.
Fuck the president. Don't give a fuck.
Tina,
fuck
you don't even have a mic.
Fuck the water company, fuck the mortgage company, fuck the computer, fuck you, fuck OBS, fuck everybody, fuck Keem, fuck Mike, fuck everybody. Who cares?
Tina, you don't even care enough about your job to have a motherfucking microphone so we could hear you.
This is fucking horrendous to put somebody through this mentally. I'd rather
How about
be
what you
poor,
did to me?
I'd rather be poor and drink out of a mud puddle than work with a cuck like you.
I hope you drink out of a mud puddle, and I wouldn't care if it fucking killed you, Tina. I am so over fucking working with you because you have no problem trying to take me down and trying to get this show.
Shed a tear.
This is why I have to mute. This is why I have to mute. This is why I have to mute because if I don't, I can't talk.
You know what? Keith said you can't mute your co-host. You think you're higher than everybody around here. Nobody fucking mutes your co-host but Becky Boop.
No one else has a co-host like you. No one else has a co-host where they try to salute the fallen on Memorial Day. Good, get the fuck out then. Get the fuck out. Good, thank you. Thank you.
Hold on, Becky's about to lose and she bust her
everyone else
microphone
knows it's
up
very
and
hard in the LCU, but what everyone else has is at least a co-host that has their back. Not only do I get shit on by the entire LCU, but I get shit on by her day after day.
You lie.
Lie! They've seen it for themselves. Fine, I'm gonna pull up the clips. You entertain them while I do it, or don't. I don't fucking care. I'm used to doing all the work.
I won't do it all by yourself, big girl. You got a big back.
Cool, then why are you here? You might as well go.
No, I do what I want to do. I do what Mike tells me to do. Not you, Becky. You don't pay me shit. Bye. You leave. How about that? We can do this all night long. You leave, I leave. Who cares?
Cool. I'll come back when I'm ready.
You're the most insubordinate fucking employee I ever seen in my life. And Keem let you get away with it because of your worth. So fuck off, bro. Fuck off. That's fucking ridiculous, Becky. I've talked to you several times. You are totally different when you drink. You're a fucking bitch.
I was totally fine when I drank. The problem is, even sober, you're intolerable, Tina.
You know what? Let me read something to you. Since you think you're so fucking great, right? You think this shit doesn't follow you? Well, that's funny. Because somebody on the other side said you're a fucking dumb bitch. Because his country, New Zealand, lost a lot in their troops too. So don't sit there and say that Rastov doesn't know about loss, because they've lost many people too.
That was never what I said. I said he didn't understand.
You said he don't understand he's not American.
Motherfucker! Stop talking over me!
You're not gonna talk to me like you do, King. I will not.
I didn't fucking mute her. Didn't mute her. Didn't mute her.
Oh, it gets better.
Oh, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it
cool.
Today. Not today.
Then don't. Then quit.
No, I'm not going to quit. This is my show, bitch. This was made for Tina.
It's not your show. That. It's our show.
It ain't your show either. Oh, no, it's all yours. Remember, you take all the credit? Hold on a minute, bitch.
So she's not going to participate. She's going to sit back like a lazy fuck like she always does. This bitch hasn't even bothered to buy herself a new microphone. The sound quality is terrible because of that. I have asked her, sit closer to your mic so the people who are hard of hearing, who we've gotten complaints from, so she can be close captioned.
Who we got complaints
from? Are you here to say something or are you interrupting again?
I can talk anywhere I want to. This is my show too.
Well, I can't tell because I can't tell when you're talking to me or Albert.
I don't want to hear it, Becky. You're taking that on the wrong person. Go get drunk. Play with your clit. Play with your cat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, because he served the country, he matters more. Did my son
If I could finish my if I could finish my sentence.
To my son, he did. To me, no, he didn't.
See, this is
but
why,
to my
this
son,
is why
he
I
did.
have to mute.
And you did.
I just muted you. This is why I have to mute. To anyone watching this, do you see why I have to mute? Because I can't say a single sentence without getting interrupted. Ago, okay? That was no reason.
I didn't go get him. And you blame me. No.
Stop
it.
Then you don't get to talk, bitch. Then learn OBS, you fat fucking useless cunt. Then learn it, and you can talk all you want. I'm not sitting there to be berated by her where I can't even finish a point I'm making so I can get taken out of context and exploited on drama alerts.
$19.
It sucks, Tina, when somebody pulls the plug on you, doesn't it? It sucks, you fat, bitchy cunt, when somebody doesn't let you talk, doesn't it? All of a sudden, you're like, oh, I'm not here for this. I don't have to put up with this shit. How do you think I fucking feel, bitch? How do you think I feel? And you can't even find it in your gross, disgusting black heart to eke out a little I'm sorry? That's too much for you?
It's Becky, Gonzo.
Oh, Rostov is there.
She's about to fuck her all her shit up.
Well,
They're
she
just
keeps
getting
throwing
through
me out the
this
show every
rant.
time I don't agree with her. She can't do that, bro. That's not how it works.
I'm not throwing her out.
Right.
I'm walking
Yes,
away.
she is. Yes, she is. She put me in the lead first.
All right. I mean, she didn't
To
put
where
you
Becky's
in here,
picking her microphone up.
But you do have to let her finish what she's saying, because then it's a trigger point for her.
Oh, then she don't have to keep. Yeah, but it's not fair that she runs OBS and she keeps
know.
putting me out. And every time I say something, she doesn't like.
Right here.
Yeah, look at her. Go
Look, she just
viral.
threw her
Be
shit.
off the camera, you stupid fucking bitch. She's having.
Wow.
Look, now you can't even hear her. She's fucking losing it.
That's not gimmick, no.
No, it's not.
No, it's not
You'll hear Rostov say, "You guys might have to separate." You'll hear that. You'll hear him say that, and he's being dead serious.
Yeah, that girl's gonna kill somebody.
Look at her. She's losing it.
Yeah, I think
Right
maybe
here.
you guys need a break from each other, right?
Yeah. I don't think Rostov was joking right there. Look, and Becky needs to say something, so she's trying to figure out how to get the mic hooked up.
Wow.
You are disgusting.
Yeah. Just let Tina talk, okay? Just let Tina talk.
I'm going to read it to you. They're going to read it to you because this is what I have to hear on my side because I have a lot of New Zealand friends over there. Let me read what's over here. So everybody thinks it's fucking, it's real fucking smart what she does.
Good for your health.
Real fucking smart
Not
what she does.
coming as a hater, just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm a hater, a drinker. Yep, Here we go. Right here.
Here. Now I think I should hear. Can somebody say something?
Oh, you
Yes.
sound. Yeah, we can hear you now.
It
So,
says
you
here,
know, when they
and I
say
quote,
I would like to talk
"Fuck
first.
you,
Okay.
fuck you, low queen.
Just let her finish.
Our country, New Zealand, has lost lives, lots of lives. Afghanistan. Is that true? Did you guys lose a lot of lives in the war?
Yeah, we always send over support. It's usually like medics or engineers, things like that.
It's about New Zealand losing a bunch and her not respecting New Zealand, saying because you weren't from the United States, I guess you couldn't talk about her loss. But Rostov, did I call you yesterday? Did I call you and tell you she was out of pocket? Were you in here?
No.
I'm muting her for a second because I can't hear and it's going to take me a while to fix it. I quit.
And that's how she quit. And she just left. They might put her on a different show. That's how the video ends, too. Because she cut the show out, and she was the one running OBS. So when she cut the show off. And the name of Tina's show tonight, I'll probably have to check it out tomorrow or whatever. But the one of her, Tina did a show tonight called Tina's in Charge. So who knows if Becky's doing another show or whatnot. But what happens is she drinks and she fucking loses it.
She was drinking that day?
Yeah, what happened is they were arguing. The reason why Tina was bringing up that veteran thing was because she was doing that to mock what's-her-name. Because what's-her-name was trying to, it sounded like she was making up fake stories about respecting soldiers. And this thing was, she started looping to where she just kept repeating herself, and crying. And it was so bad they had to shut her down because she was so drunk. And she's just probably just so mad from that because she realizes she's going to have to leave that show. And that's why you just saw her crash out like that, because she knows she can't work with Tina anymore. It's just beyond repair. He goes,
Yeah,
she drinks
actually,
like Brad. Well, no, they get them. The donors pay for them to drink, and they get her fucking all wasted.
Oh, that's right. They gotta do shit or the drinking, whatever the hell. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, I don't know how to say it, but yeah.
Like she'll do now there's a chance she ends up going on this thumbnail up here with this girl Roxy on a show called Local Milkers. They got so many damn shows. So they're gonna probably have to put Tina with someone else. Tina would be good with somebody else, but the thing with her and Becky, it's over.
Roxy's the girl that don't get along. What's the other girl, right? The blonde girl.
They called tonight's Local Queens is called Tina Runs the Show. Becky's gone. Now it could be a clickbait thumbnail.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah.
It's funny. She has a beard in that picture. Tina's a fucking sicko.
But Tina's the girl that don't get along with Roxy, right?
No one gets along with Roxy. That girl Roxy and they had that Roxy and Savage. Savage got fired.
Really?
Yeah, for a couple things, but she also was showing her vagina at fat camp, and they said it would be like, I don't know, people couldn't work, or I don't know what the reason was, but Keem had to fire her. It was a few things. That was only some of it. But Milkers was only that girl Roxy, and that girl Roxy said she's only good when she has someone to bully her, so that's why she wants Becky over there. And then this Becky and Tina beef just kind of got created out of the wind because they were doing fine. And then all of a sudden they're enemies and they need to split up. And what happened is I noticed when Becky drinks, she really does act like a fucking bitch. Like if she just smokes weed, she's actually, you could like tolerate her more and she's more funny. And I don't think she realizes that because she's not a big weed smoker. But when she drinks, she gets too emotional. She's like Brad. She'll start repeating shit where you're like, okay. You know what I mean? And it's not like when Brad does it in front of 20 people, she's doing it in front of a few thousand.
Yeah. Yep.
And the whole reason why the troops got mentioned is because she was shitting on a guy that was a troop or whatever. And she was like, fuck him being a troop or some shit. And it was on Memorial Day. And Drama Alert put it up. So now people were fucking clowning on her because of that.
Sam knows what he get himself into when he hires these people. The more chaos, the more money he makes, right?
Well, and that's the guy who runs it, Keem. I think he knows that. That's why when that Mike went on there the one day they were crashing out, those two girls were serious as a motherfucker, and he went up there, the guy that runs part of that show, kid behind the camera, but his real name's Mike. He goes, this is the most entertaining show you guys done in weeks. Meanwhile, they're fucking about to kill each other.
Right? Yeah.
You know, it was fun to watch. Some of the Becky
whack
shit was fucked up. She kept repeating herself. Like some of the Becky shit was good, and then you'd be like, "Damn, Becky, you're a little too drunk."
Yeah, he definitely reminded me of Brad. Yeah, once in a while, Brad, he's funny, but then after a while, it's annoying. Okay,
Yeah.
we got you.
Yeah, we got you. You already said that. Okay.
All right, man. I get back to finish this car up. Gonna have it done by the morning. I kind of fucking blew it up. today.
I'm into my stream right now. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, bro. Thanks a lot. Catch up with you later. Be safe.
Later. All right, we'll see everyone tomorrow.